that is responsible and responsive to the Lebanese people, that can undertake some of the reforms that have been called for, some of the reforms that are necessary, both in terms
Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, May 18th. Thank you so much for starting off your morning with us as we bring you all of the latest developments on top stories, breaking news, and even some live events that we are expecting to get into our desk within the next several hours. We are starting you off this morning with a beautiful look of the Empire State Building as the sun is rising over New York City only a little after 5 a.m. here on the East Coast. And as always, we're going to give you an inside look and a closer look, I should say, at all of the big top stories that we are following this morning. So we're going to start off from the bottom up. You can see those bullet points to the left-hand side of your screen. We are monitoring continued rising gas prices. This morning, AAA confirming that the new national average is $4.57 per gallon. Now, that's a national average. We've seen regular gas reach even above $5-6 a gallon in states like California. So be sure to stick with us as throughout the morning we will be joined by some Fox Business contributors and some other experts kind of weighing in, as this is not the only thing that inflation is impacting. Basically everything we need to buy and use to go about our daily life as Americans is continuing to go up. So again, be sure to stick with us for more insight on really how to navigate these record high prices of everything. But that's the big story this morning. Gas prices hitting a new national average for regular of $4.57 per gallon. We're also monitoring the Russian invasion of Ukraine as it officially enters day 84. Some major news coming to our desk within the last 24 hours. Finland and Sweden both officially applying for membership in NATO. Now, Finland's president and prime minister made the announcement this week before we officially heard from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, and we're actually going to bring you some of his remarks here in just a little bit. But this is a major security threat when it comes to the fact that they have both been pretty neutral nations, the war on Ukraine pushing them to join NATO, and despite threats from Russian President Vladimir Putin, this is going to happen. So again, in just a little bit, we're going to bring you the very latest latest from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Meanwhile, we are also monitoring primary elections. We've got results coming in as polls close in 5 different states, and 2 big swing states that we are following are Pennsylvania and North Carolina this morning. Now, that is actually what I do want to start off with here on Live Now from Fox, because we've got several races to update you guys on. We do want to start with the Republican nomination for Pennsylvania Governor. Doug Mastriano officially clinching victory in the Republican primary to take on Democrat Josh Shapiro for governor in Pennsylvania. Now, Mastriano defeated a 9-person Republican field, a state senator since 2019. He faced fierce opposition from fellow Republicans who claimed that he was too far right to win in a general election. Now, several Republican members believe that he would fumble away an opportunity for the party to take over the battleground state's executive suit due to his inability to attract moderate voters. Now, in 2020, Mastriano emerged as an unexpected rising force in right-wing politics. He became a key figure in former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn his 2020 presidential election loss, which earned him a subpoena by the Congressional committee. Now, as a result, Democrats have portrayed Mastriano as an extremist, claiming that his victory would be a win for what Donald Trump stands for. So again, we are going to get some more reaction to this particular race as the morning goes on. But I do want to continue on and stay in North Carolina. That is because we actually, I'm sorry, we are not in North Carolina. This is Pennsylvania, everybody. Look at me. Happy Wednesday morning. But we are actually going to stay in Pennsylvania, not North Carolina. We'll get there in just a minute. But Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman winning the state's Democratic primary for U.S. Senate yesterday. Now, the 52-year-old defeated U.S. Representative Connor Lamb and State Representative Malcolm Kenyatta. He will now head to the general election in November, where he will face off against the winner of the Republican primary to replace retiring Senator Pat Toomey. Now, Fetterman's victory comes just days after he suffered a stroke. He says he is on his way to making a, quote, full recovery, but will stay in the hospital for a while longer. Now, on the Republican side, Donald Trump endorsed Dr. Mehmet Oz and has divided conservatives who are typically in lockstep with Trump. Some are suspicious of the ideological leanings of the celebrity heart surgeon who actually gained fame as a frequent guest on Oprah Winfrey's talk show. Now, Oz has spent much of the campaign in a heated fight with former hedge fund CEO David McCormick, and that's allowed commentator Kathy Barnett to emerge in the final days of the primary as a conservative alternative to both Oz and McCormick. Now, Trump, who has held campaign-style rallies with Oz, insists that he is the best candidate to keep the Senate seat in Republican hands this fall. Given his level of involvement in the race, a loss would be a notable setback for the former president, who again is wielding endorsements as a way to prove his dominance over the Republican head of a potential 2024 presidential run. So again, that's what we've got going on in Pennsylvania. Now, I do want to head to North Carolina. That is where we've got some more results coming in, and we're going to start with the fact that Republican U.S. Representative Ted Budd will face Democrat Sherry Beasley in North Carolina's Senate race after both easily clinched primary victories last night. Now, Budd had the endorsement of Donald Trump, and his victory is a boost for the former president. Beasley is a former state Supreme Court justice, and she won her 11th candidate primary. If she prevails in November, she would actually be the first black senator for the state. Meanwhile, some more information coming to us this morning regarding Representative Madison Cawthorn. He was projected to lose his primary in North Carolina last night, marking the end of a brief yet pretty controversial tenure in the House that earned him critics on both sides of the aisle. Now, the Associated Press actually called the race for Cawthorn's rival, State Senator Chuck Edwards, last night at around 11 p.m. Eastern time. Now, Cawthorn's campaign actually confirmed earlier yesterday that he had already conceded to Edwards. Now, Mr. Edwards, who is 61 years old, has served in the state legislature since 2016 and has built a staunch conservative brand by pushing measures to overhaul tax laws, enact a constitutional amendment for voter identification, and require county sheriffs to work with immigration enforcement agencies. Now, this is all coming as Madison Cawthorn's political difficulties only continue to mount leading up to this race. He angered many of his fellow House Republicans earlier this year after he suggested in a podcast interview that his colleagues were doing questionable activities and even alleged drug use. He also had been the subject of a series of revelations, including a leaked nude video that he dismissed as blackmail. And then in two separate incidents this year, he was cited for driving with a suspended license and attempting to take a gun through an airport security checkpoint. And then most recently, he drew headlines for calling Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a thug. So this is what we've got coming in this morning. We'll continue to keep you updated on all the latest surrounding the 2022 primary elections, and we will get some more political commentary as we go throughout the day. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft has definitely focused on the political beat right before the elections. He did speak with a Washington Post political reporter, so we'll likely have some more remarks coming to you later throughout the morning and later today. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to shift focus to a major story that we have been following for the last several days. President Biden calling Saturday's mass shooting in Buffalo, New York, an act of domestic terrorism and calling on Congress to take more action on guns. Now, he made these comments in remarks following he and the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden's visit to meet with families of the victims as well as survivors and local community members. So when we come back, we'll get a full roundabout on how his visit went and some key talking points from his remarks. Don't go anywhere. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, May 18th. We are live right now over a shot we have in Buffalo, New York. The sun rising here on the East Coast. It was a very somber day yesterday in Buffalo. Really, it's been a very somber last couple of days. We had President Biden saying that Saturday's mass shooting at that Buffalo supermarket was an act of domestic terrorism and is calling on Congress to take more action on guns. Now, the president made the comments while he and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden met with families of the victims and survivors. We've had Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams in Buffalo for the last several days, so she is highlighting the key moments from the Biden's visit. Let's listen in.
President Biden and the First Lady paying their respects today at a makeshift memorial in Buffalo. The president trying to ease the pain in the predominantly black community in the wake of the deadliest mass shooting in the city's history, which he called an act of terror.
What happened here is simple and straightforward. Terrorism. Terrorism. Domestic terrorism. In America, evil will not win, I promise you. Hate will not prevail.
The chaos erupted on Saturday afternoon when the suspected gunman began firing in the parking lot of a top supermarket, killing 10 and injuring 3 others.
We have bodies down here.
3 down inside so far, 2 outside, radio.
Police say the gunman's intention was to kill as many black people as possible. The president says there is no room for this type of hate in America.
White supremacy is a poison, and it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more.
Investigators say 18-year-old Peyton Gendron legally purchased a gun in his hometown of Conklin, New York, where he claims to have been radicalized online. During his speech, the president touched on the topics of social media censorship and gun control.
We can keep assault weapons off our streets. We've done it before. But we can't address the relentless exploitation of the internet to recruit and mobilize terrorism.
Tonight, President Joe Biden calling for stricter gun laws as people in this community have a lot of questions about what red flags were missed with this gunman. Last year, he was questioned by police and had a mental evaluation after his teacher said he wanted to commit a murder-suicide. Investigators are still looking into those claims. The local DA says he believes the police and the teacher followed protocol. Reporting in Buffalo, New York, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Alexis McAdams for that report. As we continue some conversation on this topic, the investigation into the Buffalo mass shooting suspect and his past, all of the events leading up to that tragic incident that happened on Saturday. I do want to play for you this segment from our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He spoke with a gentleman named Stephen Gutowski. He is a firearms expert that's joined our broadcast several times here within the last couple of years. They are talking all about this investigation as he weighs in. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Right now to discuss the shooter, 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, his weapon, red flag laws that were in place in New York State, and how Gendron was able to get a weapon is the Reload's Stephen Gutowski. Stephen, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. And so many people, pundits, Americans included, have been going back and forth about how Peyton Gendron could have got this weapon legally. We know, Stephen, that he was essentially put in a hospital, I believe, for about a night last year after he made threats to his high school. He was 17 at the time. You think that would have triggered more law enforcement, mental health advocates, officials, and the like to put him in some type of registry in New York State. These laws are on the books in New York State, and yet he still fell through the cracks. Guide us through this. What went on? What was the weapon he used? And so much more.
Yeah, so that's correct. He was able to legally purchase a New York legal AR-15, which was sold with a permanently affixed magazine that makes it exempt from New York's assault weapons ban. And then he actually knowingly, illegally modified the gun by removing that permanent magazine and replacing it with parts that would accept detachable magazines. And then he used larger magazines than what the state allows. And he did all that knowing that it wasn't legal for him to do, of course. So The interesting question, though, beyond that is, how is he able to legally buy a gun with that background you just described? And well, apparently it turns out that even though he was taken for a psych evaluation by the police after making those threats, he was not involuntarily committed, which if he had been, it would have made him a prohibited person under federal law, meaning he could not buy or even possess firearms legally after that point. And then he also wasn't the subject of a red flag order either. One wasn't requested for him. It's not clear why that was. It's not clear why they determined he didn't need further mental health intervention, but it wasn't provided in this case. No one pursued those legal avenues that would have kept him from being able to own or possess firearms. The red flag order is obviously a temporary measure, but it would have likely still been in place. It certainly would have still been in place by the time he went to buy the gun that he used a couple months later. And so, it seems like a failure on the part of those who were aware of these threats and didn't do enough to react to them.
Yeah, and Stephen, of course, we have seen the photos of Gendron, who appeared in court. He's going to be appearing in court for his arraignment a little bit later on in the week. But what does it say to the wisdom of such laws if they are there, they are on the books, but they do not or are not executed properly to prevent these types of shootings that we have seen for so long? States can do all of that through their state legislatures, executive actions at the governor level, and so much more. But it still seems like the red flag laws don't catch the red flags properly.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously still up to humans to intervene in these situations and to make judgment calls, because certainly, you can't just involuntarily commit or red flag everybody who has a mental health episode. Now, certainly in this case, it sure seems like one that would rise to that level. I think in most people's minds, and certainly given what happened, that clearly must have been the case. But, even when you have something like a red flag law, which of course are controversial on their own, they're only in effect in a handful of states, mostly blue states like New York and California. I believe it's about a dozen right now that have them. But even in places where you have them, I mean, both these shootings that you've been covering happened in states with red flag laws, with solvent bans, with basically every gun control measure that is in the list for what the gun control groups would like to see implemented everywhere. And these states, New York and California, get the highest grades possible from those groups. So at a certain point, obviously it becomes a question of how much do these laws help, and how preventable are these things all of the time? Because again, even if he had been red flagged, even if he had been involuntarily committed, but perhaps later released, he obviously was comfortable breaking dozens, hundreds of laws in carrying out this attack. So it's hard to say that he wouldn't have found a way to get a gun anyway, although I'm sure most people would agree that in a circumstance like this, where someone has made these kinds of threats, you want to make it as difficult as possible for them to pursue those threats.
Yeah. Stephen, just last point. I know it's been a very violent weekend there in Buffalo and, of course, in California with that church shooting that left one person killed. The Buffalo situation specifically, what struck out to you? We haven't spoken since then. I have covered a lot of mass shootings, unfortunately, and kind of the hallmarks are somewhat similar to ones we've seen before. There's somewhat of a rubric in place for these mass shooters, unfortunately. Did anything strike out to you?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I've read his manifesto for the purpose of covering this event and figuring out the details of what he did with his firearm and so forth. And it really is very similar to what you see from a lot of people who carry out these sorts of attacks. Is, racist screed. It's often contradictory. There's a lot of random issues that he says he's killing people in the name of, it, from environmentalism to anti-Semitism to anti-pornography to just the list goes on, and often he's saying things that are very contradictory, which is exactly, of course, what you would expect from somebody who might carry out something like this. Obviously, the throughput is a racist view of carrying out an act of terror, but there really isn't anything particularly remarkable about this guy when you look at him in the context of these other shooters. But it's just another horrific attack that I think we would all like to try and solve. The question is how you do that and what compromises you're willing to make to get to that end goal. And obviously, people have different views on that, for sure.
All right, Stephen Gutowski, we'll leave it at that. As always, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
All right, some really great insight there from firearms expert Stephen Gutowski, speaking with our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. And unfortunately, the Buffalo mass shooting was not the only major shooting from over the weekend that we've been following here on our show. Police in Orange County, California, now saying the suspected church shooter was politically motivated. They identified the man accused of orchestrating the deadly shooting in Laguna Woods Sunday as David Chu. This is his mugshot right here in front of you. They said he was possibly upset about political tensions between China and Taiwan and are calling the incident a, quote, politically motivated hate incident. Now, Chu, who is a 68-year-old Chinese American, allegedly killed at least one person and wounded 5 others after opening fire in a luncheon following a service at Geneva Presbyterian Church Sunday. Now, this was quite a remarkable story when it comes to the fact that members of the congregation here in these photos that were brought to our show just yesterday can be seen tackling the suspect to the ground. They were able to tie him up with extension cords and hold him down until deputies were able to arrive. Now, as we continue following this specific story, this incident happening on Sunday, our very own Fox 11 Los Angeles team spoke to the Orange County DA, who is very angry over this church shooting. He said it could have been far worse if it had not been for the heroic doctor who stepped in front of the gunman. That doctor tragically did end up losing his life. But let's listen into this segment from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team.
The charges the suspect will be facing. Here's Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer.
The suspect is eligible for life without the possibility of parole or death. The reason I was there is because at some point in time down the road, I will have to determine as a district attorney whether or not we will be seeking death.
All right, let's now bring in the district attorney himself and, of course, Phil Schuman into this conversation. District Attorney Spitzer, thank you for being with us tonight. What an emotional couple of days it has been. Let's, in fact, start there. The heroism that we saw yesterday unfold. You talked about arriving to the scene yesterday, how gripping, how heart-wrenching that was. What stood out to you the most?
There was a cane on the table that was abandoned, and it signified to me that the individuals in that room, the elderly, were doing everything to flee the premises as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, those doors were all chained closed, and so they had nowhere to go. And they were literally locked down in that room. And but for the fact that Dr. Cheng, he was the youngest individual probably in that room, 40 years old, when he went over to subdue the subject, he was shot. That gun malfunctioned, and because of the malfunction, that was the only ability then the others had to grab onto the suspect. But for the fact that that gun jammed, I know that a lot more people would have died.
You talk about the charges. You mentioned the death penalty. Is there any reason why you wouldn't pursue the death penalty?
The death penalty is the most solemn punishment we have in society. And certainly that's not a judgment I'm going to be rushed into making. This is a very, very serious crime. And I'm looking at both the trauma and the impact to the victims. At the same time, I'm obligated and will consider his age, whether or not he had a criminal background, other mental issues that may have been going on. I mean, that's what you want from your district attorney. I'm responsible for balancing the interests of justice. And then you add on the layer, what do the victims want? What does the widow want? What does the mother, Dr. Cheng's mom, who was there as well, she just lost her son and she's a widow. She just lost her husband. So, you know, she may not want this trauma to go through this kind of proceeding. So I have to take all these factors into consideration.
Phil, out to you.
Well, we may be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here because the suspect hasn't yet come to court. But when you talk about the death penalty, and I listened closely to what you were saying today, we don't have a death penalty in California. There's a moratorium. We haven't executed anyone in 15 years. So I'm not sure why that was one of the first things you brought up.
Because I wanted people to understand, Phil, that he is eligible. Tomorrow we will be charging him. He will be arraigned. I mean, we're going to charge him with 1 count of murder with the use of a gun, 4 counts of attempted murder on the, 5 counts of attempted murder on the other individuals. The murder with the gun will be while he's lying in wait and plan the murder. That is a special circumstances case, a special circumstances murder. And so he's eligible for life without the possibility of parole or death. This is a death penalty case, Phil. I understand what the governor has done. He won't be the governor forever, but I also understand that the public has voted for to keep the death penalty. Look, I'm not here to argue the death penalty tonight, but tomorrow he will be charged, and we will go through the process of doing what's in the best interest of justice and the desire, and take into consideration the victims' concerns and what they would like to see as well.
Something that struck me watching you live today during the noon hour, we did bring that to our viewers live, and there you were side by side with the sheriff of Orange County. You had other people there representing, of course, from other parties. The point of what I'm trying to make here is there was such a unified front, something that you wouldn't necessarily see in Los Angeles County. So when you're working a case like you are on this one, how important is it to have that unified front?
I'm literally doing this interview right now from Christ Our Redeemer Church in Irvine. We just had a prayer vigil, bipartisan, with pastors of all denominations. Mayor Farrakhan, the Democratic mayor of Irvine, is here. The sheriff is here. I mean, look, this is about a community coming together. This isn't about partisanship. At the end of the day, I've been doing this work of being a government leader for 30 years. Our job is to protect the public and to make sure we're safe. Everybody, irrespective of party or ethnicity or race or sexual orientation, everybody deserves to be safe. And we are grieving tonight because of the loss of Dr. Cheng. We're celebrating the heroism, but I offered a prayer tonight to say, listen, we need to pray for those individuals also who are shot. And we have a lot of people who are going to be going through some very, very serious recovery, and we want to make sure that they heal and get better.
And lastly, if Dr. Cheng hadn't been there, if he hadn't rushed that gunman, how much worse would this situation have been?
Oh, I can tell you, there was at least, I think, 15 magazines fully loaded of 9mm. There were 2 9mm weapons recovered. He had explosive devices. He had locked the doors. He was ready to engage in a war. If that gun had not malfunctioned after he shot Dr. Cheng, I do not believe that he would have been subdued. I believe that he would have overcome everybody with force. His goal, in my opinion, and it's still early in our investigation, but it's my opinion tonight that he would have slaughtered everybody in that room, and then he probably would have set the church on fire.
Wow. Quite something. Thank you very much for taking a few minutes to join us in the midst of that service. And please pass on our love to everybody in Orange County that is mourning tonight. DA Todd Spitzer, thank you.
All right, everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the very latest on some medical headlines making news across our nation this morning. The FDA officially giving the green light for Pfizer's booster shot to be given to younger kids for the first time. And doctors say it could be a game changer as COVID cases are ramping up again. We're also going to be getting the latest when it comes to the baby formula shortage. Parents across the country demanding answers from the Biden administration as they struggle to feed their children. Stay with us for those stories here on Live Now from Fox. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, May 18th. As promised, before that quick commercial break, we're going to get into some major medical headlines that we are following this morning. The FDA yesterday officially giving the green light for Pfizer's booster shot to be given to younger kids for the first time. And doctors say that this could be a game changer as COVID-19 cases are continuing to ramp up again. So Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan is bringing us the latest from Atlanta, Georgia this morning.
It's welcome news for parents across the country. The FDA officially granting authorization to give Pfizer's booster shot to children ages 5 to 11. Next up, the CDC, which is expected to approve the child-sized doses at a meeting on Thursday, meaning shots could start going into arms as soon as this weekend. Doctors and health officials say it's a big step forward as the new surge ramps up.
If you don't have the booster, your protection against Omicron goes way down. You have an 80% protection against hospitalization and death if you are boosted.
Here in the U.S., we're averaging more than 96,000 new cases every day. That's an 81% increase from this same time last month. Hospitalizations are also starting to creep up, especially in the Northeast and Midwest. But there's still little talk about reinstating COVID mandates on either the state or federal level, with health officials focusing on vaccination, not mitigation.
I don't see the need of lockdown in the future unless something really very, very unusual happens. And the reason is that what we really need to do is we need to get our population vaccinated.
Those officials also warn we will soon run out of free vaccines and therapies if Congress does not appropriate more money. And the lack of funding could also force some hospitals to close their doors.
Healthcare's a business. And so we weren't able to do a lot of the surgeries and the outpatient procedures that we wanted to do.
Still no word on when the Senate will vote on a $10 billion COVID funding bill. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Steve Harrigan for that report. Meanwhile, we are heading out live right now to Washington, D.C. over the White House. Only 5:43 a.m. here on the East Coast. You can see the sun beginning to rise. Parents across the country are continuing to demand answers from the Biden administration and the White House as they struggle to feed their babies. It's something that we've been following for weeks now, this baby formula shortage. So let's get the very latest on how the White House is responding from Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy.
I understand how stressful it is for parents trying to find a formula to feed their children.
Now some is being flown in from Switzerland and the Netherlands. A rep for Nestle says both products were already being imported, so we were able to act quickly. We moved shipments up and rushed via air to help fill immediate needs. In some places with empty shelves, lawmakers warn of rip-offs.
There's gouging going on. People are taking formula that costs $10 a can and raising the price to $40 because they can. That's sickening.
And there are bipartisan calls for accountability.
He ought to call in the top 10 people at the FDA, and he ought to say, number one, what happened, and give them about 20 minutes to explain what happened. And then the president ought to turn to the top 10 people at the FDA, and he ought to say, you have 10 days to fix it.
Charges could soon follow, according to Speaker Pelosi.
I'm not associating my colleagues with what I'm going to say right now. I'm just saying it myself. I think there might be a need for indictment.
House planners don't share the same sense of urgency as Speaker Pelosi. They are scheduling a hearing on all this for next week. President Biden's remarks on this today were pre-recorded yesterday. Nothing about formula today from the president, despite taking the mic multiple times. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
Meanwhile, while the U.S. is likely months away from seeing more baby formula on the shelves in stores across the country, one specific company is looking to help fill that gap in the meantime. This is something that Fox Business Network's Lydia Hu is following this morning for us.
This company is an example of opportunity meets preparation. It's called By Heart, and it launched its baby formula in March. Now, during this national baby formula shortage, we've learned about the fragility of the baby formula supply chain, where only 4 manufacturers make up nearly all of the market. Abbott Nutrition's market share for baby formula exceeds 40%. Why is that? Well, it's very expensive and difficult to enter the market. The processing conditions must meet very strict sanitation and nutrition standards. But even in the face of these hurdles, By Heart's founders pursued development for 5 years. They acquired their own manufacturing facility in Pennsylvania and completed clinical trials, and they are now the first formula maker in 15 years to be registered with the FDA. When I got to talk to the CEO, I asked him, what does he think of this baby formula shortage?
First of all, that's unfathomable, right? This is sole source nutrition for babies. What we didn't realize is 5 years later, how important that decision to really vertically integrate and own our entire supply chain would be in enabling us to be part of a solution now to this national crisis.
Of course, now there is huge demand for By Heart's products. They sell direct to consumer on their website, and By Heart says just last week it took on 3 months worth of new customers. Now they have to temporarily pause accepting new customers so they can evaluate pace and scale, but they are ramping up production, aiming to take on new customers soon. Reporting from New York, Lydia Hu, Fox Business.
All right, everyone. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. Here is a live now look over the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. When we come back, we're going to bring you the latest developments as the Russian invasion into Ukraine has officially entered day 84. We've got the United States inching closer to providing Ukraine with a $40 billion relief package. And with the war entering a new phase, we also have Sweden and Finland moving ahead with their bids to join NATO. When we come back, we're going to hear from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, as he did address this just yesterday. And then we're also going to get the very latest from on the ground there in Ukraine. We're continuing to monitor evacuation efforts from that Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. You can actually see here any moment now we are expecting a live update from the Mariupol mayor. Now, these have been dubbed in English when we've taken them in the past. So when we do get this, we will likely be streaming it for you live, raw, and unfiltered. Don't go anywhere. We'll have the latest on the war in Ukraine when you come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. The U.S. is inching closer to providing Ukraine with a $40 billion relief package. And with this war entering a new phase, we are officially in day 84. Sweden and Finland are also moving ahead with their bids to join NATO. So to get us all up to speed on the nuts and bolts of what's going on when it comes to the war in Ukraine, let's get the latest report from Fox's Caroline Shively. She's in Washington with all the details.
In a major setback for Ukraine's military, more than 260 of its soldiers abandoned a steel plant in Mariupol Monday after agreeing to a negotiated surrender with Russian forces. The fighters had withstood brutal attacks for weeks, but this video released by Russian state TV on Tuesday showed the defeated Ukrainians leaving the plant, many of them taken out on stretchers.
Soldiers that continued to resist there did so bravely and skillfully.
The Senate is expected to pass a $40 billion aid package for Ukraine this week.
The need is clear for this Congress to act decisively, to act now.
11 GOP senators and 57 House Republicans voted against the bill, saying the money would be better spent at home or not at all.
Isn't there a more fiscally responsible way this could be done?
But Republican leaders are backing the measure.
America's decision to support Ukraine is not some frivolous act of charity. It serves our own national security and strategic interests for international borders to continue to actually mean something.
In a move sure to anger Russia, Sweden and Finland are both pushing ahead in their bids to join NATO. President Biden is set to host the leaders of both countries at the White House on Thursday. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Meanwhile, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said just yesterday that the military alliance stands ready to seize a historic moment and move quickly on allowing Finland and Sweden to join its ranks after the two countries submitted their membership requests officially this week. So we actually do want to bring you a couple of minutes of remarks from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. We've got a little less than 5 minutes of them, and this is a very crucial step when it comes to the advancement of the war in Ukraine and how surrounding nations are reacting. So let's listen in here for just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. Sorry, guys. This whole meeting was about 15 minutes long, and we were able to clip it for you, but it looks like we got way too much time of them just waiting at the door for Jens Stoltenberg. So here's him entering. Let's listen to it.
Ambassadors, dear Klaus, dear Axel, dear friends, good morning. This is a good day at a critical moment for our security. Thank you so much for handing over the applications for Finland's and Sweden's membership in NATO. Every nation has the right to choose its own path. You have both made your choice after thorough democratic processes. And I warmly welcome the requests by Finland and Sweden to join NATO. You are our closest partners, and your membership in NATO would increase our shared security. The applications you have made today are an historic step. Allies will now consider the next steps on their path to NATO. The security interests of all allies have to be taken into account, and we are determined to work through all issues and reach rapid conclusions. Over the past few days, we have seen numerous statements by allies committing to Finland and Sweden's security. NATO is already vigilant in the Baltic Sea region, and NATO and allies forces will continue to adapt as necessary. All allies agree on the importance of NATO enlargement. We all agree that we must stand together, and we all agree that this is an historic moment which we must seize. So thank you. It's great to see you both. So please.
All right, some brief remarks there from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg saying that the military alliance stands ready to seize this historic moment and move quickly on allowing Finland and Sweden to join its ranks after the two countries officially submitted their membership request that he is holding in his hands right there in front of you. Now, the official applications have really set a security clock ticking when it comes to the fact that Russia, whose war on Ukraine has spurred the two countries to join the military organization, has warned that it wouldn't welcome such a move and could respond. But as you heard NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, he said, "I warmly welcome the request by Finland and Sweden to join NATO. You are our closest partners." So wanted to bring you these brief remarks here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, as Sweden and Finland move another step closer to joining NATO, this is all coming as Ukrainian officials are working to evacuate more defenders trapped in a besieged steel plant in Mariupol. So we've had Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst out there on the ground in Ukraine since this invasion has began. So let's get the very latest from him here on Live Now from Fox.
Ukraine mounted efforts today to remove more fighters from the Azovstal plant. On Monday, after weeks of being holed up inside dark tunnels, some 260 fighters were evacuated from the steel mill. Moscow calling the operation in Mariupol a mass surrender. Ukrainian officials praised the defenders, saying they changed the course of the war.
Thanks to the defense put up by the Mariupol defenders, the enemy was prevented from the redeployment of its groups. The enemy was not able to redeploy them into other regions.
The Donbas region continues to face heavy fire, but Russia's military campaign has suffered elsewhere, with troops being forced to retreat from Kharkiv. And today, the International Criminal Court announced its largest probe ever into war crimes committed by Russian forces in Ukraine.
Mariupol aside, the fighting still goes on in the Donbass. There's a lot of back and forth. It's a very, as we say at the Pentagon, it's a kinetic fight.
Meanwhile, Moscow is facing more diplomatic setbacks. Today, Sweden signed a formal request to join NATO, while Finland's parliament voted overwhelmingly in favor of joining the alliance. Both countries will submit their applications on Wednesday. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov downplayed the move.
Finland, Sweden, as well as other neutral countries have been participating in NATO military exercises for many years.
The White House will host the leaders from Finland and Sweden on Thursday. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, May 18th. Everyone, thank you so much for starting off your morning with us. We are actually bringing you a live now look over the sun rising in Buffalo, New York. It has been an emotional, somber last couple of days since that mass shooting at the top supermarket there on Saturday. We actually did have President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden paying their respects at a memorial in front of the supermarket before they did meet with victims, with survivors and families of those who lost their lives in this attack that is being investigated as a racially charged attack. We also did have some remarks from President Biden as he addressed white supremacy, and we are going to be bringing it to you a little bit later here in our broadcast. Meanwhile, other top stories that we are following here this morning for you on our broadcast, we are monitoring the latest when it comes to gas prices in the United States, officially hitting a new high, a national average now sitting at $4.57 per gallon. We're also monitoring the very latest when it comes to the results coming in for the 2022 primary midterm elections. We've got some winners being declared, or I should say bids being declared in races in two key swing states, Pennsylvania and North Carolina. We're going to bring you those in just a little bit. And then we're also monitoring the very latest when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Finland and Sweden both officially applying for NATO, joining the military, or applying to join the military alliance. And this is all as we are monitoring evacuations from a besieged steel plant in the city of Mariupol. We are live and worldwide this morning, actually in Mariupol, as we are getting this update coming into our desk right now from the Mariupol mayor. Now, these have been dubbed in English in the past, so we're going to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered to start the top of the 6 o'clock Eastern time hour here on Live Now from Fox.
Бійців. Яка зараз ситуація в місті?
Ситуація, ми знаємо, що була, є і залишається гуманітарна проблема в місті. В місті недостатньо їжі, в місті нема питної води, місто сьогодні живе без електропостачання, і місто сьогодні не має.
All right, everyone. So it does appear that this briefing is not dubbed in English. We're going to work to listen in and get some translations for you. But we did want to let you know that this is happening, and this is something that we are following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to get you the latest when it comes to the primary races that we are following here on our show. I do want to start, however, in the state of Pennsylvania first. And that is because we are learning this morning that Doug Mastriano has clinched victory in the Republican primary to take on Democrat Josh Shapiro for governor in Pennsylvania. Now, Mastriano defeated a 9-person Republican field, a state senator since 2019. He's faced fierce opposition from fellow Republicans.
We're going to restore the dream to Pennsylvania.
Too far right to win in a general election. Let's listen into some of what he had to say at this campaign event.
Never seen it before. We're going to go from number 3 in the nation, energy producer, to number 1. That's going to bring jobs here, life here, prosperity here. It's going to be a marvel to watch.
Now, several Republican members believed that Mastriano would fumble away an opportunity for the party to take over the battleground state's executive suit due to his inability to attract moderate voters. In 2020, Mastriano emerged as an unexpected rising force in right-wing politics. He became a key figure in former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn his 2020 presidential election loss, which earned him a subpoena by the Congressional Committee. Now, as a result, Democrats have portrayed Mastriano as an extremist, claiming his victory would be a win for what Donald Trump stands for. That's a direct quote from Democrats in Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, we're also following another race in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman winning the state's Democratic primary for U.S. Senate yesterday. The 52-year-old defeated U.S. Representative Connor Lamb and State Representative Malcolm Kenyatta, and he will now head to the general election in November, where he will face off against the winner of the Republican primary to replace retiring Senator Pat Toomey. Now, Fetterman's victory comes just days after he suffered a stroke. He says he is on his way to making a, quote, full recovery, but will stay in the hospital for a while longer. Now, on the Republican side, Donald Trump endorsed Dr. Mehmet Oz has divided conservatives who are typically in lockstep with Trump. Some are suspicious of the leanings of the celebrity heart surgeon who actually gained fame as a frequent guest on Oprah Winfrey's talk show a couple years ago. He has spent much of the campaign in a heated fight with former hedge fund CEO David McCormick, and that's allowed commentator Kathy Barnett to emerge in the final days of the primary as a conservative alternative to both Oz and McCormick. Now, former President Donald Trump, who has held his campaign-style rallies with Oz, insists that he is the best candidate to keep the Senate seat in Republican hands in the fall. So a very tight race that we are going to closely follow here with the help of our Fox 29 Philadelphia team and our Fox News correspondents out there in the state of Pennsylvania. However, I do want to head to another key swing state where we are following the races out in North Carolina. Republican U.S. Representative Ted Budd will face Democrat Sherry Beasley in North Carolina's Senate race after both easily clinched primary victories last night. Now, Budd had the endorsement of Donald Trump, and his victory is a boost for the former president, who is looking to reshape a new generation of Republicans. Now, Beasley, who is a former state Supreme Court justice, won her 11-candidate primary. If she prevails in November, she would actually be the state's first black senator. Meanwhile, also staying in North Carolina for another closely watched race, Representative Madison Cawthorn was projected to lose his primary in North Carolina last night, marking the end of a brief yet controversial tenure in the House that earned him critics on both sides of the aisle. So this is him speaking at an event. I'm actually going to raise the volume here for just a moment to let you listen in, and it does look like we already went past that video, so I'll just keep bringing you the latest information. Cawthorn's campaign actually confirmed earlier yesterday that he had already conceded to Edwards, who's right here in front of you. Edwards is 61 years old. He served in the state legislature since 2016 and has built a very staunch conservative brand by pushing measures to overhaul tax laws, enact a constitutional amendment for voter identification, and require county sheriffs to work with immigration enforcement agencies. Now, this also comes as Cawthorn has faced a lot of political difficulties that only continue to mount leading up to this race. He angered many of his fellow House Republicans earlier this year after he suggested in a podcast interview that his colleagues were doing questionable activities and even alleged drug use. He also had been the subject of a series of revelations, including a leaked nude video that he dismissed as blackmail. And then in two separate incidents this year, he was also cited for driving with a suspended license and attempting to take a gun through an airport security checkpoint. And in the most recent situation, he drew headlines for calling Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky a, quote, thug. So again, this is the very latest when it comes to what we know this morning on the 2022 primary races, specifically focusing on two major swing states, but we also had races in other states, including Idaho, Kentucky, and Oregon. So be sure to stick with us throughout the show as we bring you the very latest on the races, results coming in from last night after the polls closed. Meanwhile, I do want to shift some focus back to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I'm actually going to take you out to this gorgeous sunrise over the city of Tampa, Florida, because we've been continuing to monitor evacuations and the efforts happening at a besieged steel plant in Mariupol. Now, I do want to let you know that we do have the mayor of Mariupol speaking live. This is not dubbed in English, but like I said, we are going to work to get you some translations and get the latest information. However, in the meantime, we're going to head back out to Tampa, Florida. That is where our very own Fox 13 Tampa team is talking about Russia claiming victory in the battle for Mariupol. But as our Fox 13 Tampa team is reporting, they're looking into why the overall victory for Putin in Ukraine is still pretty far out of reach. So let's listen into this segment here on Live Now from Fox.
And I'm Linda Hurtado. Ukraine has lost the Battle of Mariupol. It's Russia's first major win in nearly 3 months of its invasion, but Russia is facing setbacks in other battles. And overall, the war is still locked in a stalemate. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, has the new assessments and a closer look at the situation in Mariupol. Craig?
Well, the situation in Mariupol is that there is no city there anymore. It's been effectively blown away at this point, and a health hazard for the survivors still there because Russia destroyed that city to create a land bridge in order to be able to run supplies and tanks from Russia into the land it previously annexed in Crimea. The Ukrainian troops in Mariupol were hopelessly outgunned and outnumbered. The remnants of the resistance hid in the tunnels of the steel factory for weeks, and the resistance in Mariupol finally fell Tuesday morning. More than 260 survivors were taken by Russia, more than 50 with serious injuries. Ukraine is hoping Russia will release them and has said they're trying to negotiate a prisoner swap.
Ukraine needs Ukrainian heroes alive. The operation to save the defenders of Mariupol has been started by our military intelligence. The work continues to return guys home.
But Russia may not go along with that based on statements from the Kremlin.
We hope for extraction. This is what we're fighting for. I don't see another way out for them.
Ukraine lost the Battle of Mariupol, but lasted much longer than expected. And like our Battle of the Alamo, it may help rally Ukraine in this war and be remembered long after. But in the meantime, Russia conquered a city with a pre-war population of 400,000 people by destroying it. Nearly 100% of all the buildings are destroyed or so damaged they'll need to be leveled. And the World Health Organization says the damage has mixed Mariupol's sewage water into its drinking water system. And it's warning of a potential cholera outbreak for those who remain. Military assessments show Russia wanted Mariupol not for what used to be this large city, but for the ground beneath it. Russia now has a land bridge from mainland Russia to Crimea, and the troop movements show it is already digging in to protect what it has seized. And with that, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult for the Ukrainian forces to take that territory back. It has already reclaimed territory, of course, outside the capital and outside of Kharkiv, the nation's second largest city, so it's not impossible. But given the lengths that Russia is already going to protect that territory, it speaks to how important it is geographically to Russia. And according to the latest assessments from ISW and elsewhere, this is how this war could ultimately end, with Russia annexing those territories, installing proxy governments in the meantime in order to maintain again that land connection. And then at that point, Russia could, as a face-saving way out of its failures elsewhere, declare victory along that route through southern Ukraine and then ultimately cede the rest. But those assessments say if it even goes in that direction, it could take several months for it to play out that way.
So, Craig, the Senate passed the $40 billion relief bill for Ukraine. Can the president sign it in time to avoid any disruptions in the shipments that are so important to Ukraine?
In all probability, yes. The deadline that was given to avoid disruption was May 16th. It's now May 17th. However, that date was not set in stone. It was a best estimate. And with that, it is highly probable that there won't be any disruptions, and certainly no major disruptions in the shipments of relief, humanitarian aid, and weapons to Ukraine.
All right. Craig Patrick, thank you.
All right, a big thanks to our Fox 13 Tampa team. And I'm just going to keep taking you out to this shot of Tampa, Florida right now. Only 6:15 a.m. here on the East Coast. But this sunrise is just, mwah, it is beautiful here to start off your Wednesday. But as we continue with some more coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I do want to shift focus to a story that our very own Fox News correspondent Steve Rappaport has more on from New York. Because despite Vladimir Putin's insistence that his war in Ukraine is about defeating neo-Nazis, Ukrainian Jews have felt especially vulnerable since the invasion began, but there's now an organization committed to bringing them out of the war zone and to a new homeland. So let's get the very latest from, again, Fox's Steve Rappaport this morning here on Live Now from Fox.
It's almost World War II deja vu. Jews fleeing a European country under siege. Since the war started, there's been concern about the status of vulnerable minority groups in Ukraine. But there's hope and a helping hand waiting for Jews who cross the border.
This is something that involved over 200 volunteers throughout the last 2 months since the war began.
Israeli aid groups have been dispatched to the region with a mission of bringing Ukrainian Jews home to the Jewish homeland, Israel.
The operations are definitely complex logistically, so it's definitely the biggest undertaking that we've had ever done thus far.
The Israeli government says overall it's welcomed about 26,000 refugees so far, and United Hatzalah, an all-volunteer first responder force, is going one step further, conducting operations inside the war zone.
Teams of specially trained medical officers who also have military training who went into Ukraine to rescue people who were suffering from illnesses, from injuries.
The Israeli government also approved millions of dollars to handle the influx of Jews hoping to start a new chapter after months of intense fighting.
The amount of human tragedy that's taken place in the conflict is something that's very, very difficult to fathom. The only really good answer for human tragedy is acts of loving kindness.
An estimated 200,000 Ukrainians are eligible for Israeli citizenship under the law of return, which applies to anyone who can prove they have at least one Jewish grandparent. In New York, Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Steve Rappaport for that report. We are going from New York out to Washington, D.C. The sun continuing to rise over the Capitol building. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we brought it to you right here on our show yesterday, live, raw, and unfiltered, a highly anticipated congressional hearing on UFOs. It was actually the first one in nearly 50 years. Congress hadn't held something like that since basically the 1960s. We heard testimony from top defense and military officials. So when we come back, we'll bring you the nuts and bolts of what was brought up in that hearing, a new video of UFOs being released, and then we'll have some continued analysis from our own Live Now from Fox team, as well as our owned and operated stations across the country. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 6:20 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are out in Washington, D.C. because, like I mentioned before that quick break, it was something that we brought you right here live, raw, and in its entirety just yesterday on our show. A highly anticipated congressional hearing taking place on UFOs yesterday. Lawmakers getting a chance to question Pentagon officials about what the U.S. knows about various encounters with unidentified flying objects. So Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has all the details and what we saw yesterday inside of the Capitol building in this hearing from Washington this morning.
Videos of UFOs shown at this congressional hearing Tuesday seem straight out of a science fiction movie.
U.S. Navy personnel recorded what appears to be triangles, some flashing, recorded several years ago, off the coast of the United States.
But Pentagon officials told the committee the danger of unidentified aerial phenomena is very real for military aircraft and potentially national security.
Because UAPs pose potential flight safety and general security risk, we are committed to a focused effort to determine their origins.
It's rotated. An intelligence report released last year counted 144 sightings of flying objects that U.S. officials couldn't identify, including this one taken from an F-18 that shows a spherical shape zing past.
And is this one of the phenomena that we can't explain?
I do not have an explanation for what this specific object is.
Some sightings have been reported near military bases, raising the possibility they could be aircraft powered by secret technology from Russia, China, or another foreign adversary.
It's not about finding alien spacecraft, but about delivering dominant intelligence across the tactical, operational, and strategic spectrum.
After this public hearing, members entered a closed session saying some of their investigation needs to remain classified to protect national security. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And from Washington, D.C. to the West Coast right now, only 3:22 a.m. out in California. Here's a live now look over a camera we have near the Santa Monica Pier. We're actually heading to the state of California to continue some conversation on this topic. Our Fox 11 Los Angeles team doing this special report, digging deeper into that hearing, because yesterday's testimony revealed 400 unexplained incidents, 11 of them serious enough to be categorized as near misses, where military aircraft just barely brushed past the UFOs without colliding. So let's listen into some of the analyzation from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team here this morning.
Report from last year, which revealed more than 140 encounters from 2004 to 2021. Well, that report fell short of saying what exactly those encounters were. So what did the hearings reveal today?
This is the third version of this task force in DOD, and civil society groups like the Mutual UFO Network, Mr. Corbell and others have been collecting data on this issue for years. I hope you'll explain.
All right, you heard the name Mr. Corbell there. You were name dropped. There he is. Let's bring in UFO documentary filmmaker Jeremy Corbell. This is your specialty. You've been working on this for years now. Thank you for being with us today on such a big day. This is for you. And can we say the UFO community?
Absolutely, the UFO community, yeah.
Okay, so what is the biggest revelation you think from today's hearings?
First of all, UFOs are not a matter of belief. That's a data-poor perspective, and this is a data-rich environment. So if you look at it this way, every day human knowledge expands, and that's what we're seeing today. Today was this landmark moment. It was a moment a lot of people were asking for, and representative government came forward and offered this. It's the first time in 50 years that we've had open congressional hearings on the subject of UFOs. And not only that, today there was a pressure that was put on our intelligence agencies and our Department of Defense to fess up about what they know. And what they know is that UFOs are real, that they're physical objects, that they are advanced craft, that they outpace, outmaneuver, and outperform any of our war technology. So they showed new footage today, actually. They showed new footage. So that is a symbol or a sign of UFO transparency. We're living in a different world. We're now living in a world, your children are going to grow up, and the UFO mystery, the scientific community is going to look at this. Today showed that the American people want the truth and that our representative government is fighting for us. They're going to bat.
So there was both open testimony and then there was behind the scenes classified testimony. Let's put up on the screen this. Today's testimony revealed some 400 unexplained incidents, 11 of them serious enough to be categorized as near misses, where military aircraft just barely bruised past UFOs without colliding. The Pentagon has not ruled out the possibility that these incidents could be connected to extraterrestrial life. That's quite something.
Right. And so you mentioned, and it's really interesting, the closed testimony. So because this is a national security issue, because we have machines of unknown origin with extreme capability, we've ruled out that it's our black technology, our dark secret technology. And additionally, It's ruled out to a high degree that this is any other technological nation that we know of. So that is a national security issue. If we don't know who's operating these craft, who made them, where are they from, and then also what the intent is. So the closed door briefing, that's where the things that would be a problem for national security to speak about had to be done. However, I am highly hopeful that this is the beginning, this is the start. There will be, mark my words, there will be more open congressional briefings, and they will bring in people who directly engaged these UFOs for the United States military, possibly even fired upon them.
Well, we're putting up there on the screen right now, the screen, stigma has gotten in the way of good intelligence because not everyone believes. So you started off this interview saying that this isn't a matter of belief, but you certainly know that there are still the non-believers. There are skeptics out there. So how do you change that? And one of the things is, why haven't more pilots come forward?
So that's the thing. They have, like, I could be skeptical of bacteria until I get a microscope. And here's the deal. Our technology is becoming so sophisticated. It's not just somebody saying, like a pilot saying they saw it. It's tracked on ground radar, air radar, collective AI, artificial intelligence radar that connects all the pilots together. It's on thermal imagery. It's on infrared. It's on normal photos. So you've got all this corroborative video evidence. And this is some of what I released with my mentor in journalism, George Knapp. We did that just about a year ago. And that's kind of what they were talking about in these hearings. And to your point, it was stated by Representative Carson, when he put this together, he's my new hero. He said, we want to reduce stigma. That's what this hearing is about. Now, why did he say that? It's because I should be obsolete. People like me, where military individuals come to me and have to leak me footage because they can't push it up through the chain of command and get it to where it needs to go. And additionally, the people where it needs to go, they also want it. So if I do my job right, I'll be out of a job because that line directly of information, that should be healed. You know, that should be put back together so we can work as a single unit. Now, the other aspect of the hearing was what you said. Secrecy, it can serve as an obstacle for solving this UFO mystery.
Okay, well, you've certainly done your job well because you have a lot of people who follow you. So tell our viewers why they should follow you on Twitter and Instagram.
Well, actually, that's where I have dropped all of the new UFO footage. When I obtain it, I vet it, I make sure it's not a problem with national security. I drop it on my Instagram and my Twitter. So I would follow it because that is the way you're going to see it first. And it's everything's at Jeremy Corbell.
And the website is extraordinarybeliefs.com. Jeremy, congratulations on a big day. And you've got quite the impressive safe behind you, by the way.
You know, all good secrets, they're kept under lock and key. But I do want to say it was everybody. It was UFO Twitter. It was George Knapp. It was Lou Elizondo. All these people, UFO Twitter, the masses came together and said, we want to know the truth. And that's what we've begun today.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on our air and helping us make sense of all of this today.
Thank you for covering it, as always.
Yeah.
We'll be right back with more on the Fox 7 News special.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, officially 6:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. When we come back, we are going to shift our focus back to a major story that we have been following since the mass shooting at a Buffalo supermarket happened on Saturday. President Biden delivering a very emotional speech just yesterday, addressing white supremacy, calling it a poison and urging all Americans to reject racist ideologies that some fear are gaining traction in the United States and that apparently prompted Saturday's massacre in this predominantly black neighborhood. You could see he and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden paying respects to the victims at a makeshift memorial outside of the Top supermarket where this all happened. They also met with victims and survivors. So when you come back, we are going to bring you that full address from President Biden just yesterday.
manifesting gunmen who massacred innocent people in the name of hateful and perverse ideology rooted in fear and racism. It's taken so much. 10 lives cut short in a grocery store. Three other wounded by a hate-filled individual who had driven 200 miles from Binghamton in that range to carry out a murderous, racist rampage that he would live stream to the world. What happened here is simple and straightforward. Terrorism. Terrorism. Domestic terrorism. Violence inflicted in the service of hate and the vicious thirst for power that defines one group of people being inherently inferior to any other group. A hate that through the media and politics, the internet, has radicalized, angry, alienated, lost, and isolated individuals into falsely believing that they will be replaced, that's the word, replaced, by the other, by people who don't look like them, and who are, therefore, in a perverse ideology that they possess and being fed lesser beings. I and all of you reject the lie. I call on all Americans to reject the lie. And I condemn those who spread the lie for power, political gain, and for profit. That's what it is. We've now seen too many times the deadly and destructive violence this ideology unleashes. We heard the chants, "You will not replace us," in Charlottesville, Virginia. I wasn't going to run, as the senator knows, again for president. But when I saw those people coming out of the woods of the fields in Virginia, in Charlottesville, carrying torches, shouting, "You will not replace us," accompanied by white supremacists and carrying Nazi banners, that's when I said, no. No. And I, honest to God, those who know me, Chuck, you know I wasn't going to run for certain. But I was going to be darned if I was going to let anyway. I'm going to get going. Look, we've seen the mass shootings in Charleston, South Carolina, El Paso, Texas, and Pittsburgh, last year in Atlanta, this week in Dallas, Texas, and now in Buffalo, New York. White supremacy is a poison. It's a poison running through our, it really is. Running through our body politic. And it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more. I mean, no more. We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America. None. And look, failure for us to not say that, failure in saying that is going to be complicity. Silence is complicity. It's complicity. We cannot remain silent. Our nation's strength has always come from the idea. It's going to sound corny, but think about it. What's the idea of our nation? That we're all children of God. All life, liberty, our universal goods, gifts of God. We didn't get it from a government. We got it from because we exist. We're called upon to defend them. The venom of the haters and their weapons of war, the violence and the words and deeds that stalk our streets, our stores, our schools. This venom, this violence cannot be the story of our time. We cannot allow that to happen. Look, I'm not naive. I know tragedy will come again. It cannot be forever overcome. It cannot be fully understood either. But there are certain things we can do. We can keep assault weapons off our streets. We've done it before. I did it when we passed the crime bill last time, and violence went down, shootings went down. You can't prevent people from being radicalized to violence, but we can address the relentless exploitation of the internet to recruit and mobilize terrorism. We just need to have the courage to do that, to stand up. Look, the American experiment in democracy is in a danger like it hasn't been in my lifetime. It's in danger this hour. Hate and fear are being given too much oxygen by those who pretend to love America, but who don't understand America. To confront the ideology of hate requires caring about all people, not making distinctions. Reverend, the scripture is seeing that we're all part of the divine. Love thy neighbor as thyself. That's the America I know, that Jill knows. And most deserve the most, look, we're the most multiracial, most dynamic nation in the history of the world. Now's the time for the people of all races, from every background, to speak up as a majority in America and reject white supremacy. These actions we've seen in these hate-filled attacks represent the views of a hate-filled minority. We can't allow them to distort America, the real America. We can't allow them to destroy the soul of the nation. As President of the United States, I travel the world all the time. And other nations ask me, heads of state in other countries, ask me, what's going on? What in God's name happened on January 6th? What happened in Buffalo? What happened? They'll ask. We have to refuse to live in a country where black people going about a weekly grocery shopping can be gunned down by weapons of war deployed in a racist cause. We have to refuse to live in a country where fear and lies are packaged for power and for profit. We must all enlist in this great cause of America. This is work that requires all of us, presidents, politicians, commentators, citizens. None of us can stay in the sidelines. We have to resolve that here in Buffalo, that from the tragedy, this tragedy will come hope and light and life. It has to. And that on our watch, the sacred cause of America will never bow, never break, never bend. And the American we love, the one we love, will endure. So to the families, from your pain, may we find purpose to live life worthy of the loved ones you lost. From a hymn based on the 91st Psalm that's sung in my church. May he raise you up on eagle's wings and bear you on the breath of dawn, make you to shine like the sun, and hold you in the palm of his hand. That's my wish for us. We can do this if we resolve to do it. If we take on the haters and those who don't even care, it's just about profit and politics. May the soul of the fallen rest in peace and rise in glory. And may God guide the United States of America, now and always. To the families, as my grandpop used to say when I walked out of his home in Scranton, he'd say, Joey, spread the faith. And my grandma would yell, no, Joey. He'd say, keep the faith. And my grandma would say, no, Joey, spread the faith. We're thinking of you. Hold on to each other tightly. Stick together. You'll get through this. And we'll make Buffalo and the United States a better place to live than it is today.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. I am your host, Gabrielle Amato. It is 6:42 here on the East Coast, and we were just listening back into the remarks that President Joe Biden made after a visit to Buffalo, New York. We all know what happened there over the weekend when an 18-year-old gunman opened fire at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, killing 10 innocent people and injuring 3 others. President Joe Biden Biden and the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, visited not only a memorial outside of that Tops supermarket where this horrific incident occurred, but also spoke directly with the victims' families, with community leaders in Buffalo before ultimately making this remark and these remarks that we just heard, an attempt to unify the country after a weekend where we saw violence, not only in Buffalo, but we brought you the very latest also out of California. So that is the latest update from the President of the United States. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories. And we do want to let you know that we are just under 10 minutes. Actually, we're about 15 minutes away, to be completely accurate, 15 minutes away from a SpaceX launch that we will be bringing you live, raw, and unfiltered here just before the 7 o'clock hour, so you won't want to miss that. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is just past the 6:45 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. And we do want to get you out the door this morning with a look at all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Wednesday morning. We will take you out to our triple box view as we are taking a look not only at the White House this morning, but also at Capitol Hill and also at those gas prices, because this is a big story that we are going to continue to monitor all morning long. We can report to you all joining us this morning that gas prices have hit a new record high. The national average for a gallon of regular gas has hit $4.57. Later on this morning, we'll be touching base, and throughout the day, really, we'll be touching base with our Fox Business team to get the very latest on why these numbers continue to soar and what it could mean for all of you tuning in. This price comes as the European Union edges toward oil sanctions on Russia. Obviously, all of this amid the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as that has also hit day 84. It also comes amid record high inflation, with the consumer price index reaching 8.3% in April, hovering very close to that 40-year high that we saw back in March. We also are taking a live look at the White House this morning because we can report quite a bit of big news here this morning. Both Finland and Sweden have both officially sent in their applications to join NATO. We'll bring you those images coming in live into our newsroom earlier this morning of NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg actually physically receiving those applications from both Finland and Sweden. We can report to you all also that the Finnish president and the Swedish prime minister both are due to travel to the nation's capital on Thursday, so tomorrow, to meet with U.S. President Joe Biden for talks on their country's applications and European security more broadly. So we'll, of course, bring you that visit in full tomorrow. But we did want to bring you this latest news in what is a historic moment when it comes to NATO and the security in Europe. All of this amid the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We also, of course, are monitoring the very latest when it comes to the 2022 midterm primaries. We can, of course, report to you all that polls have closed in 5 states after voters took to those polls yesterday. This includes 2 key battleground states, Pennsylvania and North Carolina. But 5 states actually held primaries on Tuesday in total. Idaho, Kentucky, and Oregon were the other 3, along with North Carolina and Pennsylvania. So we are going to walk you through all of those results that are pouring into our newsroom, and also touch base with our reporters on the ground who have been covering these elections for us. We do want to get you first and foremost up to speed on the very latest when it does come to those midterm elections. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader has more this morning on some of the surprising results. So let's take a listen.
Biggest primary day for the 2022 midterms so far, and one of the most important races is still too close to call.
What else would you expect? Everything about this campaign has been tight.
Celebrity heart surgeon Mehmet Oz with the understatement of the night. His race for an open U.S. Senate seat in Pennsylvania is still too close to call this morning, and he is separated from rival Republican Dave McCormick by just a fraction of a percent.
We're not going to have resolution tonight, but we can see the path ahead.
McCormick hopes he holds an advantage in mail-in votes, some of which haven't been counted yet. The process slowed down after a ballot printing error. And tonight's odd developments don't stop there.
My husband, John Fetterman, is not in the room tonight.
John Fetterman, who easily won the Democratic nomination for Senate in Pennsylvania, had a stroke on Friday. He's recovering and couldn't attend his own victory party, but the far-left Democrat knocked out moderate Connor Lamb, who was supported by some of the state's Democratic establishment.
Do we love President Trump, Pennsylvania?
Many saw this night as a test for former President Trump's influence in the GOP, and it was a mixed night for him. Trump backed Oz in Pennsylvania, where the jury is still out. His candidate for Pennsylvania governor won his nominating contest, and so did the Trump-backed Senate candidate in North Carolina. But 26-year-old North Carolina Congressman Madison Cawthorn lost last night, despite Trump's backing, after trying to weather a storm of controversies through his first term in Congress. And we are now in the thick of primary season. There are 4 more states holding contests next week. In Washington, Doug Lazader, Fox News.
And thank you to Doug for that report. As promised, we here on Live Now from Fox, we head out live to any event happening not only stateside, but worldwide. And we're actually heading quite literally into space this morning as well. SpaceX is planning to launch 53 more Starlink internet satellites and land the returning rocket on a ship at sea. All of this is happening right now live as we speak. SpaceX does produce some really cool launches where they actually have a reporter who is walking you through everything that you are hearing and seeing on your screen. So we do want to send you out live, and let's listen in.
Confirmed deployment over Starlink satellites via SpaceX's social channels, but we'll also leave the mission audio live on our YouTube channel if you'd like to follow along through payload deploy. If for some reason we don't launch today, we do have a backup opportunity on Thursday, May 19th at 6:38 a.m. Eastern Time. For our new viewers out there, Starlink is a constellation of satellites that can provide high-speed, low-latency internet all over the globe, particularly in remote areas where connectivity is limited or completely unavailable. And the rocket that you see on your screen there will be taking additional satellites to space in order to grow our constellation and expand our coverage. Now with that, let's get to know a little bit more about Falcon 9 and the launch pad that we're lifting off from today. Located in Merritt Island, Florida, Launch Complex 39A, or LC-39A, was originally designed to launch NASA astronauts on Saturn V vehicles. In 1967, Launch Complex 39A supported its first mission, launching the uncrewed Apollo 4 spacecraft, as well as the first Saturn V launch. Later, Pad 39A was remodeled to support the space shuttle. In addition to the first 24 space shuttle flights, this launch pad also supported the final shuttle flights until the fleet was retired in July of 2011. In May of 2013, NASA announced the opportunity to lease Launch Complex 39A, and we signed the lease in 2014. Now, 8 years later, we're well on our way to launch our 49th mission off 39A and our 48th mission of Starlink overall in just a few minutes from now. Now, the vehicle that you see on your screen is our Falcon 9 rocket, and the Starlink satellites are housed in the very top of the vehicle, and that's what you see on your screen. That's a structure called the fairing. Now, the job of the fairing is to protect the Starlink satellites until we reach the vacuum of space. But at that point, we no longer need the fairing, so we will jettison the fairing halves and attempt to retrieve them once they return back to Earth. Both the fairing halves protecting our Starlink satellites today will be flying for the third time on this mission. And below the fairing, we have the second stage. Now that's that shorter white stage above the black inner stage that houses our Merlin vacuum engine. After the first and second stages separate about 2.5 minutes into the flight, the second stage will ignite its single Merlin vacuum engine to carry the payload to its desired orbit. And last but not least, we have the first stage, also referred to as the booster. This portion of the rocket makes up over 60% of the entire length of the Falcon 9 vehicle. Now, as the name of the vehicle suggests, Falcon 9, attached to the bottom of the first stage are 9 Merlin M1D engines that accelerate the vehicle through the Earth's atmosphere and into various orbits in space. The dark soot that you see around the lower part of the first stage are remnants from its previous launches. For this particular booster, it has experience supporting both Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy missions. It supported Cosmos SkyMed and a Starlink mission, as well as supporting STP-2 and Arabsat 6A as a Falcon Heavy side booster. Now, what you can see on your screen there is our drone ship, a shortfall of Gravitas. It's currently using its 4 thrusters to maintain position in the Atlantic Ocean. And the first stage will be, once it separates from the second stage, we will be attempting to recover the first stage for a 5th time on our drone ship, a shortfall of Gravitas. We've got a great view there, too. Now you can see on your screen, there are those clamp arms just below the fairing opening up. Those clamp arms are attached to the transporter erector, that structure next to the vehicle. And it looks like the clamp arms have completed opening up, so we should see the transporter erector start to move. And there you can see it on your screen. It's slow and slight, but the transporter erector is now moving away from the vehicle just slightly. And at liftoff, it will move even further away to clear the way as Falcon 9 lifts off. And there you can see it. Pretty cool close-up view of that transporter erector retracting back. We're coming up on prop load completion on the
Stage 1, LOX load complete.
And great timing. We got that call out that LOX load is complete on the first stage. That concludes prop load for first stage. Second stage will be wrapping up around the T-2 minute mark. And we always try to load the LOX as close to T0 as possible That allows us to keep the liquid oxygen as cold as possible, as dense as possible, so that we can load as much of it as possible into the vehicles. Again, first stage LOX load has already concluded. We're coming up here in about 15 seconds or so on second stage LOX load complete. Once we finish prop loading, we have the LOX line on the transport erector. We will start to clear out that line, so you'll see a lot more of those white clouds because we'll be venting out the liquid oxygen line once we finish prop load.
Stage 2, LOX load complete.
And good calls. Prop load is now complete on Falcon 9. And there you can see on your screen the venting of that liquid oxygen line on the transport erector, and also a great view of pad 39A. You can see the fixed service structure. That's used where that's where the crewed astronauts will make their way up that fixed service structure and across the crew arm that you can see there when we fly crew. We're coming up on the T-minus 1 minute mark. At that time, the flight computers will take over the launch countdown. We should hear that call out here in a few seconds.
Falcon is in startup.
There it is. Falcon 9 is now in startup. We are just waiting the final call from the launch director.
Starlink 418, go for launch.
And great news, all systems are go for launch. So let's watch as Falcon 9 takes our 53 Starlink satellites into space.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full power. And liftoff.
Vehicles pitching downrange. Nominal first stage chamber pressures.
Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Launch Complex 39A, carrying our 53 Starlink satellites into space. Now, moments ago, we did throttle down the engines on the first stage, and this is in preparation for Max Q. Max Q
Power and telemetry are nominal.
Max Q is the maximum dynamic pressure that the vehicle sees on ascent.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
Great call-outs. Max Q should be coming up here in about 10 seconds or so.
Max Q.
And there's that call out. We just passed through Max Q. Now with that, we have a few events happening back to back very quickly, one after another. That'll be MECO, or main engine cutoff, stage separation, SES-1, or second stage engine startup 1, and then fairing deploy. MECO is where all 9 of those engines that you could see lit up on your screen, that is where those engines will shut down, and that helps slow the vehicle down in preparation for the next event, which will be stage separation. That's where the first and second stage separates from each other. First stage will start to make its way back home here on Earth, while the second stage continues on its journey, taking the Starlink satellites with it, with SES-1, or second stage engine startup 1, and that's where we will light up that single Merlin engine on the second stage And that second stage will then propel the Starlink satellites to its targeted drop-off orbit.
Main engine cutoff.
Stage separation confirmed.
And back startup.
Bearing separation confirmed.
Great views of all four of those events. We had MECO, main engine cutoff, which we were able to see with the tracking camera. We had stage separation. On your left-hand screen, you can see a view from the first stage. On your right-hand screen is the view of the
Both
MVAC.
vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
Great call-outs, nominal trajectory so far. On your right-hand screen is a view of the MVAC engine on the second stage, and you can see that is lit up. And we also got a great view of fairing deploy. And with those fairing halves having deployed, they are now going to make their way back to Earth. And the second stage will now continue its journey to take its Starlink satellites to its targeted drop-off orbit. And some awesome views here on your screen with the Earth in the background.
Signal Bermuda.
Now, while second stage proceeds towards its targeted drop-off orbit, the first stage will be making its way back to Earth. And to do so, it will execute 2 burns. Now, the first burn is called the entry burn. And that is where 3 of those 9 M1D engines reignite. That helps slow the vehicle down as it enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. Then the second burn is called the landing burn. It's the final burn of the first stage. It's just the single center E9 engine. And that brings the vehicle speed down rapidly in order to touch down.
Both vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
In order to touch down on our landing zone. And again, today it is a shortfall of gravitas, our drone ship that is nearly the size of a football field. And it's currently located off the coast of South Carolina in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, to aid in recovery, Falcon 9 is equipped with some pretty awesome tools to help it land. It has 4 landing legs stowed at the base of the vehicle that deploy right before landing. It also has 4 hypersonic grid fins, and you can see that on your left-hand screen. You can see 2 of the 4. These grid fins are located near the top of the first stage, and they help to steer the vehicle as it makes its way back to its landing zone. And you can also see some white puffs on the first stage. There goes one. Those are nitrogen bursts. Those are used for attitude control as the vehicle is guiding its way back down to Earth. We are just about 15 seconds or so away from the entry burn beginning on the first stage. Stage 2 is still looking good.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Stage 1 FTS is saved.
And we heard that call out, and you can visually see on your screen those engines lighting back up on the first stage. This entry burn will last about 20 seconds long. And it's just 3 of those 9.
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
3 of those 9 engines, and heard that call out that the entry burn has concluded, and you can visually see that the engines have shut down.
Both vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
Now, there will be a second burn for the first stage. That is the landing burn. But as the vehicle is coasting right now, the atmosphere scrubs most of the velocity on the first stage. So we just need that single 1 engine burn right before touchdown. Each one of these M1D engines have about 190,000 pounds of thrust. That's enough to slow the vehicle down rapidly to make that touchdown landing. Now we are coming
Stage
up.
1 transonic.
We are coming up on that landing burn in just under 30 seconds. And a great view of first stage here, making its way towards our drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas.
Stage 1 landing burn.
There you can see the landing burn has begun on the first stage. The landing legs will
Terminal
deploy here shortly. Let's see if Falcon 9 can touch down.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Incredible view there. As you can see on your screen, Falcon 9 has touched down on our drone ship.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
A shortfall of gravitas. Now this marks the 121st overall recovery of a Falcon booster. And what a great view we have there on our screen. And we are coming up on SECA 1 here.
Come back, cut off.
Expected loss of signal, Cape.
And we have a nominal orbit insertion.
And great news. We heard those call outs.
MTS is saved.
We did lose the live view of second stage, but that was expected. But with confirmation of a successful second engine cutoff in a good orbit, we will be ending our webcast for today. We will confirm deployment of our Starlink satellites via SpaceX's social channels, but we'll also leave the mission audio live on our YouTube channel if you'd like to follow along through payload deploy. Thank you to the Federal Aviation Administration, our current Starlink customers, and of course, all of you, our viewers, for tuning in. Hope you all enjoy the rest of your week, and we will see you again very soon.
And we certainly did enjoy that coverage. If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We just watched live, raw, and unfiltered the launch of 53 more Starlink internet satellites, now successfully launched into space. The two-stage Falcon 9 rocket was topped with 53 Starlink spacecraft and Starlink internet satellites, and it did just successfully launch. So thank you to our SpaceX team for providing us with that really interesting insight. And what an event to watch bright and early on this Wednesday morning. We do want to switch gears here because we are now getting this feed into our newsroom live from Ukraine. This is inside of a courtroom after a captured Russian soldier has been accused of killing a civilian, and he is facing trial in a district court in Kyiv, marking the first time since the start of this invasion 84 days ago when a Russian soldier will be prosecuted for alleged war crimes. So this is a look inside of that courtroom. Obviously a very heavy media presence here, as this is an international conflict that has really caused repercussions that we have been covering since the very beginning. We have been speaking about these war crime situations since the very beginning. We have heard from officials around the world, leaders from around the world, from UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson to the President of the United States to Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, French President Emmanuel Macron, everyone condemning Russia and their war crimes. And this is the first time since the start of this invasion that there is actually going to be a war crime trial. This is a Russian Russian soldier, once again, who was captured by Ukrainian forces, and he is accused of killing a civilian. He is going to face trial inside of this district court in Kyiv, and we have this live feed coming into our newsroom of this event on this Wednesday morning. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories and take you out to some live events coming into our newsroom, including Boris Johnson right now speaking at the British Parliament. Actually, we'll take you there live because Boris Johnson is up on the podium, and we do always want to bring you the latest and greatest events happening right now. So let's listen in.
That's the reality. Mr. Speaker, on the day when inflation went to 9%, the highest for 40 years, I think the watching public, the least they can expect is a Prime Minister who concentrates on the cost of living crisis. Clearly, he just can't make his mind up. So let's have a look at who's for it and who's against it. On one side, the chair of Tesco, the chair of John Lewis, the chair of the Treasury Select Committee, the chair of the Education Select Committee, Lord Hague, Lord Brown, the old CEO of BP, all support a windfall tax. Even the current boss of BP says it wouldn't discourage investment. And on the other side, the member for North East Somerset. When he's not sticking notes on people's desks like some overgrown prefect, is dead set against it. When is he finally going to get a grip, stand up for the people of Britain and get on the right side of the argument?
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be more transparent from this exchange than their lust to raise taxes on business. Mr. Speaker, we don't relish it. We don't want to do it. We don't want to do it. Of course we don't want to do it. We believe in jobs and we believe in investment and we believe in growth. And as it happens, the oil companies concerned are on track to invest about £70 billion into our economy over the next few years. They're already taxed, Mr. Speaker, at a rate of 40%. Mr. Speaker, what we want to see is investment in the long-term energy provision of our country, which they've signally failed to do, by the way, cancelling our nuclear power investment. He talks about the people who are suffering from high energy prices in this country today, Mr. Speaker, have previous Labour governments to blame for that mistake. And of course, we will look at all sensible measures, Mr. Speaker, but we will be driven by considerations of growth, investment and employment. And I just remind you, Mr. Speaker, that unemployment's now hit a record low, or for 50 years, I should say, and employment is now I think 500,000 people more now in paid employment, payroll employment, than there were before the pandemic began.
So he's on the side of excess profits for oil and gas companies. We're on the side of working people. And there you have it. But he clearly doesn't like me pushing him on this. But the reason I keep coming back to this subject and why it's so frustrating that he hasn't acted is because so many people are living through this nightmare and they feel totally abandoned by their government. This week, I spoke to Phoenix Halliwell. A rare kidney condition means Phoenix has to do dialysis from home 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. for 5 days a week, just so he can take his daughter Rosie to school. His dialysis is life-saving, so he can't turn it off. So even though his wife, who's a midwife in the NHS, works extra shifts, during the winter, they had to turn their central heating off, and Phoenix skips meals to make ends meet. But their energy bill has still doubled. Phoenix says he feels like he's being priced out of existence. And it's not just him. Millions of our disabled, elderly, and vulnerable neighbours are at the sharp end of this crisis. They simply can't afford to live with dignity. The decisions we make here matter. The cost of indecision is enormous. People across the country need action now. The plans are already there. The Prime Minister, stop the delay. Work with us to put them in place. Do it for households that face bills they can't afford. And do it for Phoenix, who simply can't afford to wait.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be grateful if you could send me the details of the sad case, because the NHS does cover the costs of those who are on dialysis, Mr. Speaker. But if you send me, and by the way, of course, they voted against the vital investment in the NHS that this country needs. And I just remind him in the House of the key point. None of this is possible. The investment in the NHS isn't possible. The 22 billion that we've already put in isn't possible. The further investment that we're going to put in isn't possible without the strong economy that this government, this country has delivered. And it's because we took the tough decisions that I have mentioned that we have record low unemployment, record low for the last 50 years, Mr. Speaker. And this Queen's speech that we've been debating is about putting in the infrastructure, the skills, the technology that will continue to build the platform for growth and jobs in this country. And that is what this government is committed to doing, and that is the best way out of economic problems. And I thought it was fantastic, by the way, yesterday to see Her Majesty the Queen open Crossrail. 72,000 jobs that has already delivered, 90 billion it will produce for the whole of the UK economy. Well, let me just ask the right honourable gentleman, who was the Mayor of London when Crossrail was first started to be built, Mr. Speaker, and who was the Prime Minister who completed it, Mr. Speaker? We get the big things done, Mr. Speaker. There's never been a Labour government that left office with unemployment lower than when they began.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister knows, thanks for visiting us in Leyland a couple of weeks ago, as he knows, knocking on doors there, crime and antisocial behaviour is a big issue for people locally. And part of that problem is that the local police, when response calls are required, are having to come in from Preston or the lovely Chorley. Now Lancashire has got 314 more police thanks to this government. Yeah. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that we need to use some of those to get Leyland Police Response open? And will he work with me, the fabulous local police and the Police and Crime Commissioner to make that happen?
Minister. Well, I thank my honourable friend. She's a terrific campaigner, fantastic campaigner for her constituency. I discovered just the other day. And what we're doing is recruiting more police officers. 300 more in Lancashire, 13,576 more across the whole of the country. And of course, I'll be very happy to arrange the relevant meetings so that we can continue to drive neighbourhood crime, already down 33%, drive neighbourhood crime down even further.
Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will want to join me in wishing Glasgow Rangers Football Club all the best in their final tonight in Seville. It's always a joy to see Scottish clubs get to the finals of European competition. Mr. Speaker, people didn't need to see this morning's official statistics to know that we're experiencing the highest inflation in 40 years. They know it because they're living with it. Families can't afford food. They can't pay their bills. And we're only at the beginning. And as always under the Tories, the poorest are punished the most. For months, people have been crying out for support. But month after month, a distracted Downing Street has failed to lift a finger to help. Does the Prime Minister still support his Chancellor's insulting statement that acting now in this cost of living emergency would just be silly?
Shame. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I support the Chancellor's work in lifting the living wage by a record amount, Mr. Speaker, by making sure people on universal credit pay £1,000 less in tax, by making sure that by putting another £22 billion into supporting people with the cost of living, 9.1 billion already to help people with the cost of energy, and above all, I support what he has done to deliver a strong economic foundation which makes all that possible, Mr. Speaker.
My goodness, talk about an Aesop's fable. Every day this Prime Minister remains out of touch, people remain out of pocket. And by the way, Prime Minister, £20 a week was taken out of people's universal credit. You know, the Prime Minister has just confirmed he does think it would be silly to intervene, because the Tories' only response to this cost of living crisis has been insults and inaction. The Tory backbencher who thinks poor people just need cooking lessons. The Tory minister who thinks that people should just get a better paid job. And the Chancellor who thinks it would be silly to act now. This is the cost of living crisis from Westminster. For weeks, the Prime Minister has been briefing that it's the Treasury who are to blame for blocking financial support for struggling families. Well, Prime Minister, it's time to stop sniping from the sidelines. If this Chancellor won't deliver an emergency budget, it's time for the Prime Minister to sack the Treasury, to sack the Chancellor, and to put somebody else in office that will act.
Prime Minister.
Look, Mr. Speaker, I think that the right honourable gentleman should understand that I want to get back to the crucial point. We've been through COVID. We're facing a spike in global energy prices, which has been greatly exacerbated by what Putin is doing in Ukraine. But to deal with it, of course, what we're doing is putting billions and billions already, 9.1 billion, into supporting people with the cost of energy. Cut fuel duty by record sums, Mr. Speaker, helping elderly people in all sorts of ways, not least through local councils with another £1 billion. But of course, Mr. Speaker, everybody in the country knows that we're not through this yet, and everybody can see that, and they all know that the government is going to do more. But they also know the only reason we can do that is because we have a strong economy with massively high employment, and that is the crucial thing. And it would not have been possible if we'd listened to the members opposite. Absolutely.
Dr. Luke Evans.
The Prime Minister will be aware of my campaign to have digitally altered images carry a label. Last week was Mental Health Awareness Week, and there are 1.25 million people with eating disorders and 1 million people using steroids. Now, 84 members of this House from 7 parties signed my open letter to companies to pledge not to alter their images in their adverts. Will the Prime Minister support that pledge? And for those who aren't taking that pledge, will he vow to make sure that we consider labelling digitally altered images where body proportions are affected?
Minister. Look, I thank my honourable friend for his fantastic campaign, and he and I have talked about it at length. And I do think there is clearly a risk to mental health as young people are given unrealistic expectations about how they should look because of the stuff that they see. I think the kite mark suggestion that he's brought forward is extremely useful, and I'll make sure that we follow it up as part of our mental health plan.
Ed Davey.
Can I join other new fans of Rangers and wish them good luck in Seville tonight? Mr. Speaker, British farmers are the best in the world. They could play a big part in the answer of how families and pensioners put food on the table during the cost of living emergency. But from Caithness to Cumbria, from Shropshire to Devon, farmers' own input costs are spiralling upwards. Animal feed up 60%, Mr. Speaker. Fertiliser prices more than doubled. Yet instead of helping Britain's own food producers, the government is slashing the support payments that farmers rely on, sometimes for up to 50% of their income, even before a new scheme is in place. So will the Prime Minister meet with farming leaders and myself to understand the extreme challenges they are facing, so our farmers can do their bit to help families and pensioners afford to put food on the table during this economic crisis?
Prime Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman. I can tell him that yes, I do recognise the challenges that farmers are facing with the costs of their inputs in fuel and in fertiliser, and that's why we're working so hard to abate those costs. But what we've also got to do, and not just cutting duty, but everything else that we can do to ensure that we fix the energy crisis. But what we are also doing, Mr. Speaker, is championing UK food and farming, which has fantastic export markets around the world, and now has 70 free trade deals to exploit in a world avid added, as he rightly says, for delicious, wholesome, nutritious UK food and drink. And I'd be very happy to organise the relevant meeting with the right honourable gentleman.
Julie Marston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend join me in thanking my constituents in Hertford and Stortford, who are offering help and refuge to Ukrainians suffering from and fleeing the Russian invasion? And can he set out how his visit to Sweden and Finland ensured closer cooperation with our allies to secure the long-term stability and security of Europe, as my constituents are rightly concerned about ongoing Russian aggression?
Minister.
I thank her very much. I want to thank her constituents very much for what they're doing to help Ukrainians fleeing war and aggression. And I know that members up and down the country have constituents who are being incredibly generous. I think we can all be proud of the UK's efforts. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's true that the UK signed historic declarations the other day with Sweden and Finland to reinforce our security, our mutual security, and to fortify Europe's defences. And I think it has been a massive step change in our cooperation, a thoroughly good thing, and it has been driven, Mr. Speaker, in the cases of both Sweden and Finland by the people themselves who see the logic of NATO membership.
Mr. Brandishon.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were just listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to the UK House of Commons, where the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is taking a series of questions and raising a series of issues and debates from members of the House of Commons. There, the latest one was actually a question on Finland and Sweden and the UK's latest working together with both of those countries. All of this coming as we can report to you all today that both Finland and Sweden have officially handed over their applications for NATO membership. All of this coming on day 84 of the war in Ukraine. We'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring this morning, not only worldwide but stateside as well. The national gas average has hit a new high of $4.57 a gallon. This also comes on a day where the polls have closed in 5 key states. Results are in after those primaries. We'll get you up to speed on the results that we do know after primaries in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Kentucky, Idaho, and Oregon. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories on this Wednesday, May 18th, 2022. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is 7:31 here on the East Coast, and we do, as always, want to get you out the door this morning with a look at your top stories. We'll take you out.
Dedications you read today.
And we do want to lower this audio for you. We are going to play that full clip out for you a little bit later on in our show, but we do want to let you know that the big news this morning takes us out worldwide, actually, because both Finland and Sweden, they have both officially applied for NATO membership. This video came into our newsroom earlier this morning. And there you are seeing NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg being given the applications from both Finland and Sweden in a historic moment as both of those countries apply for NATO membership on day 84 of the war in Ukraine. Obviously, Russia's decision to invade Ukraine has changed the security makeup and map of Europe as we know it. And here we are witnessing a piece of history as NATO membership is set to be handed down to both of those countries. Of course, this does not officially make them members, but this is definitely the next step in both of those nations joining the NATO alliance. We also are monitoring gas prices here in the United States as the national gas average has hit a new high of $4.57 a gallon. All of this is happening also amid the war in Ukraine. Obviously, Russia, a huge supplier of oil, not only to Europe, but to the world as well. This price comes as the European Union edges toward oil sanctions on Russia. Also comes amid record high inflation here in the United States, with the consumer price index reaching 8.3% in April, hovering very close to that 8.5% high, that 40-year high that we hit back in March. So we're going to touch base with our reporters really all around the country and our Fox Business team to take a look at why these numbers continue to rise and what this could mean for all of you tuning in at home. We also are keeping our eyes locked and loaded on 5 states across the nation after polls have closed in those respective primaries. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Kentucky, Idaho, and Oregon. Voters in those states all took to the polls. We'll walk you through all of the latest results that we have in our newsroom this morning. And we will begin precisely there with the latest when it comes to these primaries. I do want to take you out to the video coming into our newsroom of some of the results that we do know. Our Fox correspondent, Doug Lazader, he has more this morning on some of the surprising results we saw overnight and some that have yet to be counted. So let's listen in.
Well, this was the biggest primary day for the 2022 midterms so far, and one of the most important races is still too close to call.
What else would you expect? Everything about this campaign has been tight.
Celebrity heart surgeon Mehmet Oz with the understatement of the night. His race for an open U.S. Senate seat in Pennsylvania is still too close to call this morning, and he is separated from rival Republican Dave McCormick by just a fraction of a percent.
We're not going to have resolution tonight, but we can see the path ahead.
McCormick hopes he holds an advantage in mail-in votes, some of which haven't been counted yet. The process slowed down after a ballot printing error. And the night's odd developments don't stop there.
My husband, John Fetterman, is not in the room tonight.
John Fetterman, who easily won the Democratic nomination for Senate in Pennsylvania, had a stroke on Friday. He's recovering and couldn't attend his own victory party, but the far-left Democrat knocked out moderate Connor Lamb, who was supported by some of the state's Democratic establishment.
Do we love President Trump, Pennsylvania?
Many saw this night as a test for former President Trump's influence in the GOP, and it was a mixed night for him. Trump backed Oz in Pennsylvania, where the jury is still out. His candidate for Pennsylvania governor won his nominating contest, and so did the Trump-backed Senate candidate in North Carolina. But 26-year-old North Carolina Congressman Madison Cawthorn lost last night, despite Trump's backing, after trying to weather a storm of controversies through his first term in Congress. And we are now in the thick of primary season. There are 4 more states holding contests next week. In Washington, Doug Lazader, Fox News.
And thank you to Doug for that update. We'll be keeping you all updated as some of those results continue to pour in to our newsroom this morning. In the wake of Saturday's supermarket shooting, President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden both visited Buffalo, New York yesterday, visiting the Tops Supermarket Memorial dedicated to the victims of the shooting. The first couple paid their respects to the 10 lives lost. They also met with families of the victims as well as first responders at a nearby community center. All of this before the President of the United States delivered remarks. The community is in mourning after 10 people were killed, 3 others injured in a shooting that is being investigated as a racially motivated hate crime. The suspect is white and 11 of the 13 people shot were African American. Prosecutors are considering federal hate crimes charges. Our Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams, she has the latest on this investigation from Buffalo.
President Biden and the First Lady paying their respects today at a makeshift memorial in Buffalo. The president trying to ease the pain in the predominantly black community in the wake of the deadliest mass shooting in the city's history, which he called an act of terror.
What happened here is simple and straightforward. Terrorism. Terrorism. Domestic terrorism. In America, evil will not win, I promise you. Hate will not prevail.
The chaos erupted on Saturday afternoon when the suspected gunman began firing in the parking lot of a Tops supermarket, killing 10 and injuring 3 others.
We have bodies down here.
3 down inside so far, 2 outside, radio.
Police say the gunman's intention was to kill as many black people as possible. The president says there is no room for this type of hate in America.
White supremacy is a poison, and it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more.
Investigators say 18-year-old Peyton Gendron legally purchased a gun in his hometown of Conklin, New York, where he claims to have been radicalized online. During his speech, the president touched on the topics of social media censorship and gun control.
We can keep assault weapons off our streets. We've done it before. But we can't address the relentless exploitation of the internet to recruit and mobilize terrorism.
Tonight, President Joe Biden calling for stricter gun laws as people in this community have a lot of questions about what red flags were missed with this gunman. Last year, he was questioned by police and had a mental evaluation after his teacher said he wanted to commit a murder-suicide. Investigators are still looking into those claims. The local DA says he believes the police and the teacher followed protocol. Reporting in Buffalo, New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News. President
And we do want to head out worldwide this morning as we are following the latest when it comes to both Finland and Sweden's applications to NATO. Both of those nations have officially handed in their membership requests. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said earlier this morning that the military alliance stands ready to seize this historic moment, that is, and move quickly on allowing Finland and Sweden to join its ranks after the 2 countries submitted their membership requests. We do have video of volume for you of the official moment that these requests were handed in. The NATO Secretary General does make some remarks, so let's listen in.
Ambassadors, dear Klaus, dear Axel, dear friends, good morning. This is a good day at a critical moment for our security. Thank you so much for handing over the applications for Finland's and Sweden's membership in NATO. Every nation has the right to choose its own path. You have both made your choice after thorough democratic processes. And I warmly welcome the requests by Finland and Sweden to join NATO. You are our closest partners, and your membership in NATO would increase our shared security. The applications you have made today are an historic step. Allies will now consider the next steps on their path to NATO. The security interests of all allies have to be taken into account, and we are determined to work through all issues and reach rapid conclusions. Over the past few days, we have seen numerous statements by allies committing to Finland and Sweden's security. NATO is already vigilant in the Baltic Sea region, and NATO and allies forces will continue to adapt as necessary. All allies agree on the importance of NATO enlargement. We all agree that we must stand together, and we all agree that this is an historic moment which we must seize. So thank you. It's great to see you both.
And a historic moment indeed it is that we are able to bring you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We also were monitoring the State Department as the State Department begins investigating Russian activity as the conflict in Ukraine has officially reached day 84. A group dubbed the Conflict Observatory has been launched by the State Department to document and analyze war crimes. This is all coming in as the United Nations say more than 3,000 civilians have been killed in Ukraine, with fears that that number is much higher. More than 6 million refugees have fled the country since the beginning of this war, the beginning of this invasion back on February 24th, 84 days ago, with millions more displaced within Ukraine. The United States is inching closer to providing Ukraine with a $40 billion relief package. With the war entering a new phase, Sweden and Finland are moving ahead with their bids to join NATO, as we just brought to you those remarks from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Our Fox's Caroline Shively reports more from Washington.
In a major setback for Ukraine's military, more than 260 of its soldiers abandoned a steel plant in Mariupol Monday after agreeing to a negotiated surrender with Russian forces. The fighters had withstood brutal attacks for weeks, but this video released by Russian state TV on Tuesday showed the defeated Ukrainians leaving the plant, many of them taken out on stretchers.
Soldiers that continued to resist there did so bravely and skillfully.
The Senate is expected to pass a $40 billion aid package for Ukraine this week.
The need is clear for this Congress to act decisively, to act now.
11 GOP senators and 57 House Republicans voted against the bill, saying the money would be better spent at home or not at all.
Isn't there a more fiscally responsible way this could be done?
But Republican leaders are backing the measure.
America's decision to support Ukraine is not some frivolous act of charity. It serves our own national security and strategic interests for international borders to continue to actually mean something.
In a move sure to anger Russia, Sweden and Finland are both pushing ahead in their bids to join NATO. President Biden is set to host the leaders of both countries at the White House on Thursday. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And thank you to Caroline for that report. We, of course, will bring you those two leaders' visits to the White House tomorrow, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Our Fox News correspondent, Trey Yingst, he has been covering the war in Ukraine since the very beginning as well. I also want to bring to you his latest report from the ground. Let's listen in.
Ukraine mounted efforts today to remove more fighters from the Azovstal plant. On Monday, after weeks of being holed up inside dark tunnels, some 260 fighters were evacuated from the steel mill. Moscow calling the operation in Mariupol a mass surrender. Ukrainian officials praised the defenders, saying they changed the course of the war.
Thanks to the defense put up by the Mariupol defenders, the enemy was prevented from the redeployment of its groups. The enemy was not able to redeploy them into other regions.
The Donbas region continues to face heavy fire, but Russia's military campaign has suffered elsewhere, with troops being forced to retreat from Kharkiv. And today, the International Criminal Court announced its largest probe ever into war crimes committed by Russian forces in Ukraine.
Mariupol aside, the fighting still goes on in the Donbass. There's a lot of back and forth. It's a very, as we say at the Pentagon, it's a kinetic fight.
Meanwhile, Moscow is facing more diplomatic setbacks. Today, Sweden signed a formal request to join NATO, while Finland's parliament voted overwhelmingly in favor of joining the alliance. Both countries will submit their applications on Wednesday. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov downplayed the move.
Finland, Sweden, as well as other neutral countries have been participating in NATO military exercises for many years.
The White House will host the leaders from Finland and Sweden on Thursday. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that report. We do want to bring you this video that did come into our newsroom earlier in the month that shows the devastation on the ground in Mariupol and at that Azovstal steel plant that we have been covering since the very beginning. Our WTVT Fox Tampa team actually broke down and looks a little bit deeper at this precise battle for this port city. So let's listen in.
Welcome back. I'm Chris Cato.
And I'm Linda Hurtado. Ukraine has lost the Battle of Mariupol. It's Russia's first major win in nearly 3 months of its invasion, but Russia is facing setbacks in other battles. And overall, the war is still locked in a stalemate. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, has the new assessments and a closer look at the situation in Mariupol. Craig?
Well, the situation in Mariupol is that there is no city there anymore. It's been effectively blown away at this point, and a health hazard for the survivors still there because Russia destroyed that city to create a land bridge in order to be able to run supplies and tanks from Russia into the land it previously annexed in Crimea. The Ukrainian troops in Mariupol were hopelessly outgunned and outnumbered. The remnants of the resistance hid in the tunnels of the steel factory for weeks, and the resistance in Mariupol finally fell Tuesday morning. More than 260 survivors were taken by Russia, more than 50 with serious injuries. Ukraine is hoping Russia will release them and has said they're trying to negotiate a prisoner swap.
Ukraine needs Ukrainian heroes alive. The operation to save the defenders of Mariupol has been started by our military intelligence. The work continues to return guys home.
But Russia may not go along with that based on statements from the Kremlin.
We hope for extraction. This is what we're fighting for. I don't see another way out for them.
Ukraine lost the Battle of Mariupol, but lasted much longer than expected. And like our Battle of the Alamo, it may help rally Ukraine in this war and be remembered long after. But in the meantime, Russia conquered a city with a pre-war population of 400,000 people by destroying it. Nearly 100% of all the buildings are destroyed or so damaged they'll need to be leveled. And the World Health Organization says the damage has mixed Mariupol's sewage water into its drinking water system. And it's warning of a potential cholera outbreak for those who remain. Military assessments show Russia wanted Mariupol not for what used to be this large city, but for the ground beneath it. Russia now has a land bridge from mainland Russia to Crimea, and the troop movements show it is already digging in to protect what it has seized. And with that, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult for the Ukrainian forces to take that territory back. It has already reclaimed territory, of course, outside the capital and outside of Kharkiv, the nation's second largest city, so it's not impossible. But given the lengths that Russia is already going to protect that territory, it speaks to how important it is geographically to Russia. And according to the latest assessments from ISW and elsewhere, this is how this war could ultimately end, with Russia annexing those territories, installing proxy governments in the meantime in order to maintain again that land connection. And then at that point, Russia could, as a face-saving way out of its failures elsewhere, declare victory along that route through southern Ukraine and then ultimately cede the rest. But those assessments say if it even goes in that direction, it could take several months for it to play out that way.
So, Craig, the Senate passed the $40 billion relief bill for Ukraine. Can the president sign it in time to avoid any disruptions in the shipments that are so important to Ukraine?
In all probability, yes. The deadline that was given to avoid disruption was May 16th. It's now May 17th. However, that date was not set in stone. It was a best estimate. And with that, it is highly probable that there won't be any disruptions, and certainly no major disruptions in the shipments of relief, humanitarian aid, and weapons to Ukraine.
All right. Craig Patrick, thank you.
And thank you for that update. We are getting in this feed, and unfortunately this view does appear to have frozen, but I have a backup for you because that's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We take you out to any live event currently happening around the world, and this feed is coming into our newsroom live from Kyiv, Ukraine. We are inside of a courtroom here in the Ukrainian capital as a captured Russian soldier accused of killing a civilian faces trial inside of this district court, marking the first time since the start of the invasion that a Russian soldier is going to be prosecuted for alleged war crimes. So this is coming into our newsroom live, raw, and unfiltered from the Ukrainian capital. We've been speaking so often about the war crimes that Russian and the alleged war crimes that Russian officials and members of the military have been conducting since the very start of this invasion 84 days ago. And this is images coming into our newsroom live right now, once again, of a Russian soldier, the first time since the start of this invasion that a Russian soldier will be prosecuted. I do want to let you know that this man speaking on your screens right now, that is not the Russian soldier that we are referring to. This is probably some member of a legal team or perhaps a witness. We're not getting too many details as to what exactly we are listening into right now. It is in Ukrainian, and so we don't have a translation. But we'll take you back out when we do see that Russian soldier on screen so that you are fully aware of who exactly is being prosecuted and why. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the other top stories that we are monitoring this morning, including a recap of the UFO hearing that we brought to you live, raw, and unfiltered yesterday. Earlier this morning, we launched new Starlink satellites into space, and we also are covering the latest on UFOs. So we'll bring you that recap right after this break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are taking a Live Now look at the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., where yesterday a highly anticipated congressional hearing took place on UFOs. Lawmakers getting a chance to question Pentagon officials about what the U.S. knows about various encounters with unidentified flying objects. Our Fox News correspondent, Caroline Shively, she has more details on this historic hearing from Washington.
Videos of UFOs shown at this congressional hearing Tuesday seem straight out of a science fiction movie.
U.S. Navy personnel recorded what appears to be triangles, some flashing, recorded several years ago, off the coast of the United States.
But Pentagon officials told the committee the danger of unidentified aerial phenomena is very real for military aircraft and potentially national security.
Because UAPs pose potential flight safety and general security risk, we are committed to a focused effort to determine their origins.
It's rotated. An intelligence report released last year counted 144 sightings of flying objects that U.S. officials couldn't identify, including this one taken from an F-18 that shows a spherical shape zing past.
And is this one of the phenomena that we can't explain?
I do not have an explanation for what this specific object is.
Some sightings have been reported near military bases, raising the possibility they could be aircraft powered by secret technology from Russia, China, or another foreign adversary.
This is not about finding alien spacecraft, but about delivering dominant intelligence across the tactical, operational, and strategic spectrum.
After this public hearing, members entered a closed session saying some of their investigation needs to remain classified to protect national security. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for Caroline Shively for that report. We do have a bit of breaking news to bring to all of you. We are getting in this announcement from U.S. Soccer, and I have just logged into their website so that we can get this full announcement for you all here on Live Now from Fox. The United States Soccer Federation, the United States Women's National Team Players Association, and the United States National Soccer Teams Player Association have agreed to terms of historic first of their kind collective bargaining agreements that achieve equal pay and set the global standard moving forward in international soccer. The U.S. Women's national team have long been one of the most successful national teams in the world. They have dominated the world of soccer, winning 4 FIFA Women's World Cup titles since the competition's founding back in 1991, all fighting for equal pay. At the 2019 World Cup in France, chants of equal pay were actually heard in the stands. This has long been a fight for the U.S. Women's national team, and they have successfully agreed to a historic CBA agreement that does solidify equal pay between the U.S. men's national team and the U.S. women's national team. So this landmark agreement is breaking news coming into our newsroom right now. We did want to bring you this latest bit of news. Under these agreements, this statement further reads, U.S. Soccer becomes the first federation in the world to equalize FIFA World Cup prize money awarded to the U.S. women's national team and the U.S. men's national team for participation in their respective World Cups. Up until this point, for those of you that perhaps don't follow the sport, the U.S. women's national team was earning far less than the U.S. men's national team. And to put it bluntly, the U.S. women's national team was far more successful than the U.S. men's national team. So this new CBA agreement is a historic one. It is the first of its kind, and it does solidify that men and women playing the game that we all know and love will be earning equal amounts of money. So it is truly a historic moment. These agreements will change the game forever. That was said by the president of U.S. Soccer. And so we will continue to monitor this story, but we did want to bring you this bit of breaking news here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take you back out to a live look at the White House this morning on Wednesday, May 18th, 2022. As we continue to monitor the latest news coming into our newsroom, the FDA has given the green light for Pfizer's booster shot to be given to younger kids for the first time, and doctors say it could be a game changer as COVID cases ramp up yet again. Our Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan, he has more on this story from Atlanta. Let's take a listen.
It's welcome news for parents across the country. The FDA officially granting authorization to give Pfizer's booster shot to children ages 5 to 11. Next up, the CDC, which is expected to approve the child-sized doses at a meeting on Thursday, meaning shots could start going into arms as soon as this weekend. Doctors and health officials say it's a big step forward as the new surge ramps up.
If you don't have the booster, your protection against Omicron goes way down. You have an 80% protection against hospitalization and death if you are boosted.
Here in the U.S., we're averaging more than 96,000 new cases every day. That's an 81% increase from this same time last month. Hospitalizations are also starting to creep up, especially in the Northeast and Midwest. But there's still little talk about reinstating COVID mandates on either the state or federal level, with health officials focusing on vaccination, not mitigation.
I don't see the need of lockdown in the future unless something really very, very unusual happens. And the reason is that what we really need to do is we need to get our population vaccinated.
Those officials also warn we will soon run out of free vaccines and therapies if Congress does not appropriate more money. And the lack of funding could also force some hospitals to close their doors.
Healthcare is a business. And so we weren't able to do a lot of the surgeries and the outpatient procedures that we wanted to do.
Still no word on when the Senate will vote on a $10 billion COVID funding bill. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
And thank you to Steve for that report. We will, of course, be monitoring the very latest when it comes to the COVID-19 vaccine and booster to be given to children. Parents across the country are demanding answers from the Biden administration as they struggle to feed their babies. Our Fox News White House correspondent, Peter Ducey, he has more on this story for us.
I understand how stressful it is for parents trying to find a formula to feed their children.
Now some is being flown in from Switzerland and the Netherlands. A rep for Nestle says both products were already being imported, so we were able to act quickly. We moved shipments up and rushed via air to help fill immediate needs. In some places with empty shelves, lawmakers warn of rip-offs.
There's gouging going on. People are taking formula that costs $10 a can and raising the price to $40 because they can. That's sickening.
And there are bipartisan calls for accountability.
He ought to call in the top 10 people at the FDA, and he ought to say, number one, what happened, and give them about 20 minutes to explain what happened. And then the president ought to turn to the top 10 people at the FDA, and he ought to say, you have 10 days to fix it.
Charges could soon follow, according to Speaker Pelosi.
I'm not associating my colleagues with what I'm going to say right now. I'm just saying it myself. I think there might be a need for indictment.
House planners don't share the same sense of urgency as Speaker Pelosi. They are scheduling a hearing on all this for next week. President Biden's remarks on this today were pre-recorded yesterday. Nothing about formula today from the president, despite taking the mic multiple times. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And thank you to Peter for that report. Speaking of the Biden administration, President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, they met with the victims' families, community leaders, and law enforcement officials in Buffalo, New York yesterday after all of this in the wake of that mass shooting that occurred at a supermarket on Saturday that left 10 innocent people dead and 3 others injured. President Joe Biden did make remarks after he met with those local leaders and he met with the victims' families. We do want to play those remarks for you in full here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in to the President of the United States.
Manifesting gunmen who massacred innocent people in the name of hateful and perverse ideology rooted in fear and racism. It's taken so much. 10 lives cut short in a grocery store. 3 other wounded by a hate-filled individual who had driven 200 miles from Binghamton in that range to carry out a murderous, racist rampage that he would live stream to the world. What happened here is simple and straightforward. Terrorism. Terrorism. Domestic terrorism. Violence inflicted in the service of hate and the vicious thirst for power that defines one group of people being inherently inferior to any other group. A hate that through the media and politics, the internet, has radicalized, angry, alienated, lost, and isolated individuals into falsely believing that they will be replaced, that's the word, replaced, by the other, by people who don't look like them, and who are therefore in a perverse ideology that they possess and being fed lesser beings. I and all of you reject the lie. I call on all Americans to reject the lie. And I condemn those who spread the lie for power, political gain, and for profit. That's what it is. We've now seen too many times the deadly and destructive violence this ideology unleashes. We heard the chants, "You will not replace us," in Charlottesville, Virginia. I wasn't going to run, as the senator knows, again for president. When I saw those people coming out of the woods or the fields in Virginia, in Charlottesville, carrying torches, shouting, "You will not replace us," accompanied by white supremacists and carrying Nazi banners, that's when I said, no. No. And I, honest to God, those who know me, Chuck, you know, I wasn't going to run for certain. But I was going to be darned if I was going to let anyway. I'm going to get going. Look, we've seen the mass shootings in Charleston, South Carolina, El Paso, Texas, and Pittsburgh, last year in Atlanta, this week in Dallas, Texas, and now in Buffalo, New York. White supremacy is a poison. It's a poison running through it really is. Running through our body politic. And it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more. I mean, no more. We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America. None. And look, failure for us to not say that, failure in saying that, is going to be complicity. Silence is complicity. It's complicity. We cannot remain silent. Our nation's strength has always come from the idea. It's going to sound corny, but think about it. What's the idea of our nation? That we're all children of God. All life, liberty, our universal goods, gifts of God. We didn't get it from a government. We got it from because we exist. We're called upon to defend them. The venom of the haters and their weapons of war, the violence and the words and deeds that stalk our streets, our stores, our schools. This venom, this violence cannot be the story of our time. We cannot allow that to happen. Look, I'm not naive. I know tragedy will come again. It cannot be forever overcome. It cannot be fully understood either. But there are certain things we can do. We can keep assault weapons off our streets. We've done it before. I did it when we passed the crime bill last time. And violence went down. Shootings went down. You can't prevent people from being radicalized to violence. But we can address the relentless exploitation of the internet to recruit and mobilize terrorism. We just need to have the courage to do that, to stand up. Look, the American experiment in democracy is in a danger like it hasn't been in my lifetime. It's in danger this hour. Hate and fear are being given too much oxygen by those who pretend to love America, but who don't understand America. To confront the ideology of hate requires caring about all people, not making distinctions. Reverend, the scripture is seeing that we're all part of the divine. Love thy neighbor as thyself. That's the America I know, that Jill knows. And most deserve the most, look, we're the most multiracial, most dynamic nation in the history of the world. Now's the time for the people of all races, from every background, to speak up as a majority in America and reject white supremacy. These actions we've seen in these hate-filled attacks represent the views of a hate-filled minority. We can't allow them to distort America, the real America. We can't allow them to destroy the soul of the nation. As President of the United States, I travel the world all the time. And other nations ask me, heads of state in other countries, ask me, what's going on? What in God's name happened on January 6th? What happened in Buffalo? What happened? They ask. We have to refuse to live in a country where black people going about a weekly grocery shopping can be gunned down by weapons of war deployed in a racist cause. We have to refuse to live in a country where fear and lies are packaged for power and for profit. We must all enlist in this great cause of America. This is work that requires all of us, presidents, politicians, commentators, citizens. None of us can stay in the sidelines. We have to resolve that here in Buffalo, that from the tragedy, this tragedy will come hope and light and life. It has to. And that on our watch, the sacred cause of America will never bow, never break, never bend. And the American we love, the one we love, will endure. So to the families, from your pain, may we find purpose to live life worthy of the loved ones you lost. From a hymn based on the 91st Psalm that's sung in my church. May he raise you up on eagle's wings and bear you on the breath of dawn, make you to shine like the sun, and hold you in the palm of his hand. That's my wish for us. We can do this if we resolve to do it. If we take on the haters and those who don't even care, it's just about profit and politics. May the soul of the fallen rest in peace and rise in glory. And may God guide the United States of America, now and always. To the families, as my grandpop used to say when I walked out of his home in Scranton, he'd say, Joey, spread the faith. And my grandma would yell, no, Joey. He'd say, keep the faith. And my grandma would say, no, Joey, spread the faith. We're thinking of you. Hold on to each other tightly. Stick together. You'll get through this. And we'll make Buffalo and the United States a better place to live than it is today.
And that was President Joe Biden speaking in Buffalo after that horrific mass shooting in Buffalo, New York that happened over the weekend. The suspect, an 18-year-old suspect, authorities are calling him a white supremacist and saying that that shooting was racially motivated. The 10 victims, all African Americans. And we do want to head to a more in-depth conversation with our own LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft, who spoke with a reporter from The Reload who focuses primarily on gun safety and firearms reporting. So let's go ahead and listen in on their conversation.
Joining me right now to discuss the shooter, 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, his weapon, red flag laws that were in place in New York State, and how Gendron was able to get a weapon, is The Reload's Stephen Gutowski. Stephen, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. And so many people, pundits, Americans included, have been going back and forth about how Peyton Gendron could have got this weapon legally. We know, Stephen, that he was essentially put in a hospital, I believe, for about a night last year after he made threats to his high school. He was 17 at the time. You think that would have triggered more law enforcement, mental health advocates, officials, and the like to put him in some type of registry in New York State. These laws are on the books in New York State, and yet he still fell through the cracks. Guide us through this. What went on? What was the weapon he used? And so much more.
Yeah, so that's correct. He was able to legally purchase a New York legal AR-15, which was sold with a permanently affixed magazine that makes it exempt from New York's assault weapons ban. And then he actually knowingly, illegally modified the gun by removing that permanent magazine and replacing it with parts that would accept detachable magazines, and then he used larger magazines than what the state allows. And he did all that knowing that it wasn't legal for him to do, of course. So the interesting question, though, beyond that is, how is he able to legally buy a gun with that background you just described? And well, apparently it turns out that even though he was taken for a psych evaluation by the police after making those threats, he was not involuntarily committed, which if he had been, it would have made him a prohibited person under federal law, meaning he could not buy or even possess firearms legally after that point. And then he also wasn't the subject of a red flag order either. One wasn't requested for him. It's not clear why that was. It's not clear why they determined he didn't need further mental health intervention, but it wasn't provided in this case. No one pursued those legal avenues that would have kept him from being able to own or possess firearms. The red flag order is obviously a temporary measure, but it would have likely still been in place. It certainly would have still been in place by the time he went to buy the gun that he used a couple months later. And so, it seems like a failure on the part of those who were aware of these threats and didn't do enough to react to them.
Yeah, and Stephen, of course, we have seen the photos of Gendron, who appeared in court. He's going to be appearing in court for his arraignment a little bit later on in the week. But what does it say to the wisdom of such laws if they are there, they are on the books, but they do not or are not executed properly to prevent these types of shootings that we have seen for so long? States can do all of that through their state legislatures, executive actions at the governor level, and so much more. But it still seems like the red flag laws don't catch the red flags properly.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously still up to humans to intervene in these situations and to make judgment calls, because certainly, you can't just involuntarily commit or red flag everybody who has a mental health episode. Now, certainly in this case, it sure seems like one that would rise to that level. I think in most people's minds, and certainly given what happened, that clearly must have been the case. But, even when you have something like a red flag law, which of course are controversial on their own, they're only in effect in a handful of states, mostly blue states like New York and California. I believe it's about a dozen right now that have them. But even in places where you have them, I mean, both these shootings that you've been covering happened in states with red flag laws, with assault weapons bans, with basically every gun control measure that is in the list for what the gun control groups would like to see implemented everywhere. And these states, New York and California, get the highest grades possible from those groups. So at a certain point, obviously it becomes a question of how much do these laws help, and how preventable are these things all of the time? Because again, even if he had been red flagged, even if he had been involuntarily committed, but perhaps later released, he obviously was comfortable breaking dozens, hundreds of laws in carrying out this attack. So it's hard to say that he wouldn't have found a way to get a gun anyway, although I'm sure most people would agree that in a circumstance like this, where someone has made these kinds of threats, you want to make it as difficult as possible for them to pursue those threats.
Yeah. Stephen, just last point. I know it's been a very violent weekend there in Buffalo and, of course, in California with that church shooting that left one person killed. The Buffalo situation specifically, what struck out to you? We haven't spoken since then. You know, I have covered a lot of mass shootings, unfortunately, and kind of the hallmarks are somewhat similar to ones we've seen before. There's somewhat of a rubric in place for these mass shooters, unfortunately. Did anything strike out to you?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I've read his manifesto for the purpose of covering this event and figuring out the details of what he did with his firearm and so forth. And it really is very similar to what you see from a lot of people who carry out these sorts of attacks. Is, you know, racist screed. It's often contradictory. There's a lot of random issues that he says he's you know, killing people in the name of it, from environmentalism to anti-Semitism to, you know, anti-pornography to just, the list goes on, and often he's saying things that are very contradictory, which is exactly, of course, what you would expect from somebody who might carry out something like this. Obviously, the throughput is, you know, a racist view of you know, carrying out an act of terror, but there really isn't anything particularly remarkable about this guy when you look at him in the context of these other shooters. But it's just another horrific attack that I think we would all like to try and solve. The question is how you do that and what compromises you're willing to make to get to that end goal. And obviously, people have different views on that, for sure.
All right, Stephen Gutowski, we'll leave it at that. As always, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just before 8:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we, of course, want to bring you up to speed on all of the top stories we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at some of them on your screen right now. Currently, we do have the results coming in for the 2022 midterm primaries. Some of those key results as polls closed in 5 states, including Pennsylvania and North Carolina, again, are coming into our desk. However, we are awaiting more news from a really sort of neck-and-neck Senate race in Pennsylvania. So we are waiting to get more information on that. Also, national gas average prices hit a new high today. According to AAA, the new national average for a gallon of unleaded gas is now $4.57 a gallon. So that's a story we continue to bring you pretty much every day here on Live Now from Fox as we track how inflation is impacting Americans. And it is day 84 of the ongoing war in Ukraine. We have learned that both Finland and Sweden have officially handed in their applications for NATO membership. That happened today over in Europe. So definitely a historic moment. Both countries handing in those applications despite threats from Russian President Vladimir Putin. So definitely some big news coming out of Europe today. Also, the U.S. Soccer Federation has reached a milestone agreement to pay both the men's and women's teams equally. So that is another story we, of course, will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. But we do want to get back to that election news. Of course, the primaries, major news coming out of here, some news stateside. We do want to get you the correct graphic on the screen. There you go. Representative Ted Budd winning North Carolina's GOP Senate primary. So definitely a top story that we are continuing to follow. North Carolina, of course, a swing state. So we are expecting to get a live report from our own Fox team in Philadelphia for that contested Senate race there as well. But for a full report on the 2022 primaries, we do want to head to our own Fox News correspondent, Doug Lazater, who's telling us that it could be days before we have a winner in one of the most closely watched primary contests in the nation. Of course, as we mentioned, we are talking about the state of Pennsylvania. Voters in 5 states went to the polls yesterday, laying the groundwork for the November midterm elections. Let's listen in.
2022 midterms so far, and one of the most important races is still too close to call.
What else would you expect? Everything about this campaign has been tight.
Celebrity heart surgeon Mehmet Oz with the understatement of the night. His race for an open U.S. Senate seat in Pennsylvania is still too close to call this morning, and he is separated from rival Republican Dave McCormick by just a fraction of a percent.
We're not going to have resolution tonight, but we can see the path ahead.
McCormick hopes he holds an advantage in mail-in votes, some of which haven't been counted yet. The process slowed down after a ballot printing error. And the night's odd developments don't stop there.
My husband, John Fetterman, is not in the room tonight.
John Fetterman, who easily won the Democratic nomination for Senate in Pennsylvania, had a stroke on Friday. He's recovering and couldn't attend his own victory party, but the far-left Democrat knocked out moderate Connor Lamb, who was supported by some of the state's Democratic establishment.
Do we love President Trump, Pennsylvania?
Many saw this night as a test for former President Trump's influence in the GOP, and it was a mixed night for him. Trump backed Oz in Pennsylvania, where the jury is still out. His candidate for Pennsylvania governor won his nominating contest, and so did the Trump-backed Senate candidate in North Carolina. But 26-year-old North Carolina Congressman Madison Cawthorn lost last night, despite Trump's backing, after trying to weather a storm of controversies through his first term in Congress. And we are now in the thick of primary season. There are 4 more states holding contests next week. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. Definitely a thorough summary of all of those hotly contested midterm primaries that we, of course, will continue to follow. President Joe Biden saying Saturday's mass shooting in Buffalo is an act of terrorism and is now calling on Congress to take more action on guns. The president made those comments while he and First Lady Jill Biden met with families of the victims yesterday in Buffalo. Our Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the latest.
President Biden and the First Lady paying their respects today at a makeshift memorial in Buffalo. The president trying to ease the pain in the predominantly black community in the wake of the deadliest mass shooting in the city's history, which he called an act of terror.
What happened here is simple and straightforward. Terrorism. Terrorism. Domestic terrorism. In America, evil will not win, I promise you. Hate will not prevail.
The chaos erupted on Saturday afternoon when the suspected gunman began firing in the parking lot of a top supermarket, killing 10 and injuring 3 others.
We have bodies down here.
3 down inside so far, 2 outside, radio.
Police say the gunman's intention was to kill as many black people as possible. The president says there is no room for this type of hate in America.
White supremacy is a poison, and it's been allowed to fester and grow right in front of our eyes. No more.
Investigators say 18-year-old Peyton Gendron legally purchased a gun in his hometown of Conklin, New York, where he claims to have been radicalized online. During his speech, the president touched on the topics of social media censorship and gun control.
We can keep assault weapons off our streets. We've done it before. But we can't address the relentless exploitation of the internet to recruit and mobilize terrorism.
Tonight, President Joe Biden calling for stricter gun laws as people in this community have a lot of questions about what red flags were missed with this gunman. Last year, he was questioned by police and had a mental evaluation after his teacher said he wanted to commit a murder-suicide. Investigators are still looking into those claims. The local DA says he believes the police and the teacher followed protocol. Reporting in Buffalo, New York, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Alexis, thank you for that report. Meanwhile, police in Orange County, California are now saying that the suspected church shooter was politically motivated. They identified the man accused of orchestrating the deadly shooting in Laguna Woods on Sunday as David Chow. They said he was possibly upset about political tensions between China and Taiwan and are calling the incident a, quote, politically motivated hate incident. Cho, a 68-year-old Chinese American, allegedly killed at least 1 person and wounded 5 others after opening fire in the Geneva Presbyterian Church on Sunday. And here's some video of the congregation. One of those doctors there hailed as a hero for trying to attack the suspect. We do want to head to a full conversation with our Fox 11 LA's team. They spoke to the Orange County DA, Todd Spritzer, about the situation.
The charges the suspect will be facing. Here's Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer.
The suspect is eligible for life without the possibility of parole or death. The reason I was there is because at some point in time down the road, I will have to determine as a district attorney whether or not we will be seeking death.
All right, let's now bring in the district attorney himself and, of course, Phil Schuman into this conversation. District Attorney Spitzer, thank you for being with us tonight. What an emotional couple of days it has been. Let's, in fact, start there. The heroism that we saw yesterday unfold. You talked about arriving to the scene yesterday, how gripping, how heart-wrenching that was. What stood out to you the most?
There was a cane on the table that was abandoned, and it signified to me that the individuals in that room, the elderly, were doing everything to flee the premises as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, those doors were all chained closed, and so they had nowhere to go. And they were literally locked down in that room. And but for the fact that Dr. Cheng, he was the youngest individual probably in that room, 40 years old, when he went over to subdue the subject, he was shot. That gun malfunctioned, and because of the malfunction, that was the only ability then the others had to grab onto the suspect. But for the fact that that gun jammed, I know that a lot more people would have died.
You talk about the charges. You mentioned the death penalty. Is there any reason why you wouldn't pursue the death penalty?
The death penalty is the most solemn punishment we have in society. And certainly that's not a judgment I'm going to be rushed into making. This is a very, very serious crime. And I'm looking at both the trauma and the impact to the victims. At the same time, I'm obligated and will consider his age, whether or not he had a criminal background, other mental issues that may have been going on. I mean, that's what you want from your district attorney. I'm responsible for balancing the interests of justice. And then you add on the layer, what do the victims want? What does the widow want? What does the mother, Dr. Cheng's mom, who was there as well, she just lost her son and she's a widow. She just lost her husband. So, you know, she may not want this trauma to go through this kind of proceeding. So I have to take all these factors into consideration.
Phil, out to you.
Well, we may be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here because the suspect hasn't yet come to court. But when you talk about the death penalty, and I listened closely to what you were saying today, we don't have a death penalty in California. There's a moratorium. We haven't executed anyone in 15 years. So I'm not sure why that was one of the first things you brought up.
Because I wanted people to understand, Phil, that he is eligible. Tomorrow we will be charging him. He will be arraigned. I mean, we're going to charge him with 1 count of murder with the use of a gun, 4 counts of attempted murder on the, 5 counts of attempted murder on the other individuals. The murder with the gun will be while he's lying in wait and plan the murder. That is a special circumstances case, a special circumstances murder. And so he's eligible for life without the possibility of parole or death. This is a death penalty case, Phil. I understand what the governor has done. He won't be the governor forever, but I also understand that the public has voted for to keep the death penalty. Look, I'm not here to argue the death penalty tonight, but tomorrow he will be charged, and we will go through the process of doing what's in the best interest of justice and the desire and take into consideration the victims' concerns and what they would like to see as well.
Something that struck me watching you live today during the noon hour, we did bring that to our viewers live, and there you were side by side with the sheriff of Orange County. You had other people there representing, of course, from other parties. The point of what I'm trying to make here is there was such a unified front, something that you wouldn't necessarily see in Los Angeles County. So when you're working a case like you are on this one, how important is it to have that unified front?
I'm literally doing this interview right now from Christ Our Redeemer Church in Irvine. We just had a prayer vigil, bipartisan, with pastors of all denominations. Mayor Farrakhan, the Democratic mayor of Irvine, is here. The sheriff is here. I mean, look, this is about a community coming together. This isn't about partisanship. At the end of the day, I've been doing this work of being a government leader for 30 years. Our job is to protect the public and to make sure we're safe. Everybody, irrespective of party or ethnicity or race or sexual orientation, everybody deserves to be safe. And we are grieving tonight because of the loss of Dr. Cheng. We're celebrating the heroism, but I offered a prayer tonight to say, listen, we need to pray for those individuals also who are shot. And we have a lot of people who are going to be going through some very, very serious recovery, and we want to make sure that they heal and get better.
And lastly, if Dr. Cheng hadn't been there, if he hadn't rushed that gunman, how much worse would this situation have been?
Oh, I can tell you, there was at least, I think, 15 magazines fully loaded of 9mm. There were 2 9mm weapons recovered. He had explosive devices. He had locked the doors. He was ready to engage in a war. If that gun had not malfunctioned after he shot Dr. Cheng, I do not believe that he would have been subdued. I believe that he would have overcome everybody with force. His goal, in my opinion, and it's still early in our investigation, but it's my opinion, tonight that he would have slaughtered everybody in that room, and then he probably would have set the church on fire.
Wow. Quite something. Thank you very much for taking a few minutes to join us in the midst of that service. And please pass on our love to everybody in Orange County that is mourning tonight. DA Todd Spitzer, thank you.
Thank you so much.
The charges the suspect will be facing. Here's Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer.
The suspect.
And as always, a big thanks to our Fox 11 LA team for those in-depth conversations. Again, this one specifically talking about that deadly church shooting in Orange County, California. Sticking with that very same topic, we want to talk about mental health. A variety of factors can contribute to mental health disorders. Those, according to the CDC, include early childhood trauma, chemical imbalances in our brains, drugs and alcohol use, and more. And with May marking Mental Health Awareness Month, psychologists say that there is no better time to help educate people about the potential warning signs, how to address the symptoms, and ways to destigmatize those illnesses. Our Fox News correspondent Marian Rafferty reports.
Mental health, it's critical to our overall well-being, but oftentimes gets overlooked. A troubling sign when the CDC reports more than 50% of Americans will be diagnosed with a mental illness at some point during their life. And coming out of the pandemic, the number of people needing help is only on the rise.
We've seen more need for services, which we presume will translate into in fact, more people are diagnosed, more kids are diagnosed with mental health disorders.
So how can we recognize someone struggling?
Some of the ways that we can tell are if somebody's habits or behaviors have changed, especially around communication or getting to work or school on time.
Psychologists say if you notice these traits in friends or family, it's okay to suggest proven methods to help them cope.
There's mindfulness, there's expressive writing or journaling, there is walking in green spaces.
Exercise is also helpful. It's one part of the De-Stress Monday program taking off at schools across the country. Every Monday, districts implementing the program have their students participate in 45-minute sessions involving yoga, push-ups, deep breathing, and more.
You kind of wake up, you're kind of stressed, and you're like, oh, I have to go to school. But this very much helps with, calming you down.
Psychologists say it's also important to destigmatize mental health disorders by creating an open dialogue at home, in schools, and in popular culture so that no one feels alone. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Marianne, thank you for that report. We do want to switch gears and bring you live out to Fairfax, Virginia. You're taking a look right now outside of the courtroom where we do know Johnny Depp and Amber Heard will be again appearing in court. This $50 million defamation trial now going on week 5. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to head live outside of the courtroom where Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard is speaking to some super fans and giving us a live report on this trial. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. We do want to bring you back out to Fairfax, Virginia. As you can see, the courtroom here, this is where the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard defamation trial is happening in Fairfax, Virginia. As promised, we, of course, do want to head out live to our Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard, who is outside of the courtroom there this morning. Bob, thank you so much for joining us on the show. This trial has been going on for about 5 weeks now. I understand there's some fans outside of the courtroom, some supporters for both Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. What have you been seeing and hearing from those fans?
You know, they're mostly here supporting Johnny Depp. This is day 18 of the trial. They were off last week. The judge had another commitment. But every day of the trial, even when there's not explosive testimony from either Johnny or Amber, you've got dozens and dozens of fans from the Northern Virginia, D.C. area, others coming from across the country for the opportunity to be in the courtroom for this trial. There were probably, maybe 180 or so people out here this morning. The first 100, and at 7 a.m. Eastern time, the Fairfax County Sheriff's deputies start handing out wristbands. So starting at 7 a.m., the first 100 are pretty much guaranteed a seat in the courtroom. And then there's an adjacent courtroom for a live video feed of the trial for another 50 people. So the first 150 who are here will likely get in. The first ones online yesterday, or this morning, got here yesterday at 10 a.m. The Sheriff's Department has put signs up, printed out a little note and taped it to the brick wall here saying, please don't line up before 1 a.m. So there's really not supposed to be anybody here until 1 a.m. the day of the trial. But the first two in line today were here yesterday morning at 10 a.m. They'll get in. And these are people who've been watching the trial, some who are repeat customers who've been here before and been in the courtroom and just kind of soaking it all up as they believe Amber Heard has not done her cause any justice by being on the stand the last few days here.
And Bob, I did want to ask, I don't know if this is a loaded question or not, but any idea of why we're seeing more Johnny Depp fans outside of the courtroom compared to Amber Heard as this trial goes on?
I think it's just a matter of he's a more popular, well-known actor. I mean, I think she's had roles and is an accomplished human being herself, but really gained her fame by being married to Johnny. And so you just have people who've watched him as Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies since they were kids. They're now grown adults, and they're here supporting him. We spoke to a woman this morning. She's a college student at James Madison University, just down the road here in Virginia. And she and a friend got a tattoo yesterday before coming to court today, the number 3 on her ankle, which she says matches a tattoo of a number 3 on Johnny Depp's hand. And again, this is a college student, seemed very bright, but passionate for an actor who she has loved since she was a little girl. So I think that's simply it. He's a more well-known person than Amber Heard, and she just has not drawn the passionate crowds, even 1 or 2 people really, that he has coming to the courthouse here in Fairfax, which is just maybe a 20-minute ride outside of Washington, D.C.
And Bob, I think you said this trial going on day 18. I understand Amber Heard wrapped up her experience on the stand with not only her testimony but cross-examination yesterday. Any idea of what we can expect to see today as this trial moves on, since, the 2 key players, key stars, if you will, in this trial have already taken the stand? What can we expect to see?
We may hear from a friend or 2 of Amber Heard's. This is, she's putting on her defense and took the stand in her own defense, but yesterday was being grilled by Johnny's attorney, Camille Vasquez. So we're expecting some friends of Amber Heard, perhaps her sister. Some of the evidence and testimony we're going to see are recordings of depositions. So a lot of the live testimony, in-court testimony, has wrapped up. There are some here who think that perhaps Johnny Depp himself will get back on the stand at some point. you know, just to answer some of the issues that were raised by Amber Heard's defense of her for this defamation case. So we may at some point hear from him. The trial is supposed to wrap up next Friday. They're trying to get this thing done before the Memorial Day weekend. Looks like it's on track. Trial resumes at 9 a.m. It had been starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. This week they're starting the proceedings at 9 a.m. And so we'll see. I mean, and again, people say, like, why here in Fairfax County? This all stems from an op-ed piece that Amber Heard wrote with the help of the ACLU a few years ago that was published by the Washington Post, and their printing presses are here in Fairfax County, Virginia. Hence, this is where this trial is taking place.
All right, definitely an interesting point, and of course a very interesting defamation trial happening in Fairfax, Virginia. So as always, Bob, thank you so much for joining us here on the show and really breaking down what you're seeing outside of the courtroom and what we can expect to see today. So again, a huge thanks.
My pleasure, Mackenzie. Hope we helped a little bit.
Definitely. All right, everybody, and as Bob Barnard from our Fox 5 DC team said, that trial expected to resume at 9 o'clock this morning. That means we are just about 8 minutes away from being inside of the courtroom. We do now want to head to a full conversation, more of an in-depth conversation with our LiveNOW's Daytona Everett. She spoke with a legal analyst by the name of Ken Belkin on if Amber Heard actually defamed Depp and really what this trial is all about. Let's listen in.
How do you think they're doing right now? It's their priority to go ahead and attack all of the claims that Amber Heard has made. How do you think they're doing at this point?
You know, there's an old Latin saying, falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus, meaning if you're lying in one instance, everything you say must be considered false. And they have pointed out so many inconsistencies and poked so many holes in her credibility that it's going to be hard to take anything she has to say at this point at face value.
So what exactly do you think they can do to make changes in the trial right now? Is it too late? Is the case too far gone? We've seen Amber Heard's attorney step up there and try to counteract a lot of the claims, object to a lot of the claims. Is this just kind of a stalling technique, or is she trying to do something with that?
Well, look, I think something's getting lost in the noise here, and that this is not a trial about repairing Amber Heard or Johnny Depp's reputations. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, and most of the American public is concerned, both of their reputations are ruined. He has massive substance abuse issues, and she seems to be, you know, willfully engaging in deceit on a near daily basis. But we can't lose sight of the fact that this is a defamation trial, that Mr. Depp has brought claims against Amber Heard relating to a 2018 Washington Post editorial that she wrote about domestic abuse. Now, you can go read that editorial. Johnny Depp's name is not mentioned once in that editorial. No mention of her husband, but she does point to the fact that she is a domestic abuse survivor, and she does reference a quote-unquote powerful man in the article. Now, does that constitute defamation that costs Mr. Depp $50 million? That's the real question.
And with that being said, from the evidence that they have presented and the claims that they have counteracted, do you think that's enough to convince this jury that he has been defamed, and he has been defamed enough in multi-millions of dollars?
Well, look, here's the thing. She wrote that editorial in the aftermath of a very, very public divorce where there were allegations of domestic violence flying back and forth. For her to take the stand now and say that that article was not directed at Johnny Depp, it was not about Johnny Depp in any way, it was about the aftermath of her divorce and her history, is ludicrous. You can't read that article and be divorced from the fact that she was married to the man America all knows, Edward Scissorhands, you know, Captain Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp. We all know who you are married to. We all know who your husband is. We all know who you are referring to when you say you're a survivor of domestic abuse. Now, Mr. Depp's legal team did produce evidence in the form of his agent's testimony that those allegations of hers cost him the role of Captain Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't know, what are we up to, 26 now? You know, and that he was going to be paid $22 million for that role. So there has been evidence introduced that he was damaged. I don't know that they can tie it so neatly to that editorial, though.
What do you mean by that? Expand on that.
I mean, they've really got to prove that editorial, that article, which was so public and read so widely by the American public, that is what cost him the role of Captain Jack Sparrow. That because it damaged his reputation that much, and that damaging to his reputation was based on falsehoods, that is what cost him the $22 million. And again, he's not mentioned by name in that article at all. Now, I think something her team maybe could have done differently, and I hate to, Monday morning quarterback another lawyer, is that, why say that the article is not about Johnny Depp in any way? Why not just say, yeah, it is partly about him, and everything I said about him is the truth? Because the truth is an absolute defense in a defamation case.
Right. She has stood by the fact, though, that she has been the victim of all of this, although I feel like Johnny Depp's legal team trying to paint this picture that he's the victim, going as far as to bring up other situations in the past with Amber Heard and her ex-girlfriend, alleging that there was domestic abuse in that relationship, playing out audio recordings of Amber Heard saying that, oh yeah, I did hit you, but it wasn't that hard, what have you made of this evidence that has been presented, really making her out to be kind of the villain?
I mean, recorded admissions are some of the most damning evidence you can produce in a case. If you have your adversary on tape admitting that they did what you're accusing them of doing, I mean, how do you walk that back? How do you say to a jury, well, I didn't really mean it, or I was being hyperbolic? But the fact of the matter is, she does have a history of domestic violence. She was arrested in a Seattle airport for assaulting her ex-girlfriend some years back. And this was something witnessed by the police, even though the charges were inevitably dropped. And believe me, charges get dropped a lot. Guilty people, newsflash, sometimes have their charges dropped. And the reality is, police officers witnessed this assault on her ex-girlfriend, which is how she got arrested in the first place. And if she's assaulting her ex-girlfriend publicly in an airport, it begs the question as to how bad her judgment is.
So with all of this being said, cross-examination is over. Amber Heard is off the stand. She's probably ecstatic to not be in the limelight anymore. What else can we be expecting through the rest of the trial?
Well, I mean, we're just going to have to see how they tie it back to this article. And that's really going to be the crux of it. I think we have closing statements scheduled on the 27th. And it's going to be really interesting to see how this jury rules. Because it is, again, a defamation trial. It's not about who we like better. Are we team Johnny? Are we team Amber? Whose reputation is being rebuilt? It's not about whether or not we're going to see more of Amber in Aquaman 2 or, the 39th with Johnny Depp. It is about whether a specific article damaged Mr. Depp to the tune of what he says to be $50 million.
All right, and we will be watching it through the rest of the week here. Legal analyst Ken Belkin joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon for sure. What are your big...
And as always, a big thanks to our Live Now's Daytona Everett for that in-depth conversation and insight into this ongoing trial happening here live right now in Fairfax, Virginia. You can see Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, and the rest of the courtroom standing as the judge walks in. Let's go ahead and listen in as we now move on day 18 of this Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial.
Yes, sir.
And as we wait for the judge and attorneys for Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to finish their private sidebar conversation. We do want to head to a story, just a quick story wrapping up what happened during Amber Heard's testimony. She concluded her testimony and cross-examination by Johnny Depp's legal team yesterday. Let's go ahead and listen into the story.
Amber Heard slammed her ex-husband during cross-examination Tuesday. During a tense exchange with Depp's attorneys, the actress unveiled fresh details regarding her tumultuous marriage. Throughout the day, Depp's lawyer, Camille Vasquez, attempted to paint Heard as the real abuser during their marriage.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could if it meant I could get away.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Vasquez also questioned Heard on claims that she was physically and sexually abused during her marriage with Depp, and grilled her about her alleged violent past, including her domestic violence arrest while dating photographer Tasia Von Rhee in 2009.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Rhee during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
The Aquaman actress continues to deny any allegations that she was the aggressor during their marriage.
He knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Earlier this week, Amber Heard testified that her role in Aquaman 2 was reduced after Depp's attorney called her abuse claims a hoax. Depp is seeking $50 million from Heard, accusing her of tarnishing his career. In New York, Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
Anna, thank you for that report. We do want to take you back live inside of the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia, where you see Amber Heard right there. Their attorneys, Depp's attorneys and hers as well, are currently having a sidebar conversation with the judge inside of the courtroom, which we, of course, cannot hear. So in the meantime, we, of course, will continue to monitor this trial and bring you back live inside as soon as this trial gets underway. In the meantime, we do want to switch to some other interesting news that we have stateside, talking about UFOs. A highly anticipated congressional hearing took place yesterday on UFOs. Yes, this is real. UFOs in Capitol Hill. Lawmakers got a chance to question Pentagon officials about what the U.S. knows about various encounters with unidentified flying objects. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has the details from Washington.
Videos of UFOs shown at this congressional hearing Tuesday seem straight out of a science fiction movie.
U.S. Navy personnel recorded what appears to be triangles, some flashing, recorded several years ago, off the coast of the United States.
But Pentagon officials told the committee the danger of unidentified aerial phenomena is very real for military aircraft and potentially national security.
Because UAPs pose potential flight safety and general security risk, we are committed to a focused effort to determine their origins.
An intelligence report released last year counted 144 sightings of flying objects that U.S. officials couldn't identify, including this one taken from an F-18 that shows a spherical shape zing past.
And is this one of the phenomena that we can't explain?
I do not have an explanation for what this specific object is.
Some sightings have been reported near military bases, raising the possibility they could be aircraft powered by secret technology from Russia, China, or another foreign adversary.
This is not about finding alien spacecraft, but about delivering dominant intelligence across the tactical, operational, and strategic spectrum.
After this public hearing, members entered a closed session saying some of their investigation needs to remain classified to protect national security. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. So again, Congress holding its first hearing on UFOs, unidentified flying objects, or unidentified aerial objects. The first hearing in 50 years. It happened yesterday on Capitol Hill, as we mentioned. As we wait for the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial to continue. We do want to head to a conversation with our own LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft, who spoke to an expert, a UFO expert on that congressional hearing.
What were your key takeaways? A hearing like this in front of members of Congress has not happened in about 50 years. They really went over that report that kind of outlined those 144 sightings, if you will, and even outlined many, many more that have been witnessed, that have been encountered since that report was released. Did you watch today? I'm sure you did. What were your key takeaways?
Yes, I was watching, and what a historic day. I mean, I think the most important thing about today was not any single thing that was said, but that the hearing was held in the first place. This is finally Congress waking up and saying, yes, there is something going on in our airspace. We are not going to be kind of fobbed off with all the usual platitudes about little green men and things. This is a defense and national security issue, and we now want some hard answers from the DoD.
You know, there seems to be this kind of partnership underway, or at least this relationship that is getting better between the intelligence community and the Pentagon, kind of teaming up to bring more of this out into fuller view rather than, you know, shroud it in secrecy. That was really what I thought was the main takeaway today, was that they want to get rid of the stigma of secrecy around this particular topic, get it more out into the open. But then again, we were hearing from some of the officials who were testifying, members of Congress asked them questions, and they said maybe that's better for a classified setting. So there was still a lot of that today.
Yes, and I understand that that is obviously going to start a whole bunch of conspiracy theories. But I think you're right. I think one of the key takeaways from today was this sense that we need a more integrated response across government from this. And I was encouraged, actually, when I heard the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security say, look, it's not just DoD. There are other players here. There's NASA. There's the Space Force, there's the scientific community, and the idea that we will get, hopefully, particularly if Congress keeps pushing for accountability here, we'll get this more joined up response. I think that was encouraging.
You know, Nick, other than some of the new video and photos that were unclassified today, declassified rather, did you learn anything that you didn't know today from the testimony?
Frankly, I'll be honest with you, no. I think those of us who've been following this closely, this was all things that we'd seen before. But I think we weren't the audience. Those of us who've looked at this from within government, we weren't the audience. The audience today was other parts of Congress, was the media, and was the American people who are asking and demanding, rightly, answers on this. And I think they're closer than before to getting them.
You know, other than the kind of sci-fi element that everyone associates unidentified aerial phenomena with, there's also a national security element that goes alongside this. What are these unidentified flying objects? Could they be from, you know, a foreign actor, an enemy that the U.S. just doesn't know about this technology that could be out there? So there's that element too. Which do you think was mostly centered on at the hearing today? Was it one or the other or both?
Well, it seemed to flip-flop between the two. I think we started off with a sort of almost theoretical discussion about the possibilities of the existence of extraterrestrial life. Then some of the other representatives brought it back to, you know, could this be adversary drones from China? And we don't know. We don't know where we are with this. But I think that's the great thing. Whatever one believes, whether you're a skeptic, whether you're a believer, you know, we have Mulders and Scullys out there, both in the general public but within the government too. And I think we saw some of that today.
Okay, so Nick, now this hearing has happened. It was the first of its kind in 50 years. The fact that they just had a hearing, huge move. What happens next? What will you be looking for next in this debate, in this discussion?
Well, today is not the end. Today's the beginning. In the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2022 were multiple provisions on UFOs. Congress is saying in the Senate and the House, in the intelligence committees, the armed services committees, we want regular briefings on this, and as and when you know more, we want to hold you to account for this. So there are going to be more briefings. Some of them will be public, some of them will be private, classified ones. But this is, I think we've gotten beyond the stigma. We've gotten beyond the sort of rolling of the eyes and this is all just science fiction and conspiracy theories. And now, rightly, we are treating this as the defense and national security issue that it is.
Nick Pope, as always, we appreciate your insight into this. We know you follow this so closely, and we'll speak to you again.
Thank you.
What were your key takeaways?
And as always, a big thanks to our own LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft for that conversation with that UFO expert talking about the military and U.S. government now taking those UFO sightings a little bit more seriously, talking about how they should be treated as a potential national security threat. So definitely an interesting story. In the meantime, we do want to take you back out live to Fairfax, Virginia, where we do have Amber Heard's friend testifying in this defamation trial. This is Raquel Pennington, a friend of Heard who lived in another apartment building in the building in LA where Depp and Heard lived while they were married. Let's go ahead and listen in.
When Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came back downstairs?
Believe Josh and myself. David Heard. And I don't remember anyone else specifically who was still there.
You also testified that when, quote, you went to look and found that a full bottle of wine had hit and broken a piece of art that Amber really loved above the bed, and that broken glass was scattered all over the bed.
Did I testify that?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of what you saw?
Yes.
And where did you see this? In what room?
In their bedroom of PH3.
How did you get to this penthouse from penthouse 5?
I went upstairs in penthouse 5, across the top story, which all 3 penthouses were connected, through to penthouse 3. The bedroom was also on the top story, and all the way through and around.
Do you recall seeing any spilled wine?
I think there was wine. Yeah, I think there was also spilled wine on the bed and on the ground.
Do you remember whether that bottle of wine was broken or not?
I don't remember that the bottle was broken, but there's also plenty of glasses around with wine in them that could have been part of that. There was glass everywhere.
So you specifically remember glass being everywhere upstairs. Is that fair?
On the bed, mostly.
What kind of wine bottle was it? Magnum? Red? Do you remember?
It would have been red.
Was it a Magnum bottle?
I don't think so.
What picture had been damaged?
I think it was one of Eleanor Finney, I believe.
Apologies, Ms. Pennington. What did it look like?
I don't remember which one.
You saw the aftermath?
The aftermath, fair.
So you don't know that Mr. Depp actually threw the bottle, right?
I don't know.
Ms. Heard could have thrown the bottle, true?
She could have.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Did you say she could have?
She could have.
And was the evening still happening after you returned from observing the bedroom?
Yes.
Do you recall any other issues happening, any further problems during the evening?
I don't recall any, no.
Do you remember providing deposition testimony about this Thanksgiving incident when you were deposed in the divorce proceeding?
If you have transcript of that original deposition, I could take a look at it and recall.
Do you have any independent recollection of testifying during the divorce proceeding about Thanksgiving?
Are you talking about the deposition or testifying?
I'm talking about your deposition during the divorce proceeding.
She's out there.
I remember the depo, but it was a very long depo, and a lot of topics were covered.
So, do you remember during the depo testifying that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner? Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing had happened. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't remember the specifics of the testimony.
Okay. So, can videographer, would you mind, or tech, pulling up Ms. Pennington's July 14, 2016 deposition transcript?
December.
July 14, 2016, it's volume 2.
Where am I looking in the document?
Yeah, if you could please scroll down to page 238. Ms. Pennington, if you could look on page 238 of your deposition transcript from July 14, 2016, line 23, and if you could read to yourself through page 240, line 18.
Do you have control? You have control.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just I don't have like the scrolly thing, so I just have to.
You can do page down. You can do this arrow.
What line am I reading down to?
Page 240, line 18. So you testified at your deposition that after Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner, Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing happened. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the night has faded in my memory, but as I read this, yeah.
Is that an accurate description of what you observed Mr. Depp that evening?
This description?
Yeah. Was it your observation the evening of Thanksgiving that you couldn't tell whether Mr. Depp was drunk or angry, that he just put on a facade?
I couldn't tell what he was feeling. I didn't know what was going on.
And you couldn't tell if he was drunk, correct?
I couldn't tell.
And you couldn't tell if he was angry that evening either?
Well, I can't say what anybody else's emotions are at any time.
You didn't perceive him being angry in front of you that evening?
At me, no.
At anyone?
Not that I recall.
So fair to say that Mr. Depp did not seem angry to you when he came downstairs after the Thanksgiving dinner, right?
He didn't seem any particular way to me.
You testified that in December of 2015, Amber called you over to her apartment so that you could check her out. Is that a correct statement? You testified to that?
Yes.
Okay, my question was, after you arrived, you observed injuries to Ms. Heard, right?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that her head was bloody, where a chunk of hair had been ripped out of the back of her head?
Yeah. Yes.
Was her head actively bleeding when you saw her?
It wasn't like dripping down her head, but it was raw and red.
Was it actively bleeding, if you remember?
Define actively bleeding.
Was there blood?
Yes.
How could you tell hair had been ripped out of her head?
There was a bloody patch with hair missing.
Where was her face red?
Her whole face.
Could the redness have been from crying?
It could have been.
Where did her nose appear to be swollen?
It'd be like the upper bridge.
Did you observe that Ms. Heard had any black eyes?
Not that I recall.
Was there blood on her lips when you saw her?
It was cut open.
Was there blood coming out of that cut?
Sorry, you can answer. Sorry.
I don't remember if there was blood coming out of it at that point.
Was it on the top or bottom lip?
It was on the bottom.
Before we go there, have any independent recollection of seeing a laceration on Ms. Heard's forehead?
There were many times that I saw injuries on her. If you would like to show me a photo or point me to another place where I can remember which injury was in which instance, then I can answer the question.
So you testified that Ms. Heard had a laceration on her forehead when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
If you remember, where on her forehead was this laceration?
Up by the hairline.
Was it on the right or left side?
I don't remember.
Was the laceration bleeding?
I don't think so.
Sitting here today, did you observe any other injuries to Ms. Heard that evening that you remember?
No.
If we can go back to Ms. Pennington's witness statement in the United Kingdom, that would be great. So in paragraph 20, Ms. Pennington, you testified that after you saw Ms. Heard, you, quote, called for assistance from a private nurse who was part of the concierge medical service which Johnny and Amber used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is Erin Barem the private nurse you're referring to here?
Yes.
Do you know approximately at what time you called Ms. Barem?
Evening.
Do you recall Ms. Barem coming over to the penthouses that night as well?
I don't know if she came over that night.
Do you recall Ms. Barem providing any advice or recommendation to you on the phone?
I think she said to maybe not let her go to sleep and to listen to her speech. Keep an eye on her.
And you did that?
Yes.
You testified in paragraph 20 that on December 15, 2015, you took pictures of Ms. Heard's injuries on your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you send these photographs?
I don't know if it was on my phone or her phone.
You see the third line down, you say with my phone.
Oh, then it was my phone.
Did you alter the photographs in any way, Ms. Pennington?
No.
Do you recall sending the photographs to anyone?
No.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes. Amber's face with swelling on her nose, bruising underneath her eyes.
And to confirm, you don't recognize whether you took this photograph or not, right?
I don't know if I took that one.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's pull up Pennington Exhibit 6. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
What is this photograph depicting?
The part of her scalp where the hair was ripped out.
You've testified previously that you photographed a big clump of hair on the floor, which was blonde in color and clearly belonged to Amber. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, I remember.
Where did you see this clump of hair?
It was in PH4 in the bedroom.
And just to confirm, PH4, is this where Ms. Heard used that penthouse as a closet?
No.
Which penthouse did Ms. Heard use as a closet?
penthouse 5.
How did you know that the hair clearly belonged to Amber?
Hair had been ripped out of her scalp, and it was her color on the floor of her apartment.
But you didn't see the hair get ripped out of her head, right?
Correct.
And so your understanding that this was Ms. Heard's hair that was ripped out of her head was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
My understanding that it was Ms. Heard's hair was what I saw on her body and on the floor.
And the fact that it had been, quote, ripped out of her head, that was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
Yes, and common sense.
If we could pull up Pennington Exhibit 7, please. Ms. Pennington, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Is this a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony?
Yes.
Is this a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony?
Objection vague.
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take it on your phone?
Yes.
And before you took this photograph, did you move the hair in any way?
No.
Okay, so this picture is the clump of hair exactly as you found it, right?
Correct.
And when did you take this photograph?
When I was taking the other photographs.
And you didn't alter this photo in any way, correct?
I did not alter this photo.
You recall taking a photograph of a wooden platform bed which had a partially broken bed frame?
I do.
And did you photograph the bed just as you found it?
Yes.
You didn't move anything off or onto the bed?
No.
Where was the bed broken, if you remember?
It was a platform bed, and the edge of the platform had like a long shard of wood off the corner, or like off the edge.
Where was the broken bed? In which penthouse?
4.
In which room?
The bedroom.
I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 8. Bears a base number Pennington 5. Do you recognize this photograph, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
You see that on the left side of what I assume is the mattress and the comforter, there appears to be something on the bed.
Is it possible to zoom in?
Sure. You see in the picture there appears to be something on the bed?
Yes.
Is this something that was already there when you found the bed?
I don't remember seeing that before.
It's not something that you put on the bed, right?
No.
And you don't know what that is?
No.
So I believe you already testified that the next day Ms. Heard was going on the James Corden show, right?
Which testify? Which testification?
Today.
Oh, today. The next day, yes.
You were with Ms. Heard when she was getting ready for the show at her apartment, true?
True.
And was this in Penthouse 3?
5.
Do you remember that Samantha, Melanie, and Adir were there assisting Ms. Heard getting ready?
Yes.
Who is Samantha?
Samantha is Johnny's stylist and was also doing styling for Amber.
And who is Melanie?
Amber's makeup artist.
And who is Adir?
Amber's hairstylist.
Do you recall anybody else being there?
No.
Did you hear Ms. Heard tell anyone of these people about her injury?
I remember her showing the injuries.
Who did she show the injuries to?
She showed Melanie her lip and Adir the missing hair on her head.
Ms. Pennington, I want to talk to you about Ms. Heard's birthday in April of 2016. Do you remember that after Ms. Heard's birthday dinner, you and Ms. Heard and some other friends were scheduled to leave for Coachella the day after?
Yes.
So after the dinner, I know you attended the dinner, but after the dinner the next day, when you arrived to the penthouse, you noticed shattered glass on Ms. Heard's bedroom floor.
Correct.
What kind of glass was it?
I don't know.
Can you tell where it comes from?
I couldn't tell where it had come from.
Did you notice any other damage in the bedroom?
I believe there was a broken lamp.
Ms. Heard had 2 dogs at the time, correct?
At the time of this?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall where the dogs were when you were in the bedroom with Ms. Heard on April 22nd, 2016?
In the bed.
Were you concerned about the dogs injuring themselves on the glass?
Yes.
Did she look upset?
When I arrived?
Yes.
She was asleep.
When she woke up, did she look upset to you?
Yes.
What made you think that she was upset or looked upset?
She started crying.
Now let's turn to the events of May 21, 2016. Okay. At some point, did Ms. Heard tell you that Mr. Depp wanted to come to the penthouse to get some stuff on May 21st, 2016?
I don't remember what exact day she said that, but she said that.
I'll make the representation to you that we're talking about May 21st, 2016, when Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her. So, do you recall knowing that Mr. Depp was planning to come by the Eastern Columbia building on or about May 21st, 2016 to collect some stuff?
I remember that she told me that he wanted to come over.
Do you remember who was at the penthouse before Mr. Depp came over?
On which, when?
On May 21st, 2016. You were there, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Heard was there?
Yes.
Was Josh Drew there?
Yes.
Was Elizabeth Mars there?
Yes.
Were you preparing for a jewelry show the next day that you were doing, Ms. Pennington?
I was preparing.
Was anybody assisting you prepare for that show?
Yes.
And you were in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, preparing for that show?
We were in and out of Penthouse 5 and Penthouse 1.
At some point, Ms. Heard left Penthouse 1 and Penthouse 5. And she went to Penthouse 3, correct? At some point that evening?
Yes.
Sometime after Ms. Heard left to go back to Penthouse 3, you received a text message from her, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were when you received this message?
PH1, Penthouse 1.
Where was Mr. Drew?
With me in PH1.
And where was Miss Mars?
She was either with us in PH1 or in PH5.
And do you remember what you were doing when you received this message?
No.
What did you do after you received this message from Ms. Heard?
I went straight over to PH3.
Could you hear when you went straight over to PH3, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Sorry, will you repeat just the beginning of the question? You broke up a bit.
When you went to Penthouse 3, could you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were saying to each other?
No.
Do you recall the door being locked to Penthouse 3 when you got there?
The door was always locked.
Did you have a key?
Yes.
Did you use the key to open the door?
Yes.
I believe you previously testified that the penthouses 3, 4, and 5 were all connected. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you can get from Penthouse 5 to Penthouse 3 without going out the main hallway. Is that right?
Correct.
When you entered Penthouse 3, only Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were in the penthouse, right?
Yes.
Do you know where Mr. Depp was standing?
Yes.
Where was he?
In the living room.
What part of the living room?
The sort of like the entry, like the in-between from the kitchen to the living room.
And where was Ms. Heard?
On the other side of the living room.
Was she by the couch?
Yes.
And were they approximately how far apart?
8 feet, 10 feet.
And they were both standing when you first came in?
Yes.
What's the first thing you remember, Ms. Pennington, when you entered the penthouse?
The first thing I remember was just hearing them. I don't remember what they were saying, but it was a verbal argument, and then he continued to yell, and I went over to her and then stepped between him.
Where was Mr. Depp when you stepped between them?
The sofa is an L in the corner of the living room. The coffee table fit into the L shape. Amber was on the far side. Johnny was on the other side of the L, with the coffee table between them.
At some point, Mr. Depp's security team came in. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was Jerry Judge and Sean Beck?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Depp standing when they entered the apartment?
In the space between the living room and the kitchen.
And you were with Ms. Heard on the sofa?
Yes.
Mr. Depp eventually left Penthouse 3 with his picture. Is that correct?
Eventually, yes.
And he left you and Ms. Heard in Penthouse 3?
Yes.
From the moment you entered House 3 until Mr. Depp left, did you see Mr. Depp touch Ms. Heard?
I didn't see him touch her.
Did you see him throw anything at her?
I didn't see him throw anything at her.
What did you do after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3?
We took Amber to Penthouse 1.
Is that where Mr. Drew and Miss Mars were?
I don't know where they were specifically. I don't know if they were in different places or which apartment they were in.
What did you do once you and Miss Heard got back to Penthouse 1?
She wanted her purse, so I asked Josh to go find her purse in PH3.
Did you observe any property damage in any of the penthouses?
Yes.
What damage did you observe in Penthouse 3?
He had smashed a bunch of on his way out. I saw this. On his way out, he had knocked over a bunch of items that were on the kitchen island, fruit baskets and bottles and things like that. That was the main damage in PH3.
What damage did you see in PH5?
In PH5, there were photos that had been smashed off the wall, items that I had been working on the table that had been thrown against the wall.
You also observed injuries to Ms. Heard's face, correct?
Yes.
What did you see?
Her cheek was red and swelling.
Do you recall when you noticed her cheek?
No.
But you didn't see how this occurred, right?
I didn't see.
At some point, 2 police officers arrived. Is that correct?
At 2 points, 2 police officers arrived.
Before the first set of police officers showed up, had you cleaned up any of the damage in penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't remember.
Where were you when the police officers arrived? The first set?
PH3.
Did you see Ms. Heard speak to the officer? The first set.
Yes.
Did you see the officers enter penthouse 3?
Yes.
They look around penthouse 3?
Yes.
Did they enter penthouse 5, the first set of police officers?
I'm not sure.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Pennington, that the first set of police officers saw the damage you allege Mr. Depp caused in penthouse?
I don't know what they saw, but there was damage there.
And another set of 2 officers came later in that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
Between the first set of officers leaving and the second set of officers arriving, how much time had passed?
I don't remember exactly.
Do you have an approximation of how much time had passed? An hour, 2, less than that?
Less than 3.
3 hours? Less than 3 hours?
Less than 3.
In this time, do you recall cleaning up any of the damage to penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard speaking with either of the second set of officers?
No, I don't remember if she did or not.
Did these officers, the second set, look around penthouse 3?
I can't guess, so I don't know.
Ms. Pennington, Have you ever personally witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
Yeah, can you be specific to physically attacked?
Did you ever witness Mr. strike Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
I never witnessed him throw anything at her, around her, yes.
The question is, did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically injure Ms. Heard, cause her an injury?
I didn't see it.
So that's a no, right?
I didn't see it.
Your Honor, at this point, I start asking Ms. Pennington some questions, so we'll play that, but maybe we just approach to just get straight on some exhibits, please.
Okay.
All right, everyone, we are slowly approaching the 8 a.m. hour. You are streaming live now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I will be your host for the next few hours here. As you can see, we are covering many top stories here. That's what we do at Live Now from Fox. We bring you internationally the top headlines from throughout today. Now, we are listening into day 18 as we continue to cover Amber Heard as she just wrapped up testimony on Tuesday. We're now listening into testimony of her friend. Again, Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife, seeking $50 million from Heard, accusing her of tarnishing his career. Now, Heard just yesterday again revealed some key details into their marriage, but she continues to deny any and all allegations that she was allegedly the aggressor during their marriage. Now, if you take a look at the upper right-hand corner of your screen, we are also monitoring consumer news. Pain at the pump is getting more painful for drivers. Gas prices jumping yet another 4 cents just on Tuesday, now hitting record highs for the 8th day in a row. Now the national average for regular gas is over $4, close to $4.52. You can bet we are going to keep a close eye on this story as it is affecting most, if not all, Americans, the rising gas prices. And we, of course, are also following the results for those 5 states that recently had their primaries.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to bring you all a closer look, but it could be days before we have a winner.
Are we ready to start?
Most closely watched primary contest in the nations.
Yeah.
We know that voters in, again, 5 states went to the polls just yesterday, from Pennsylvania in the east all the way to Oregon in the west, casting votes for roles like senator, governor, and house. Now, this, of course, is laying the groundwork for the November midterm elections. So we're going to keep a close eye.
I understand
on
that you've
that. All right, guys, the time is now
a number of times
9:59.
about
It looks like we are in a bit of a lull when it
some
comes
of the
to
events
Johnny
that we
Depp versus
touched on
Amber
yesterday,
Heard's
right?
trial. The attorneys taking a sidebar.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. And
Has
we'll
there
have
ever been
right after
anything
this.
in any of those prior sworn statements or
I can't remember specifically any of them.
But you do recall hearing or reading Mr. Depp directly referring to himself as the monster?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
She asked for my help.
And over the course of your relationship, when Amber needed your help, you tried to be there for her, right?
Yes.
What do you mean by scary?
I was scared for Amber. I was sad for her, and I was also sad for Johnny. Because he is my friend, too. And I really wanted them to be able to get it together.
Why were you scared for Amber?
It could be very unpredictable. And she didn't have a lot of self-preservation.
What specifically, what type of harm were you worried about for Amber?
In the beginning, I wasn't worried. Towards the end, when the physical abuse was more evident, I was worried. I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
When you say, talk about abuse, is this signs of abuse that you personally observed?
Can you explain what you mean specifically by that?
Did you observe physical effects on Amber of that abuse?
Yes.
You testified a little bit yesterday about an incident between Johnny and Amber that took place in Hicksville. You remember that?
Yes.
Tell me as best you can everything that you remember about that.
We were sitting around the campfire. I don't remember who the larger group was. And Amber and Kelly Sue were sitting on a chair together, hugging. And Johnny came up and said, "Get your hands off my woman." And it was surprising because it was a very benign, two friends sitting on the same chair, hanging out. And it was also surprising because Johnny had been hanging out with everybody in a friendly way, and a switch flipped when that happened. And Amber got up, went to go comfort Johnny, and then they went back to their trailer.
How would you describe Johnny's tone when he said, "Get off my woman"?
At first, I thought it was a joke. I thought he was kidding because it was so unexpected from the way that the rest of the night had been going. And then at some point, I think Amber realized that it was not a joke and got up to diffuse the situation.
Did you perceive Kelly Sue to be acting inappropriately in any way toward Ms. Heard?
No.
Had you seen when you said a switch flipped in Mr. Depp? That was your testimony, right?
Just now?
Yeah, just now.
Yeah.
Was it surprising to you to see?
No.
And why not?
He switched sometimes.
And what do you mean by that when you say he switched?
Johnny would be acting like his wonderful self for a certain portion of an occasion where people were hanging out, or sometimes just privately at home. And I never knew what caused it. The switch would happen to where he would either disappear or go somewhere off by himself, or his mood would change to something darker. And yeah.
What do you recall? And we'll get to specific incidents in a little bit. But when you say his mood would change to something darker, do you remember any specific examples of times that you witnessed when his mood changed to something darker?
I can't remember at this moment specific times when it would happen. Generally, he would go away from where the rest of the people were. Amber would follow to comfort. Sometimes they wouldn't come back, sometimes they would.
Okay. And tell us about the next morning at Hicksville, what you saw and observed.
I went to the trailer to go knock on the door. I think they had already left, though. I went in and saw the disarray.
Describe the disarray as best you can.
Like I said yesterday, the light fixtures had been knocked off. Things were strewn about the trailer, cushions off the couch bank.
Over the course of you've known Miss Heard since 2003, right?
Yes.
Have you ever known her to knock light fixtures off a wall?
No.
Have you ever known her to throw pillows and cushions off couches?
No.
Have you ever known her to get in a rage and destroy property?
No.
Have you ever known her to threaten someone's life?
No.
What did Amber tell you? Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Heard about what happened in that trailer in Hicksville?
Yes.
I'd like to fast forward a little bit in time, Ms. Pennington, to an episode that we talked about yesterday to some extent. do you remember being with Amber after something that happened the day before she went on the James Corden show in December 2015?
Yes.
What do you remember? And I know this is painful and emotional, but give me your best recollection of what you recall from that time period.
From the night before?
Were you with Amber the night before the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And were you with her the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And did you observe Miss Heard and Miss Heard's residence the day before the James Corden appearance and the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
So with that, tell me everything that you can remember, starting with the day before. And I may interrupt you and ask you to clarify certain things, but tell us everything you remember.
So she asked me to come over to her residence, PH3 or PH5. I don't remember which one I entered. And she was very upset. Her face was red, swollen. The hair had been ripped out of her head. I went through all of the penthouses. She didn't cancel. I don't think I even slept that night watching her just to make sure she didn't.
Is that because you were worried she had a concussion?
Yes.
Why did you tell her that you were going to go take pictures throughout the penthouses?
Why wouldn't I?
Ms. Pennington, I'm gonna. You saw a few selected pictures yesterday. I'm gonna show you a number of pictures today that we need to go through, and I'll ask you some questions about them. Okay?
Are you able to see Exhibit 15?
Yeah, I can see it. Can you, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, does this picture truly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on December 2015, during the night that you just discussed?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not you took this picture?
I do not.
That you were with Miss Heard that evening after the incident?
I was.
What room was this taken in?
This is the bathroom of Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
What injuries, if any, do you observe on Miss Heard in this picture?
Her right eye has a mark and a bruise. Her nose is swollen. There's bruising on her left eye as well.
And Exhibit 16 is up.
What is this picture of Ms. Pennington?
There's a picture of Amber's face with bruising and a mark on her right eye, swelling on her nose, bruising on the left eye. in the same bathroom.
And when was this picture taken?
I assume the same night.
Is that the night in December 2015 that you've been testifying about for the last few minutes?
Yeah.
Do you see behind Ms. Heard's left ear, there's a picture on the wall and then a writing, a note above the picture?
Yes.
What is that note signed? If you can tell.
Steve.
To your understanding, who is Steve?
Johnny.
And what does it say right above that?
It says, "You're Steve."
What's the line above that say?
Eternally? Something, always, up, 3 exclamation points. Love you eternally, your Steve.
And Steve, in that note, refers to the same man that you understood to have inflicted these injuries on Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
And does this picture truly and accurately reflect what you observed on Ms. Heard in that night in December 2015?
Partially.
When you said partially, what do you mean by that?
You can't see the rest of the injuries.
What other injuries are you referring to?
The hair being pulled out.
Exhibit 17 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
Amber's face turned at a slight profile with a bruise on her eye, swelling on her nose.
And when was this picture taken?
Appears to be the same night, same moment of the previous 2 pictures.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Ms. Heard's appearance on that night?
Yes.
Exhibit 18 is up.
What is this document, Ms. Pennington?
It's a photo of Amber's face with 2 black eyes and swollen bottom lip.
Did you take this photo?
I don't remember.
You said a swollen nose?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Ms. Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you take pictures of Ms. Heard that night?
Yes.
You believe that you took this picture?
I don't know.
But in any event, it accurately reflects what Ms. Heard's appearance from that evening.
Yes.
Exhibit 19 is up.
And I'm sorry this is so hard, Ms. Pennington. We just need to get through as best we can. What is this picture?
This is Amber's face turned a profile, showing more of her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
And what night does this, or when does this show Amber?
It appears to be the same night and the same series of photos as before.
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
It's in the bedroom, facing she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
Was anyone with you and Amber that night after you came over?
I don't think so, no.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Yes.
Does it look like Ms. Heard took this picture?
No.
Do you recall taking this picture?
I took a lot of pictures. It would be... Yes.
Does Ms. Heard's lower lip look like it's just chapped?
No, it does not.
Does it look like she just has a cold sore?
It does not look like a cold sore.
Exhibit 20 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of Amber's hairline, a scratch injury on the hairline, and my thumb holding the hair back so that you can see it.
Does this picture depict marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Or the next morning.
One or the other?
Yes.
And Lucas, if you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please, Pennington 19. I may have asked you this, Ms. Pennington, but I just want to make clear for the record, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015 that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Exhibit 21 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a close-up picture of the side of Amber's nose and mouth.
Did you take? Go ahead.
She has a swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
Are there any other injuries you observe in this picture?
And see, you could see at the top of the photo, bruising on her eye and the small mark underneath her bottom eyelid.
Did Ms. Heard, did she typically have that small mark underneath her eye or bruising around her eyes?
She did not usually have that small mark or bruising underneath her eyes.
Did she typically have injuries to her lip?
Sometimes.
And over the course of your friendship with Ms. Heard during the time that she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you all communicate?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
During the time that Ms. Heard was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you communicate with Ms. Heard? Like every day?
When she was filming, less. When she was home, all the time.
And you just testified, I believe it wasn't the only incident in which you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other times that you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips?
Yes.
Exhibit 22 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Picture is hair pulled back to show the abrasion on the scalp where hair has been removed.
Whose head is that?
That's Amber's head.
Was this, do you know when this picture was taken?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And by event, you're referring to the event in December of 2015 that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Do you recall taking this picture, Miss Pennington, of Miss Heard's scalp?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict the top of Miss Heard's scalp during the day of or at the day after the December 2015 incident that you've been giving testimony about?
Yes.
Exhibit 23 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
This is a picture of a clump of Amber's hair on the black carpet of the bedroom of PH4 with my finger there to show the scale of the hair.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take this picture?
Either the night of the event, the occurrence that we've been talking about.
In December of 2015?
Yes.
And how did you know that that was Amber's hair?
Hair had been ripped out of her head. This is the color of her hair. It's her home.
And this, you said, was in the bedroom of Penthouse 5?
4.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to pull out clumps of her own hair?
No.
Miss Heard ever paint on bruises or use makeup to make it appear as if she had a bruise when in fact she didn't, to your knowledge?
No, the opposite.
What do you mean when you say the opposite?
She often had to cover bruises and injuries on her face with makeup.
Did you see her cover bruises on her face with makeup?
Yes.
Can we pull up the document titled December 2015 ALH 28_B, please? What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
It is a picture of Amber. She has a small mark underneath her right eye. She has her coat and her shirt on. They're in the kitchen. She's in the kitchen of PH3.
Do you know when or approximately when this picture was taken?
The day following the December event or the day after, maybe. I don't know exactly when.
And did you take this picture?
I don't know.
Does it fairly and accurately depict Amber's appearance on the day you described?
On one of the days following, yes.
Exhibit 25 is up.
Do you know what this is a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the nightstand on the right side of the bed in Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3. It has a lamp that's fallen down, a book of rolling papers, half a lemon, a plastic coffee mug of Infinitum Nihil, which is Johnny's production company, a bottle of Tums, a bottle of tea, broken glass, and a small blue book on the floor that I can't make out what that is.
Did you ever know Amber to break glass next to her bed?
No.
What's your knowledge about Mr. Depp's tendency to break things made of glass?
My knowledge is that I saw him do it once, and that I saw the aftermath of him breaking glass many times.
And on that evening in December 2015, did you see that we've been discussing? Did you see broken glass around the residence?
Yes.
Let's go to the next picture, December 2015, ALH_509_B. You've seen this picture before. What's this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the platform bed in the bedroom of penthouse 4. The edge of the platform bed has a shard of wood that has broken off onto the floor.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take it?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And when you say event, are you referring to, what are you referring to?
The December 15th event that we've been speaking about.
You said December 15th. You mean December 2015?
Yes, sorry, 2015.
Where is this bed in the residence?
This is in the penthouse 4. It's the middle penthouse between the main residence, PH3, Amber's closet, PH5. This is the one of the rooms that you walk through to get to go through the upper story of the homes.
Have you ever known Ms. Heard to destroy a bed frame?
No.
Have you ever known, go ahead, sorry.
No.
Have you ever known Ms. Heard to destroy furniture generally?
No.
Ms. Pennington, in all the photos that you have taken of evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny, have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, you know, make them appear to depict something that wasn't actually there or wasn't actually real?
No.
I want to talk about the day of the late show. When I say that, do you understand I'm referring to Amber's appearance on the James Corden show?
Yes.
The late show with James Corden. Were you with Amber when she got ready for her appearance on that show?
Yes.
Who else was present?
Adir, who's her hairstylist, Melanie, her makeup artist, and Samantha, her stylist.
Were you there when her hair and makeup was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip?
No.
Did you observe anyone ripping clumps of her hair out of her head?
No.
Ms. Pennington, did you to the extent that it's alleged that Ms. Heard had no injuries when she went on the James Corden show, what is your reaction to that?
My reaction is that that is a false assessment or statement.
And what's the basis for that testimony?
Because I saw injuries on her body from the time directly after they happened throughout the next night, the next day, and as they continued to heal.
In the time that you spent with Johnny, did he ever express a similar sentiment that he was screw up or fuck up, in his words?
Yes.
And what did you tell me what you can remember about the instances when he said that and what your understanding was of what he meant?
My understanding was that he was sorry and apologetic, and
for what?
For his behavior.
When you say behavior, what are you referring to?
Verbal arguments, physical arguments.
And that was what he made clear to you in things that he said to you. Is that right?
What he made clear to me in our conversations was that he was very sorry and that he was working to get clean and get better, and that he was asking for forgiveness and trying to think that he was going to get better.
Did you ever see him get better?
Yeah.
When?
A lot of times.
But did you ever see him get better permanently?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, we start questioning Ms. Pennington about May 21st. We're happy to keep going, but if you wanted to take a break, I think we're about halfway through this volume.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Let's just come back at 11 o'clock then, okay?
Thank you,
All right,
Your Honor.
thank you.
All right, guys, you're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 10:42. We are taking a live now look from inside of that Fairfax, Virginia courtroom. Day 18, Johnny Depp versus his ex-wife, Amber Heard. He is suing Heard for $50 million, accusing her of course, again, tarnishing his career. Looks like they're taking a 15-minute recess. Let's head out to Washington, D.C. live at the House floor. We have a few lawmakers debating the future of abortion rights.
Equals into unequals. It empowers the strong at the expense of the vulnerable, and it makes us all less human and less humane along the way. We must confront the violence of abortion and learn to live and thrive together. We are Americans. We are up to the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Goodwin, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Committee Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and distinguished members of the House Judiciary Committee, thank you for inviting me to participate in today's hearing. My name is Michelle Bratcher Goodwin. I am a Chancellor's Professor at the University of California, Irvine, a Senior Lecturer at Harvard Medical School. I write and teach in the areas of constitutional law, bioethics, and health law. My scholarship is published in the Harvard Law Review and Yale Law Journal, among others, and in books, most recently, Policing the Womb, Invisible Women and the Criminalization of Motherhood. Over the past 50 years, there have been nearly 50 bombings of abortion clinics, with doctors, nurses, and security guards having been killed. There have been threats and mass shootings at our clinics in the United States, where they are performing constitutionally protected health care. Now, soon the Supreme Court will issue a ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, a case that involves a Mississippi abortion ban at 15 weeks of pregnancy. If the Supreme Court allows Mississippi's ban to go into effect, it will be endorsing Mississippi's solicitation to overturn Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey, two cases underpinning the constitutional right to abortion in the United States. For many women of means who can travel and pay for childcare, the loss of Roe will be devastating. For poor women, particularly poor women of color, the loss will be deadly. This is the coming of the new Jane Crow. In this term, the Supreme Court demonstrated its willingness to selectively read and ignore its own jurisprudence when it allowed a draconian Texas abortion ban, SB 8, to go into effect. SB 8 bans abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy, before which many women, girls, and pregnant capable people even realize that they are pregnant. Ripping a page from the darkest annals of American history, the Texas law includes a bounty provision that allows local residents to sue individuals who aid, abet, or assist individuals seeking to terminate a pregnancy. As its shameful predecessor, the Fugitive Slave Act, showed, the bounty provision incentivizes private individuals to spy upon, surveil, and interfere with the individuals asserting fundamental human and constitutional rights, such as bodily autonomy, privacy, and freedom. Revoking abortion rights is the very subject of Justice Alito's leaked draft opinion, which is disturbing for many reasons, including troubling inaccuracies, unsupported assertions, and flawed reasoning, such as the notion that constitutional rights do not exist unless explicitly articulated or enumerated in the Constitution. This novel principle casts doubt on the legitimacy of corporate religious personhood, an artful contrivance of law innovated in 2014 by Justice Alito himself in Burwell v. Hobby Lobby, a case that bestowed religious liberties on for-profit corporations that sought to limit contraceptive access to female employees. Nowhere in the Constitution or statute is it mentioned that for-profit corporations shall have religious identities and liberties. Nevertheless, this was crafted by Justice Alito less than a decade ago. If the draft opinion derives from a purported neutral view of the law, as Justice Alito argues, its technical errors and omissions are stunningly apparent. Not once does the opinion address rape or incest, even though the newly styled abortion bans, including the Mississippi law, the subject of the draft opinion, and Texas's SB 8 law, provide no exceptions for survivors. Sadly, the draft opinion eschews inconvenient facts, calling them irrelevant, yet facts matter. Moreover, one of the most substantive omissions in Justice Alito's draft is that the Constitution establishes that, quote, all persons born or naturalized or are citizens of the United States. The Constitution does not mention embryos, fetuses, or unborn children. Now, stripping away these exceptions and forcing abortion providers to close their doors exposes the illogic and cruel political nature of these bans, which showcase the dismantling of democratic norms and principles. Justice Alito writes about Blackstone, Koch, and Hale, and in fact, he cites these legal authorities who condemned women to the status of property and suggested that women could be subjected to physical punishment and even rape by their husbands. According to Blackstone, this was for her protection and benefit. Now, notably, it was the 13th and 14th Amendments in which women, not just men, were freed from the bondages of slavery. And it is very clear that the 13th and 14th Amendment were intended to apply to Black women, not just Black men, that they should not be subjected to involuntary servitude. Now, as I conclude, history reveals the cruelties of racism, sexism, and white supremacy in forced labor and reproduction. It is undeniable history recorded by this very Congress. And should the Supreme Court dismantle Roe v. Wade, its decision will be the modern day corollary and appendage to Plessy v. Ferguson, anchoring separate but equal legal discourse in matters of reproductive health, rights, and justice. Thank you.
I thank all the witnesses for their testimony. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions, and I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. Ms. Arambide, for nearly a year, abortion care has effectively been banned in your home state of Texas since SB 8 went into effect in September of 2021. The leaked draft majority opinion in Dobbs is deeply troubling, but the truth is there has been a multi-year assault by a hostile state legislature that has severely impacted abortion care access in your state. How has this multi-year attack and Texas' draconian 6-week abortion ban affected the lives of pregnant people in Texas today?
Thank you. In Texas, currently, we're living in a post-Roe world where people can't access the abortion care they need or they want, despite the fact that the majority of Texans support access to abortion care. People have had to, they're too afraid to look for information for fear of being sued. They're too afraid to call clinics for fear of being sued. They're too afraid to even access resources from abortion funds because they don't know what the repercussions might be for their loved ones and themselves. In addition to that, once they're able to find out the information, their care is delayed. They have to find childcare, accommodations, the ability to travel out of state. They have to make appointments at clinics that are already at capacity serving their own communities. And many times people are forced either to forego care altogether and be forced to carry their pregnancy to term, or they're self-managing their abortion. Abortion is essential health care and it should be available to everyone. But in Texas, we've been living as if we're already in a post-Roe world and it's only gonna get worse. If the decision stands, over 26 states are poised to ban abortion, and the impact will be exponential across the country. Texas is home to over 30 million people. 7 million in 2019 were of reproductive age and ability, and those people won't be able to access the care they need. And that's a travesty. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Goodwin, as of today, the right to access abortion care is constitutionally protected. If the Alito draft opinion is handed down tomorrow, and Roe and Casey were overturned, we would face a situation where the court will have taken away a long-recognized constitutional right. A person will have had a constitutional right today, gone to bed, and woken up tomorrow to find that she no longer has such a right. What is your reaction to such a scenario?
It is incredibly unusual in our American democracy and the Supreme Court's jurisprudence that the Supreme Court would actually take away the expansion of a right, which is fundamental. That is not something that we've seen the court do. Instead, what the court has done has been to reject draconian laws such as those that enslaved American Black people, or laws that denied women rights such as to become attorneys, or when there were laws that denied women to be able to have credit cards in their own name. The Supreme Court has struck down such laws and has expanded freedoms. The Supreme Court has never gone back to, in fact, revoke what have been freedoms that have been well articulated and established in the Constitution and also by the Supreme Court. It's highly unusual.
Dr. Robinson, states have been chipping away at the right to abortion for years by restricting access to abortion care. Nonetheless, for 2 generations of Americans, Roe v. Wade has been the legal cornerstone of women's equality by assuring that they have access to safe, legal, and life-saving medical care. If the Supreme Court were to overturn Roe, how would it further exacerbate the current crisis in abortion care access, and what would it mean for the patients and communities you serve?
As I mentioned in my testimony, access to abortion care is very essential for patients in my community and throughout the U.S. It would be quite devastating. Alabama is already poised to have a complete ban on abortion. We already have a law in the books. So if this is overturned, that means that patients in my community and the surrounding communities who have depended on us for care will no longer have access to the health care that they need. It also means that providers of care to people who are pregnant, like me, will have their hands tied when it comes to talking to patients about options when it comes to their health care. I know that many legislators have talked about writing in restrictions or allowances for the health of the mother. But in a situation where we already have, where Roe is already in place, as an obstetrician, I already have difficulties obtaining the permission to proceed with abortion care for patients who are in my hospital. If these patients are hospitalized and they're hospitalized because they are very ill, we already require 2 physicians to be able to sign off on this. And unfortunately, when a person is pregnant and is prior to 20 weeks, 22 weeks gestational age, that means if we end that pregnancy, that means that the pregnancy will not come to term. So as hard as it is to hear, that is still called an abortion. And it is medical care that some patients need, and we have difficulty obtaining the permission to proceed with that right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. The very subject of this hearing is an outrage. Abortion care, the stated topic today, is of course an oxymoron. But the timing and the obvious purpose of this hearing today are unconscionable, and they are profoundly damaging to our institutions. Democrats are engaging in a brazen attempt here to intimidate and bully the justices of the Supreme Court as they consider a challenge to Mississippi's pro-life law. As soon as the draft opinion was leaked, their activists on the left began to picket and harass the justices and their families in their homes. Democrats have threatened the justices by name in the press, on the steps of the Supreme Court, and in recent briefs to the court. And now, in this and previous Judiciary Committee hearings, we have jurisdiction over the American system of justice, and the fact that we would be here trying to influence a pending opinion is unprecedented and dangerous to our institutions. So much for the Constitution, our system of justice, and our critical foundations in the principle of judicial independence. There is no right to abortion in the Constitution, period. Never was. It's not in its text, it's not in its structure, not in its meaning. Roe invented the right out of thin air, and it was highly criticized from the moment that it was published. And this has imposed a tragically consequential and a court-created social policy on the people of our country. And as a result, as was said a moment ago, almost 65 million of America's unborn children have perished because of it. Because there is no right to an abortion in the Constitution, that question is left to the states for the people to decide. This is long overdue, and after nearly a half-century, we are very hopeful and grateful that that might finally happen. Ms. Goodwin reminded us just a moment ago that facts matter. So let's talk about the underlying facts, because the facts and the law and the logic and the advancements in medical technology are clearly on the side of life. as the Susan B. Anthony list summarizes it well, quote, "The humanity of the unborn child is undeniable now, thanks to advances in modern medicine and science. At 6 weeks, an unborn child has a beating heart, and by 15 weeks, unborn children can suck their thumbs, they have fully formed noses and lips, eyes and eyebrows, and they can feel excruciating pain. These children deserve a voice in the American democratic process." In the recent Dobbs argument before the Supreme Court, Chief Justice Roberts pointed to the fact that the U.S. is an outlier to the vast majority of other countries' viability standards. He said, quote, "When you get to the viability standard, we share that standard with the People's Republic of China and North Korea. It is unconscionable to think that the United States is one of only 7 countries that allows for abortions for any reason after 20 weeks. In our nation's birth certificate, we boldly declare that it is a self-evident truth that human beings are made by their Creator and they are endowed by Him with certain inalienable rights. The first listed is the right to life for obvious reasons." All 3 of the Democrat witnesses here today support and advocate for what they say is unrestricted abortion on demand. Let me ask Dr. Robinson, I could go to any of them, but you're the medical doctor. Based on your website and your testimony today, you clearly support the right to abort a 20-week-old unborn child. So I would love for you to explain to us, in your medical opinion, at what point in pregnancy should having an abortion no longer be an option?
Thank you for the question. As a medical doctor, I understand that every pregnancy is unique and different. I also understand that patients need to have access to care, pregnant people, as the pregnancy progresses, and that may be for various reasons.
Okay, let me ask you,
So
let me ask you, do you support the right of a woman who is just seconds away from birthing a healthy child to have an abortion?
I think that the question that you're asking does not realistically reflect abortion care.
In that
the
scenario,
United States.
would you support her right to abort that child?
I won't entertain theoreticals.
It's not a
That's
theoretical,
not
ma'am.
reality.
You're a medical doctor.
I am a medical doctor, and that has never happened.
Never happened in your
healthcare-
practice, ma'am, but it happens. How about if a child is halfway out of the birth canal? Is an abortion permissible then?
Can you repeat your question?
If a child is halfway delivered out of the birth canal, is it permissible to have an abortion? Would you support the right for an abortion then?
I can't even fathom that ever.
And I'm not asking you if you can fathom it. If it occurred, would you support?
Just like you probably can't imagine what you would do if your daughter was raped. If it hasn't happened, it may be difficult for you.
You're not going to answer this question, but how about this one? How does one qualify as fully human? What makes a human being?
What makes a person a human being is them being born, number one. That's why we have birthdays. And then also their individual DNA, them having autonomy, being able to act and think.
Okay, but wait a minute. A newborn child lacks the immediate capacity. A newborn child lacks the immediate capacity to make conscious, deliberate choices. So is infanticide okay?
I think what we're here to talk about is abortion care. What you're describing is something that is already illegal, and there are laws on the books for that. So I'm not a proponent.
But see, you understand, if Dobbs is handed down, the states will be able to make that decision, and there are some that will go that far. You need to be aware of what we're talking about today. I'm out of time. I yield back.
There are laws on the books for that.
Gentleman's time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
I'm sorry?
I said the gentleman's time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
Okay. In the instance that he's describing, there are already laws on the books for that. Those are criminal acts, and so I'm not a proponent of any additional restrictions on people being able to access abortion care. I'm a proponent of us just enforcing the laws that are already on the books.
But what if the law is changed to allow for that?
The gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am mindful that the Senator McConnell has already discussed publicly the concept of prohibiting abortion in every case in every state should the court allow that to occur. So really what we're talking about is the potential of politicians making decisions, taking the decisions away from individuals and really criminalizing health care for women. You've given good and interesting testimony, but my question really goes to the other potential impacts of what's being discussed. Professor Goodwin, what impact would such a decision, if the draft were to be become the court's decision. What impact could that have on in vitro fertilization or contraception, in your view? Could that become criminalized as well?
It certainly could. And so I want to speak to two impacts. The first that we have to speak to is maternal mortality. The United States ranks 55th in the world in terms of maternal mortality,
Correct.
not amongst its peer nations, but it is ranks amongst Saudi Arabia, Bosnia, and Russia, places that allow for the stoning and lashing of women. But more specifically to your question, yes, we could see, in fact, the dismantling of contraception access to being able to have IUDs, access to Plan B, which is used after
Let me follow up
rape.
if I may, with you on that, because in the draft opinion, Justice Alito really says there is no privacy right, and also that there's no deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition right to abortion. Now, I look at the Constitution, doesn't mention women, and certainly the right of gay people to marry, or for people of different races to marry, is not deeply rooted in the nation's history. Do you think that by extension, that draft opinion could be used to take other rights away?
Well, it certainly could be, and it sends a very strong signal to states that are already inclined to do that, where state lawmakers and governors have already indicated that that's their interest in order to impose civil punishments, criminal punishments, and begin stripping away rights that we've seen emerge over time. We've already seen this in Texas with regard to the governor pushing forward an executive order that would essentially punish parents who are providing affirmative care to their children who are trans. So gay marriage is at stake, the ability to adopt if you are gay at stake, interracial marriage at stake. It only takes one local county clerk to say, I disagree.
Let me go to some of the other issues. I've long been a proponent of preserving privacy rights of Americans, and I even am a founder of the bipartisan Fourth Amendment Caucus, which I chair. I'm thinking about some of the other implications of the draft decision, should that happen. If Roe's overturned, it seems that there is a risk that personal data could be more or less weaponized against women seeking basic health care. And the media is full of news stories identifying new risks to women's data privacy in a post-Roe world. For example, here's a headline sample from the Washington Post. Law enforcement may fully unleash its data collection tools on abortion, or without Roe, will data become a company headache and user nightmare? What police could find out about your illegal abortion. Vox points out that period apps and data privacy in the post-Roe v. Wade climate could actually be utilized to prosecute women. How could information gathered by such apps, Dr. Robinson, be used to target women who seek reproductive care in states with laws that criminalize care? And could these apps track location, for example, to Planned Parenthood and be weaponized against clinics? You have to turn on your mic.
Oh, I apologize. It's hard to imagine how these apps that people are using in order to track their menstrual cycles and to try to control their fertility, how this will be used against people in a post-Roe world. You know, I could not imagine us going back to the day where abortion access wouldn't be available, so that's just difficult for me to fathom at this time.
My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the American people are facing real issues that need real solutions. Yesterday, gas prices hit an all-time high for the 8th day in a row. They're actually over $4 a gallon in all 50 states now. They're $4.39 back in my district in Cincinnati. I paid $5 $2.19 here in D.C. when I flew up Monday at a gas station right outside of Washington, D.C. And I understand out in California, they're over $6 a gallon now, and that's the equivalent of a massively regressive tax hike. And it's going to cost the American people thousands of dollars per year, and that's just in the price of gas. And gas prices impact every other aspect of the economy, which means higher prices for everything. And perhaps even more concerning are the supply chain issues that continue to plague our nation. Now young families can't even find baby formula to feed their newborn children. These shortages and the resulting price hikes have gone far beyond just being an inconvenience. They've become a desperate reality to American families all across the country. And make no mistake, these are real problems, problems that the Biden administration policies have caused and for which seemingly they have no workable solutions. Instead of working towards solutions to solve these and so many other problems that are adversely impacting so many Americans, this committee is once again spending valuable time debating a hypothetical issue, a Supreme Court case which has not even come out now. Rather than to try to solve real problems and come up with real solutions. This hearing is yet another attempt to distract the American people from the failures of the Biden administration to address the problems they face right now, today, by instead scaring people with a hypothetical case, concerns that might happen down the road in the future. Today, it's a hypothetical Supreme Court decision which has not even been rendered yet, but which was illegally leaked. It's pretty clear that the leaked opinion is being used to blatantly intimidate the United States Supreme Court. We've never had a draft Supreme Court opinion leaked like this before, at least not to my knowledge, and for good reason. The court relies on the good faith of its members to work through complex legal questions, sharing draft opinions so they can respond to each other's concerns. Through that process, opinions can evolve and develop and improve and sometimes change. In the end, the American people get a better understanding and a reasoned result, even when they may not ultimately agree with the outcome. As obviously in this country on abortion, this country has been in dramatic disagreement for some time now. At least that's the way it's worked for the last 233 years up until now. One has to wonder how the court will even function going forward. Will the justices be able to trust one another? Will they be able to overcome this historic breach and resume anything close to normal operations? Or is the court, much like Congress, now condemned to hyper-partisanship? This dangerous, unprecedented situation is what we should be discussing at this hearing. After all, this committee has oversight over the Supreme Court, and we're charged with making sure that it functions properly. Instead, this committee is feeding the fire that may ultimately consume the United States Supreme Court's independence, and that's not a good day for America. Ms. Foster, as well as being a strong pro-life advocate, you're also an attorney. And I'd like to ask, can you think of another example of breach like this, certainly of this magnitude, in the history of the Supreme Court where a draft opinion has illegally leaked to the media, and how damaging do you view such a breach to the functionality and reputation of the court?
I cannot think of one, and that's because there hasn't been one. That leak, and even this hearing today, it really threatens the integrity of the court. Today is wild speculation about what the court may do, not what it has done. The leaker intended to bring chaos and public pressure to the reasoned deliberations of the court as they attempted to determine the outcome of the case. It's simply wrong.
And I know you and many pro-life advocates would like this to mean no more abortions in the country, but in reality, what actually happens?
What actually happens
if this decision comes out and Roe would be overturned by the Supreme Court?
If Roe is overturned, then the issue returns to the states. As Ron Paul has written, the federalization of abortion law is based not on constitutional principles, but rather on a social and political construct created out of thin air by the Roe court. this Dobbs opinion, should this be the final opinion, it would reverse that damage and return the issue to the people and to our elected representatives.
Thank you. My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank
The
you.
gentleman yields back. Ms. Jackson-Lee.
I thank the chairman very much. I view this hearing as probably one of the most important hearings in my lifetime, dealing with the absolute question of the survival of the Constitution. First of all, let me acknowledge the very weak distraction of a leak. I have absolutely no concern about a leak where a duly constituted body such as the Supreme Court would be prevented from doing its work. There is no question that the Republicans want a total nationwide ban on abortion with no exceptions for incest, no exceptions for rape. An intolerable, inhuman posture that they would put America in. I think today I come claiming for women, freedom, justice, equity, equality, and an absolute ban on politicians telling women what to do with their body. The CDC found in 2020 that non-Hispanic Black women suffered 55.3% death per 100,000 live births, a number 2.9 times the rate of non-Hispanic white women, which means that in many instances, as loving as pregnancy can be, for those who choose it, it can also mean death to women who happen to be African American and other minorities. So let me ask questions to Dr. Goodwin first, Professor Goodwin, as it relates to constitutional rights. We heard the question that abortion is not in the Constitution. For those who understand that the document is a living document, would you assess the question of the idea of ignoring the First Amendment because church services are not specifically mentioned or synagogue services are not specifically mentioned, or ignoring the Eighth Amendment or ignoring the Fourth Amendment? Professor, could you analyze the importance of recognizing that Roe v. Wade is precedent and the Ninth Amendment dealing with privacy governs?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, over 233 years of the Supreme Court's existence, the Supreme Court has fashioned rights because the Ninth Amendment provides for it. That is to say that not all rights have to be explicitly enumerated in the Constitution. The Supreme Court has the discretion through its interpretation of the Constitution to speak to matters that are not explicitly delineated. The drafters of the Constitution anticipated that they had not thought of all matters that would be important to America as it develops, such that there would be a Ninth Amendment that would allow for the court to be able to further interpret as society emerged. At the time in which the Constitution was drafted, we didn't have trains, we didn't have planes, we did not have cars, we had no electric cars, we had none of the machineries of war that we currently have. So as we look at other amendments too, from a Second Amendment perspective, there is certain artillery that we have today that was not anticipated at the time of the Second Amendment drafting. And to the point that you made, when the First Amendment was drafted as well, there were certain articulations that we appreciate today that were not explicitly delineated within the context of the Constitution. But it is also worth noting what the Constitution says. The Constitution says that people who are people in the United States are people that are born. It makes no mention of embryos or fetuses. And it is also worth noting what the 13th Amendment says and the 14th Amendment. If we appreciate that members of Congress were freeing not only Black men, but also Black women, it said that there shall be no involuntary servitude. And it explicitly also mentions that Black people shall have, and this includes women, liberty and freedom. And this is incredibly important when one looks at what those histories were.
Thank you so very much. Ms. Arambi, you live under the horrors of the Texas SB 8. Thank you for your father's life and legacy. Tell me what it means to have a stalking provision, meaning that women can be exposed and a bounty can be given to them under the Texas law, and that law spreading across America along with an absolute ban on abortion. Mr. Romney, are you there?
Yes, thank you for that question. Since SB 8 went into effect, people have been terrified because extremists have been essentially deputized as bounty hunters to come after people that they think might have been aiding, abetting, or providing abortion care. And that's had a chilling effect for people trying to access abortion care. People can't exercise their constitutional right to have abortions. And that's not okay, and it's about to spread throughout the country if this decision goes into effect. So it's terrifying.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Gohmert.
I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses here today. Ms. Foster, we've heard a great deal about, gee, it's my body, it's my choice. But the same people that said that seem to feel like if it comes to a vaccination, it's not your body and it's not your choice. We get to tell you whether you have vaccinations or not, regardless of what the risks are. Do you believe people have the right to choose what happens to their own bodies?
I believe in protecting every human being, no matter who they are, where they are, any other aspect about them. Whatever you call that is what I'm for, and that absolutely includes human beings in the womb.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. You're familiar with the law. State and federal law does not recognize a child's being mature enough to enter in legally binding contracts, so that normally there's a parent that is required to make decisions in the best interest of the child's body, correct?
Correct, yes.
So you've obviously been working in a pro-life movement for a long time. Do you think it's an appropriate presumption that a parent will choose to do what's in the best interest of a baby's own body, since they can't make the choice for themselves?
Absolutely. We should be protecting every human being.
But do you see, do you believe there should be a presumption that a parent will make a decision for the best interest of the child's body?
Yes.
You know, we've seen lots of problems. We've heard testimony about the mental duress of carrying a child. And of course, I'm sure you're aware of what's called postpartum depression. Some have it very severely. And I'm wondering if a mother is suffering severe depression as a result of having a child that she's not mentally and physically able to take care of. Do you believe that a mother should have the right, like, to drown a child, to get rid of the child because of the mental stress and duress and problems that the mother is having?
Of course not. That would be horrifying, and that's why we have safe haven laws to provide support and resources and an outlet for women in difficult situations.
But from what you've said already, you seem to feel like the child's body does belong to the child, but relies on the parent to make decisions for the child's best well-being, correct?
I trust that people are looking out for the best interest of all human beings and are supporting their right to life.
Well, are you familiar with premature babies, preemies?
Of course, yes.
Yeah. Do you find that it seems they have an inherent desire to live?
Absolutely. You know, when you visit a NICU, you see them fighting for their ability to live, for every breath.
And that's a good term, fighting for their ability to live. From our own daughter that was born 8 to 10 weeks prematurely, we were sent to a higher level ICU, neonatal ICU, because they had a higher survival rate. And when I got there, my wife had to stay at the hospital where she had been and encouraged me to go do anything I could. But I began to see why the survival rate was so high there, because the doctor said, you got to sit down right here. That baby can't see you properly, but she knows your voice. You stroke her little face, her hands. She grabbed the end of my finger, and I couldn't move for 8 hours because, as the doctor said, she's drawing strength, she's drawing life from you.
The gentleman's time
That's
has expired.
the role of a parent. I thank you for your being here.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Foster, let me ask you a question. Are you in favor of outlawing abortion in all 50 states?
I believe in protecting every human person, no matter who or where they are. So whatever you call that is what I'm for.
So you're in favor of outlawing abortion in all 50 states. Do you think that should be done by the federal government in protecting all of those individuals, as you call them?
I don't think that that we have gotten to that point necessarily. You know, we haven't. We've voted on the Women's Health Protection Act, and so we've seen the converse, the codification, and even
if Senator
expansion
McConnell
of
was able to go forward and have a bill to outlaw abortion federally, which is not prohibited from the Congress from doing such, would you be in favor of Congress prohibiting abortion in all 50 states?
I would be in favor of protecting every human being, no matter where they are.
Thank you.
So,
and what if a person was impregnated by rape, incest? Would you be in favor of an abortion then, or still against abortion?
I would say that every human being is inherently valuable.
You said that many times. So basically what you're saying is you are against an exception for rape or incest. So if somebody is raped, you are saying they would have to bear that child because you consider that fetus a human being. And so that child would be brought into this world even though the woman was forced into sex by possibly and probably somebody who she had no affinity towards whatsoever. I find that abhorrent to think that that's where we are, and we are in many states are requiring and concerned about forcing young people to wear masks to protect, which protects others, not them, but they want them to bear children. They want to force them to bear children even if they're raped, even if they had sex or raped by a family member, which is incest, which can be problems genealogically if they have the child and how the child would develop, the fetus. So it's just, this is what we've got. We've got an effort to outlaw abortion in all 50 states and to do it by congressional law if possible. And if the Senate and the House become Republican, that will happen. It will be outlawed here in all 50 states, not just Mississippi, not just Louisiana, not just Arkansas and Texas and Oklahoma and all those other red states, everywhere. That is pre-Roe v. Wade. Now, I'll tell you what happened pro-Roe v. Wade. I was only about 14 or 15 years old. I lived in California. I had a relative who lived in New York State, and she became pregnant. And she was not ready to have a family. She made that decision. The decision she made, which she could afford because she had wealthy parents and wealthy family, was to fly from New York to California and then to go down to Mexico and get an abortion. It turned out to be safe and fine and good, but the only reason she could do it is she had money and the resources to do it. People in small rural areas in the South and other places without wealth could not afford it. They had to go to back alley abortionists and sometimes lose their life because it wasn't legal. They had to possibly raise a lot of money to get somewhere, but they didn't have the money to get to California and to go to Mexico. Only the wealthy did. And we will have abortion by financial status if this happens. And it will happen in Mexico or it'll happen back alley. If you got enough money, you'll probably find somebody that could do it other. In Memphis, you'll have to go to Illinois, which is also expensive and time-consuming. And you don't know what the laws will be in Tennessee, whether they follow Texas and put a bounty on people's heads for helping to finance folks to go and get an abortion. That is anathema. It is wrong what happened in this country in the 60s when abortion was illegal and the wealthy could afford it, but the non-wealthy couldn't. It's wrong to try to protect and care about people's rights to wear a mask or not wear a mask, but not the right to have and bear a child or not and begin a family, even if you might be 12 or 13 years old. Now, abortion is not mentioned in the Constitution, but fetus is not mentioned in the Constitution either. And the Constitution doesn't say anything about when life starts. That is something the courts have to decide because it's not mentioned in the Constitution. And for the courts to absolve themselves of it and get away from it is wrong. 3 justices said Roe is settled law. Roe is the law. It's settled. It is stare decisis. It was not, as some on the other side have said, terrible decision, wrong from the beginning, and just terribly wrong. It was right, said Kavanaugh. It was right, said Gorsuch. It was right, said Barrett. It's right then, and it's right now. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Goodwin, is a 20-week of pregnancy unborn child a human being under the Constitution?
Under the Constitution and the 14th Amendment, it recognizes born individuals as being citizens of the United States.
No, okay, born. So is it your testimony that constitutionally, prior to the term born being exercised, the unborn have no rights and they are not human beings?
According to the Constitution, born individuals are citizens of the United States, and according
I'm
to
asking.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. Oh, we always appreciate you joining us here today. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you, and then we'll get back into this very important U.S. House hearing.
That is what the Constitution says, and that is what this Congress adopted in the 14th Amendment.
Thank you, Professor. Ms. Foster, in your opinion, is a child sucking its thumb, knowing if it's left or right-handed, able to feel pain, but not yet delivered from the mother, does that child, to you, represent a human being?
To me and to every embryology textbook out there, yes. If they're not human, what are they? It's not courts that determine reality. The reality of human life is that that child is a human being.
Now, under existing law, if someone were to kill that 22, 23, 24-week gestation, pregnancy, is that a crime in virtually every state, including under federal law?
In virtually every state, thanks to Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey, abortion can be...
No, I said if let's say the father of a child kills that child, in other words, not the mother decision, if an outsider kills the unborn, is it a crime, not just battery, but a crime in federal law in most states?
Yes, that's a crime in virtually every state.
Okay, so notwithstanding the Constitution, if you kill the unborn, you've killed a human being under state law, even though abortion is legal. Well, let's just go through, since we're on the subject of law for a moment, Ms. Foster. Behind me, under USC 1507, is it a federal crime to protest near a residence occupied by a judge, a jury, with the intent, or jury with the intent to influence the decision of a pending case?
It certainly is.
Isn't it also, even if you went to the prosecutor or defense attorneys, also a crime?
Yes.
So behind me, I'm trying to understand this. Here's a picture, and they're using a megaphone in front of Justice Alito's home, and they're clearly trying to influence it. So is that a crime?
It is.
So under 18 USC 1507, people are committing crimes. Why is it we're not hearing it denounced by the pro-choice movement, who say that they respect this decision as long as it goes their way?
Because it fits the narrative. The leaker intended to bring chaos and public pressure into the Dobbs case. This hearing shows that they succeeded, and those photos demonstrate that the public is in fact responding to that leak as was planned.
Now,
These protests are in front of Justice Barrett, Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Alito. They don't appear to be having the opposite in any way, trying to influence the pro-choice, if you will, members of the court. Is that correct, that there's no similar intimidation is going on?
That's correct.
Okay, I want you to hear a quote and give me your comment on it. When someone says, "I think it is reprehensible, stay away from homes and families of elected officials and members of the court. You can express yourself, exercise your First Amendment rights, but to go after them in their homes, to do anything of a threatening nature, certainly anything violent, is absolutely reprehensible." Would you agree with that?
I certainly would.
Senator Dick Durbin agrees with it, but he's been one of the lone voices willing to denounce it. I have not heard it denounced even by one member on this dais on the other side of the aisle. So, Ms. Foster, a senior correspondent for Vox.com and a former federal judge clerk tweeted the following: seriously, shout out to whoever the hero was within the Supreme Court who said F-bomb, using a term, let's burn the place down. Is that a crime in your estimation?
The time of the gentleman expired, so brief answer from the witness.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Goodwin, Georgia has a 6-week ban on abortions, and it's also a state that is the most dangerous state in the nation for pregnant women. Approximately half of the counties in Georgia have no OB physicians or no OBGYN, no family physician providing obstetrical care, no midwives, half of the state. Furthermore, hospital labor and delivery units have been closing across Georgia for the last several decades, and in 2015, only 46 of 159 counties had such units. Professor Goodwin, isn't it ironic that states like Georgia want to force women to remain pregnant, but seem unwilling to help women stay alive during pregnancy?
That's right. It's one of the most egregious aspects of what we see today in our country. The states that have been most active in crafting anti-abortion bans, abortion bans, have been the states with the highest rates of maternal mortality. And disproportionately, those who have been most affected have been Black women. It's really been a death sentence for them. And for that reason, if nothing more, it's important that this hearing is being held, because there's been so little attention to the fact that Black women have suffered in grave and inhumane ways in those states with abortion bans.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson, is it fair to say that there is a link between abortion access and maternal health?
Yes, that is fair to say. There's supporting documentation that shows that without access to abortion care, that the maternal mortality rate will continue to rise. And I'm glad that you pointed out the fact that many states have decreased access to midwifery care, decreased access to healthcare resources, labor and delivery units that are closing down, people having to travel further and further to access maternity care. Particularly in Alabama, we also criminalize women who do not present for maternity care. It's considered a form of neglect, but in a community where you don't have access to those resources and you cannot travel to meet the physician, it is not fair to punish those women, but then to try to force them to carry pregnancies to term when they don't have the resources to support that.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, you seemed reticent to answer the question whether or not you were in favor of a federal ban on abortions passed by the Congress. But I've looked at your Twitter account. You do have a Twitter account, right? And correct?
Correct.
And on May 2nd, the day that the decision was leaked about the decision to overturn Roe versus Wade, you posted a an audio message on your Twitter account, did you not?
Yes.
And you put forward the question, quote, what does a post-Roe America look like? What comes after Roe, end quote, right?
Correct.
And you answered your own question by saying, quote, we never really wanted Roe's reversal to make abortion a state issue where some states protect life and other states continue to kill and dismember, end quote. That's what you said, right?
That's correct, and I don't believe I was reticent in answering the question.
And you also said that Roe, you said, quote, after Roe, we don't want more victims, we want abortion abolition.
That is correct. I believe in protecting every human being, no matter where they are, so I'm not reticent at all.
And you also said that your end goal was for the United States Supreme Court to declare that abortion was against the Constitution.
I believe it was former President Clinton who called for abortion to be rare.
That's what you said.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And you are a Republican who supports Republicans. They called you as a witness, and that is the Republican plan for women in America to not have a right to an abortion, whether or not it be in the first, the second, or in 1% of those cases that happen in the beyond the 20th week. You don't want women to have that right for any reason whatsoever, to protect or save the life of the mother, or to, in the cases of rape and incest. Isn't that a fact?
A more humane and a more just America would provide protection and resources for all human beings.
Time of the gentleman has expired, Mr. Buck.
Ms. Foster, I'm going to direct my questions to you. And what I'm wondering is, how will America be judged by future generations, future societies? When we learn about the great empires and cultures in school and in world history, we think of the ancient Greeks and Romans and the Great Britain, the Mongols, the Mayans, the various Chinese dynasties. We study the art and architecture. We celebrate the science, technical, and medical advances of the people. And we marvel at the military power of the great empires. But there seems like the great cultures all have an asterisk. The Greeks and Romans had slaves. The Mayans and the Qin dynasty performed human sacrifice as to appease their gods. When America is evaluated in the future, certainly scholars will see us as an exceptional nation. A country with great scientific and technological advances, beautiful art and architecture, the most powerful military in the world, tremendous advances in civil rights for minorities, great universities, amazing agricultural accomplishments, space travel, energy production. What will the asterisk be for America? Did we do enough to help those with physical handicaps, mental diseases? Did we provide a pathway to prosperity for the poor? How did we address homelessness and crime? What do we do for the most vulnerable in our society, for those who don't have a voice, can't vote, and don't have an advocate? We know, for example, that an unborn baby has a heartbeat at 6 weeks, develops pain receptors at 7 weeks, has arms, legs, fingers, and toes at 10 weeks, can kick and will jump if startled at 10 weeks, will respond to touch throughout almost the entire body at 13 to 14 weeks, and has fully developed heart at 15 weeks. Ms. Foster, how will future generations and future cultures judge how we treated the most vulnerable in our society?
I'm ashamed to think of it. I am hopeful that the eventual Dobbs decision will be the first step in the right direction towards some kind of reckoning.
I appreciate your answer. I think that we could go into more detail, quite frankly, because those that don't have a voice, those that don't have political power, are often ignored. And when we are judged, I think we will be examined for how we treated the unborn in this country. And not the unborn that were caused by rape or incest, but millions upon millions since 1973 that have been killed as a result of abortion policies in this country. Millions far exceed the historical accounts of other cultures. I think that we will be judged harshly for how we treated the most vulnerable, how we treated folks who didn't have political power. And I think it's unfortunate. And I think it's unfortunate that we can't just for a moment reflect on those that need our protection. Any last comments before my time runs out?
Absolutely. You know, it may not appear that way from the other side of the aisle here, but this really is a unifying issue for most Americans. 51%, according to a 2021 Gallup poll, believe that abortion should be either illegal in all circumstances or illegal in all but the rarest circumstances. Less than a third believe that abortion should be legal under all circumstances. Most Americans agree. And in fact, as a proud member of the board of Democrats for Life of America as well, I know that that in fact a third of Democrats call themselves pro-life, and the number swings. More and more pro-life, the more radical bills are put forward by the other side of the aisle. So when we see the New York Reproductive Health Act, for example, we see Democrats more and more calling themselves pro-life because they look at that kind of bill and they say, if that's what pro-choice is, I want no part of it. So we welcome that. We welcome them into the pro-life side, and I see that there's so much hope for an America that pursues more humane solutions for all human beings.
Other than China, North Korea, some of those countries, how do we compare to countries in other parts of the world?
We have among the most radical abortion policy in the world. Our company is Canada, China, and North Korea. Of course, Canada does not have a national law on the subject at all. We are dramatically more radical than any country in Europe, for example, to which we so often compare ourselves. Our abortion law is so far beyond what other countries have chosen through their elected officials and what the American people would choose, and what we elect our elected officials to do as they represent us.
The time of the gentleman is expired. Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk about three issues that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have brought up today: political power, intimidation, and real problems. And I want to start by asking Ms. Goodwin, is there any amount of political power that a 12-year-old could wage to stop her from being raped by a relative?
No, there isn't.
Ms. Goodwin, is there any amount of political power that a young woman walking down the street, raped on the street violently and impregnated, is there any amount of political power that that woman has that she can wield to prevent that pregnancy from happening?
No.
And finally, Dr. Robinson, is there any amount of political power that a woman who comes to see you, who has desperately wanted to get pregnant, only to learn that the problem with her pregnancy and the development of the fetus may mean either that the fetus will be born with perhaps organs developed outside of the body, or that her life may be at risk for delivering that child, or both? Is there any amount of political power that that woman who so desperately wanted to be pregnant and finds herself in this situation, is there political power that could have prevented that from happening?
Absolutely not.
And so, this is about power. Let me just ask you, But it's the power for women to be able to make these decisions that are protected by the Constitution. Let me ask, and I'm sorry, is it Arambide?
Arambide?
Arambide, sorry. Let me ask you about intimidation, Ms. Arambide. Tell me about the intimidation that your father felt doing his job at helping women.
Sure. So my father provided abortions in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And one of the things that was prevalent at that time was the wanted dead abortion providers posters. And so he was a target of a lot of harassment and terrorism. He wore a Kevlar vest to work every day. We lived in gated communities. He had an FBI agent assigned to him. And he kept this, pretty under wraps so that I wouldn't be exposed to it. But when I went to college, I was called by someone that was harassing me and trying to get his home address, despite the fact that he'd had the same office for years. And the FBI agent was sure that he was going to target my father. And that's what he lived with. And he did his work and he provided care for so many Texans across Central and South Texas, because he was a hero and he provided health care that they so desperately needed and wanted.
And there are so many women and their families who are grateful for that. Dr. David Gunn, who was gunned down outside of an abortion clinic where he worked doing that work, and Dr. Barnett Slepian, who was shot by a sniper through his kitchen window because of the work that he did. The 2 receptionists who were killed, the security guard who was killed. These aren't theoretical conversations about intimidation. There are people whose jobs have been to help women take action that's been protected by the Constitution who are dead because of it. That's intimidation. And I want to finish with this. Real problems, it is true. The price of gas is a real problem. It is, in my community and so many others. And the shortage of baby food is a real problem, baby formula. But Dr. Robinson, let me let you finish. What's the real problem a woman faces when we slam the door on them and tell them rape, incest, they may die in pregnancy, none of that matters anymore? What's that real problem?
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to mention when you talk about the harassment, and I thank you for highlighting that. When they put the pictures up there, I actually thought those were pictures outside of my office. That's the harassment that abortion providers and that our patients face on a daily basis. And it's not merely as appalling to the other side when it's happening to us. But when you talk about what, the real problems that people face, the Turn-Away study, it clearly highlights the implications of people not being able to access abortion care. Many of these people are going to fall into poverty. They have difficulty caring for the children that they already have. That's what the real problem is.
I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement for the record by Sarah Parshall Perry, Senior Legal Fellow at the Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies at the Heritage Foundation.
Without objection.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson, I asked you earlier how one qualifies as being fully human, and you responded by saying that no one becomes a human, or that someone does become a human at the moment of birth. And I found that absolutely stunning, since you are not a political activist or an advocate, but you present yourself and purport to be a medical doctor. Your answers deny the plain truth of science and medical technology that anyone can see and understand, even if they don't have a medical degree. Obviously, I don't need to cite volumes of medical journals to prove the fact that an unborn child is a human being. As the Life Training Institute summarizes, quote, "From the earliest stages of development, the unborn are distinct, living, and whole human beings. They are not mere parts of larger human beings like skin cells are, but whole human entities capable of directing their own internal growth and development. This is not just a religious view, but a matter of the science of embryology." In its 1859 report on criminal abortion, the American Medical Association, no less, acknowledged that, quote, the independent and actual existence of the child before birth as a living being was a scientific truth. Nothing has changed since that time. For more than 150 years, doctors have known that life begins at conception. A 1981 report to the United States Senate states, quote, physicians, biologists, and other scientists agree that conception marks the beginning of the life of a human being, and a being that is alive is a member of the human species. There is overwhelming agreement on this point in countless medical, biological, and scientific writings, unquote. So there's a picture up here. This is not a mere clump of cells. This is not an animal or some unknown species. Ma'am, that's a human being. And all of you here are confusing human value with human function. You are defining personhood by what somebody does rather than what they are. Scott Klusendorf summarized it this way. He said, although human beings differ immensely with respect to talents, accomplishments, and degrees of development, they are nonetheless equal because they share a common human nature. Humans have value simply because they are human. And if you deny this, it's difficult to say why objective human rights should apply to anyone. As I noted earlier, it is a self-evident truth that all human beings are made by their Creator and endowed by Him with certain inalienable rights. The first listed in our Declaration is the right to life. Since the medical doctor here wants to deny the facts and reality, let me ask the abortion advocate, Ms. Arambide, to answer my questions on this subject. Ma'am, you testified that you are, quote, unapologetic in seeking unrestricted abortion access. So I'm wondering, at what point is it not okay to abort a child? What age of gestation?
I trust all people to determine what they can and can't do with their bodies, full stop.
Okay.
I also believe that human rights, including access to the medical care that they need within their communities, is something that should be afforded everyone.
Great. Okay, so you support late-term abortion?
I support all people and trust
That means
people.
late-term abortion. Do you support partial birth abortion? In other words, the child is half delivered, and then the woman says, my right, I want to take that one out. You support that?
I trust people to make decisions about
Wow.
their body.
Wow, okay. What about, so abortion should be allowed then, by your definition, for any reason, for any purpose, at any stage, right?
I trust people to make decisions about their body, and then when relevant, I think that they need to consult their medical practitioners
Okay.
and not
If
Congress.
it is, listen, let me just ask you this question. If it is not lawful and morally acceptable to take the life of a 10-year-old child, I assume you agree with that, right? That would be wrong, correct?
I believe that
Okay,
that is
and
wrong.
a 2-year-old child, same thing, that would be murder. We would all agree that's wrong. Then what is the principal distinction between the human being that is 2 years old, or 9 months old, or 1 week old, or an hour old, than one that is 8 inches further up the birth canal in the utero? What's the difference? Why is it okay in the latter case and not the former cases?
I trust people to determine what to do with their own bodies.
Wow.
Full stop.
Wow, full stop indeed. And that describes right there exactly what this is about. There's a legal issue here, but underneath that is a moral issue. It's about reality. It's about science, the advancement of medical technology. You're talking about unborn children. And your full stop is that you will support the termination of that child at any time. And that is frightening, and that is why this decision should be turned to the popular will of the people, and hopefully they'll protect the sanctity of every single human life and live up to the standards of our Declaration of Independence. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for holding this hearing. Professor Goodwin, I know that some scholars, including yourself, have pointed out that some of the states most eager to ban abortion are those with a history of Jim Crow and voter suppression. Can you speak to this relationship and what this could mean for other civil rights and liberties, including for people who live in blue states, such as myself, California?
So historically, during the period of slavery, we had Confederate states. Many of those are states that today seek to ban abortion, that denied African Americans fundamental human rights. This Congress provided those rights through the 13th Amendment and 14th Amendment upheld by the United States Supreme Court, but we've seen the dismantling of those rights through voter suppression. And historically, we've seen African-American women suffer in inordinate ways, and that suffering continues. In the state of Mississippi, the subject of the Dobbs opinion, 80% of cardiac deaths in that state during pregnancy are Black women. In the state of Mississippi, Black women are 118 times more likely to die by carrying to term a pregnancy than by having an abortion. In those states, we still see disparities in terms of pay to Black women, and these histories are something that are undeniable and that place us in a space of a new Jane Crow, a system that from slavery through Jim Crow has resulted in the unequal treatment of Black women. And I thank you for the question.
Sure, and just along that line, what do you think if the Roe decision is overturned, which is, where we believe it's going? How do you think, though, that relates or puts in jeopardy other civil rights and liberties?
While other civil rights and liberties are at stake, even though in the leaked draft opinion, Justice Alito suggests that there are some guardrails around those, such as contraceptive access. But that's actually hard to credit and will be more illusory than real, since Justice Alito himself authored the opinion in Burwell v. Hobby Lobby, which itself sought to dismantle part of the Affordable Care Act provision that companies would provide comprehensive contraceptive care to their employees. Burwell v. Hobby Lobby provided an exception in that case for companies that identified themselves as having religious rights, something that had never existed before Justice Alito's opinion. And so we see LGBTQ equality on the line, contraceptive access on the line, including IUDs, which are not abortifacients, but that are popular forms of contraception. And there are already state lawmakers that are saying they're seeking to do away with those fundamental rights associated with contraception. And next, we will see also sex education targeted as well by these individuals in these legislatures.
Thank you. It's incredible, the place we find ourselves in now. Ms. Arambidi, I apologize for the line of questioning you just experienced by my colleague on the other side of the aisle, but I would like to ask you your opinion. Justice Coney Barrett suggested that because adoption exists, there really is no need for abortion. And I wanted to know what you thought of that statement. And I also want to know what Professor Goodwin thinks of that statement.
I don't believe adoption is an alternative to an abortion. It's an alternative to, after giving birth, giving the child up for adoption or keeping the child, but it's not an alternative to abortion.
Let me just ask, I asked you that question especially because I heard your testimony about where you were in your life at that time.
Sure.
So that's how I wanted you to think about it from that perspective and listening to your very impactful testimony.
Sure. If at 25 I had been forced to carry a pregnancy to term, I would not have survived. I have no doubt that I would not be alive today. I would not have been alive to continue or to start my medical treatment for my mental health issues. I wouldn't have been alive to have two healthy pregnancies, despite how difficult those pregnancies were. I wouldn't be the mother that I am today and have the two wonderful children that are my whole world. Because pregnancy.
Do you say that because of your mental health status at the time, that you were not well?
Absolutely. My mental health status, I wasn't able to get up out of my bed. I wasn't able to walk my dog, take a shower, and that happened for months and months at a time. As someone that's gone through 2 complete pregnancies and carried 2 pregnancies to term, who had placenta previa, who had, a breech birth, who had an emergency C-section that could have taken the life of my child or myself, I absolutely unequivocally believe that if I had been forced to carry a pregnancy to term when I was 25, I would not have survived. Not only because of my mental health, but because pregnancy is more dangerous. And when you don't want to be pregnant, you don't want to continue your pregnancy, there are so many things that can affect you and cannot have a good outcome. And so yes, I believe that I am so lucky that I was able to access the abortion care I needed within my community without many obstacles. And I wish that for anybody who's pregnant and doesn't want to be.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. Ms. Spartz.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important issue, but we're a judiciary committee, so even though, this issue's, I would say life and death issue, we'll talk about judicial implications, and we'll talk law a little bit. So I want to talk to Professor Goodwin a little bit. What's happened if Casey and Roe are overturned? Can you still have abortion?
If Casey and Roe are overturned, then it means that there will be laws that are triggered throughout the United States, where in some states there will not be access to abortion because it will be criminally punished. And in some other states, there will be access to abortion. And so people who will need those services will have to travel, if they can, to get to those states where they can be able to terminate their pregnancies.
Right, so there is still going to be, states will have to decide, and we'll have a situation, we'll have some more liberal states, some more conservative states, but ultimately the states will be making these decisions at the state level, which is really how we were founded as a country. But the states have making decisions, and the court is going to, make a decisions that are constitutionality decisions. So who do you think should make a final decisions on something where it is your constitutional rights? Which entity at our federal level?
Well, to be clear, there was actually a civil war about fundamental rights in the United States that were not just about some states being able to carry on whatever they wanted to do. That was the very point of the Civil War, where the lives of Black people were actually at stake. And so if you would then repeat your question, because I thought that was important to clarify.
What is decision? We have a constitutional amendments, right, if the states decide to do that, and the way, we can fight wars, but ultimately which power, which branch of our federal government has an ultimate decision to decide what is protected by our Constitution? Which branch?
Well, the Supreme Court is the supreme
So
arbiter
the Supreme
of the
Court.
land,
So
but
do
it
you
is
believe that
also,
we have
if you
Supreme
would like
Court
for
as
me
an
to
authority?
finish
Please
answering the
answer. Do
question.
you believe that Supreme Court authority to rule? And I maybe didn't like some other rulings, and I don't look, but do you think that is really the decision of Supreme Court? We're giving them that authority, or do you believe every time we don't like, we should start packing the court? And what do you think it will lead to? Because you don't like decisions, I might not like decisions. So what is going to create to our country with every time that we do not like some decisions, we start mingling this with the Supreme Court? Do you think it's dangerous?
Well, with all due respect so that I can answer your question.
Yes, please.
I would also say that it has been this Congress that has played a very important role in American law. It was this Congress, for example, that ratified the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery. It was this Congress that ratified and drafted the 14th Amendment, which provided citizenship and equal protection under law and substantive due process to people who were then freed from human enslavement. It was this Congress that then struck down Jim Crow laws in the states that basically tethered Black people to second-class citizenship through thousands of laws that denied them significant personhood. It was this Congress through the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the 1965 Voting Rights Act that did
That's
that.
right.
So
I completely agree with you. So we
Congress.
have a processes, right? We have a process of Supreme Court rulings, and we have constitutional amendments, right, that have to be ratified by the state. Do you think this is still a valid processes? Do you support that this is a valid process of our constitutional republic?
Thank you so much for that question. That is the process of this republic, and it has been important that this Supreme Court and this Congress has stepped in when there have been states that have wanted to enforce human enslavement, kidnap, and trafficking of African Americans, and it has been this Congress that has played a pivotal role.
No doubt, but it has to go through the
equality for
constitutional
Black
amendment. Do you
Americans
think
and women.
Congress should be exercising pressure by packing the court and putting pressure on the judges and activists on the court? Or you think it's important to have a strength of that institution to hold us as a constitutional republic? What do you believe that political pressure on the court is a good idea, regardless what it is, because it can come from both sides?
Well, it's a very important question that you ask about these institutions being able to operate independently. And that is critically important, such as this hearing today, which is directly connected to urgent healthcare matters in the United States. And so I'm glad that you and your colleagues are hosting this particular hearing.
Thank you. My time was expired, but I appreciate that. My time was expired, but I appreciate. But I hope we can have a constructive conversations because we have a separation of power, and it's important for us to hold our institutions strong and not politicize the courts. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, Mrs. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this group of experts for today's hearing to discuss the ongoing crisis in our country. Abortion is health care, plain and simple. A person's decision on whether to become a parent is one of the most important that they can make in their life. And a woman's decision whether or not to have an abortion should be hers alone, period. But across America, every day, this fundamental right to health care is being dismantled by politicians, usually men, pushing false narratives to control women's bodies. Their ultimate goal is a national ban on abortion in America. The world they're pushing for is deeply terrifying. A world without any abortion, even for rape or incest. A world where women are criminalized not only for getting an abortion, but potentially for miscarriage or IVF treatment. A world where healthcare providers are hunted down and arrested, and vigilantes that hunt them are rewarded. It's incredible to me that this fundamental constitutional right, enshrined more than 50 years ago, is again up for debate. And it's unbelievable that we're even having this debate after we've seen the disastrous effects when women lose access to abortion care. So thank you to our witnesses for coming forth today to explain why access to abortion services is so vital, something you shouldn't have to do, but apparently still needs to be done. And with that, I'd like to move on to a couple of questions. First, Professor Goodwin, can you discuss, when one considers that miscarriage happens in 10 to 15% of known pregnancies, can you discuss that if states criminalize abortions, whether you have concerns that people may be investigated or prosecuted for miscarriages, and maybe speak more broadly about the dangers that exist from criminalizing pregnancy across America and how the courts have begun to do that?
Thank you very much for that question. This is urgently important. We saw aspects of this in the late 1980s and 1990s. Black women and brown women were euphemistically the canaries in the coal mine in cases in Mississippi, such as the case of Renee Gibbs, a 16-year-old who was charged with the depraved murder of Black 16-year-old because she had a stillbirth. The case of Regina McKnight, the first woman in this country to be charged with murder for having a stillbirth, a young African-American woman in her early 20s. This will chill individuals wanting to even receive prenatal care. And for individuals who want to, women who want to carry their pregnancies to term, but live in hostile environments, suffering communities where there are toxins that might make their pregnancies vulnerable, they will be people afraid to actually go to seek medical care because of the possibility of being criminally punished. It also creates pressures on doctors and nurses to spy and surveil and turn in information on their patients. Patients want to be able to get good quality health care, and they don't need being policed by their doctors and nurses, and they certainly don't need the state criminally punishing them when they have miscarriages and stillbirth.
Thank you very much. Dr. Robinson, you were being asked some pretty wild theoretical questions earlier about abortions being committed as a baby is halfway out of the birth canal, which of course is not how abortion happens in this country. It's not a thing. It's good television. It's just not true. Your time was cut short. Can you please give us a more accurate picture of when abortions typically happen during a pregnancy? Do they happen, what percentage happen in the first 12 weeks? And then finally, can you explain some of the scenarios that may lead a woman to seek an abortion later in a pregnancy?
Yes, thank you for the question. The majority of abortions take place in the first trimester, early in the pregnancy. It is very few pregnancies that require or may need an abortion later in the pregnancy. It's important for us to keep in mind that, we have to consider viability being more than gestational age. So sometimes pregnancies that have progressed later, but are later determined to have a lethal anomaly, those are the ones in that rare instance where a pregnant person may opt to terminate that pregnancy as opposed to continuing it until she goes into labor or to term. In those instances where it may not be viable outside of the womb, despite the gestational age, you continue to carry the pregnancy.
Thank you. And I'm going to try to be the first person who gets the correct pronunciation, Arambide. During the process
that you described to us in your testimony, which was really important and moving, did you feel that your judgment was trusted? And what should we learn from your experience about the importance of trusting women and individuals who seek abortion care in terms of being in the best position to make those judgments?
Thank you. I believe I was trusted to make that decision because there weren't as many onerous restrictions put upon my access to care at the time. I think people are not trusted now, and that's what's happening as a result of all these restrictions being in place. And I want to address my response to Mr. Johnson's question. I trust people to make decisions about their body, and just because he asked the question over and over again, implying medical inaccuracies about the way abortion works, that doesn't change my answer. I trust people implicitly to make decisions about their body, and in regard to later abortion, like Dr. Robinson referenced, that can be determined in consultation with their doctor and not a congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Fischbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I absolutely welcome the opportunity to speak about the humanity of the unborn child and the science that proves it. The unborn baby has a heartbeat, a separate DNA, its own blood type, fingerprints, arms, legs, hands, and toes. And ultrasound technology continues to advance and provides us with a window into the world of the unborn. But this hearing is not about the unborn child. This hearing appears to have been called to exert improper influence over the Supreme Court on an unfinished, leaked opinion draft. The title of the hearing is Revoking Your Rights, the Ongoing Crisis in Abortion Care Access. But the supposed right to abortion is not found anywhere in the text of the Constitution. It was created by raw judicial power when the Supreme Court usurped the power of the elected officials at the state and federal level and created a right that did not exist. We are a nation of laws. Rule of law only works when we follow the actual text of both the Constitution and the laws made by elected officials, not when the courts create laws out of thin air. If someone thinks there is a law needed, then they use the political process and allow elected officials who represent the voices of the people that elected them to determine what should be in law. This is how the rule of law works. Unfortunately, the Roe versus Wade decision, the Supreme Court abruptly ended the political process. They created a right that did not exist, and they ended the ability of elected officials to make the decision. Roe was bad jurisprudence and should be overturned. Power to legislate on abortion should go back to elected officials. I was glad to hear the chairman denounce the leak. Too many Democrats have been silent on the leak, despite lecturing us in this committee and elsewhere about institutional norms and the importance of following regular order. The leak was a break of institutional norms, trust, and confidentiality. The Democrats did not immediately denounce that leak, and most still have not done so, shows that their words are hollow. They are for institutional norms only when it suits them. Take this hearing, for example. As Mrs. Foster so rightly put it in her written testimony, by holding this hearing before the Dobbs decision comes out, this committee risks the appearance of exerting improper influence over our judiciary by critiquing an unfinished draft the public was not meant to see. Thank you for that. Institutional norms and regular order would mean that we should not be having this hearing at all. The majority is clearly hoping to pressure the Supreme Court to influence their decision.
We've been listening to a very important hearing and really hearing from both sides of the discussion here for abortion rights, from pro-choice advocates to pro-life there. So that was really interesting to hear there. And as Roe v. Wade hangs in the balance, just a reminder there of the pro-choice and pro-life. Both have sides there to discuss, and that's the way we aired it right here for you, showing both sides of it on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, everybody, she may not be feeling 22 today, but Taylor Swift is feeling like getting an honorary degree from NYU. Her full commencement speech coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we give you live feeds, breaking news elements, all in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in this hour, we will be featuring from Capitol Hill GOP senators talking about gas prices. Every day, a new record for high gas prices, a record that you really don't want to talk about there. So we will be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. A commencement speech for our U.S. Coast Guard, the keynote from Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll feature that for you in a little bit as well. But we are going out to Yankee Stadium right now, where we do have Taylor Swift. She is getting an honorary